You've been what? Oh, unwell for a week? I'm sorry to hear that, Manuel. Or Manny. You got the flu or something or what? What's going on? Manel? Yeah, I hope to see you soon. Sorry, I'm drinking my coffee. It's really good. All come free. Come watch this video with me. Huh. All right. Are you going to talk to me or what? Come on, talk with me, please. What the hell over? Nobody loves me today? Man. Damn. Uh, huh. What? Huh. Huh. Uh, uh, oh, I remember it was that girl. Mm, mm. Damn. Wow, this is kind of strange. Where is everybody, damn it? Ollie, ollie, oh, come free. Come be with me. And we will see what we can be for you and me. We will see. Hmm. 5. Wow. Mm. Mm. Hello. How are you doing today, whoever you may be? Um, Hello. Come talk to me. Please. Be with me. Please. Grow with me. Please. Enlighten me. Please. Tell me to fuck off. Please. Well, I guess I'll just watch that video then, huh? I was hoping I could show it to a bunch of people, but Morning, Herb. Morning, Moose. How are you two doing? It's been slow. I've been here basically by myself for the last hour. Glad to see you two. Was just getting ready to show a video that Sly posted about 11 East Cleveland police officer indicted on numerous charges. You've been what? Oh. Me five. What the hell over? Don't be sorry, silly. And you can take as long as you need or want, damn you. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. I'm the puppet master. Damn it. I hate it when I do that. When I forget. All right. This video was brought to you by News 5 Cleveland. And Sly Shy shared it, and I saw it, and I figured I'd play it, see what it's all about. Let's see what it's all about, and we'll go from there.
Previous indictments. That brings the total to 16 current or former East Cleveland police officers indicted in the last 7 months.
That's kind of weird.
I believe it is a privilege to serve the public. It's an honor to be appointed to a position of public service. All of these officers, when appointed to their positions, took an oath to serve and to protect the public. These actions you are about to see are a complete violation of their oaths. Even criminal acts or a series of criminal acts committed by these officers of the East Cleveland Police Department. The citizens of East Cleveland deserve better. The public deserves better. Today, the Cuyahoga County Prosecutor's Office continues our mission to do something about this behavior, and it is to hold these officers accountable.
Yeah, sure.
Make no mistake, there has been a cancer growing in the East Cleveland Police Department. We are doing our best to remove every tentacle of that cancer so that this department can rebuild and grow, to put itself in a position to hire officers who enforce the law as well as follow the law. I want to say this is a sad day for all of law enforcement. A supermajority.
Please like, subscribe, and share this video. News 5 Cleveland.
majority of officers go to work each day. They put their lives on the line to protect the public and to keep our community safe. It is important to note that it was law enforcement officers who investigated these crimes, presented these cases to a grand jury, and sought to find these officers who have committed crimes against the public.
No
I
way.
thank all of them
Tell
for
me
their
it's
pursuit
not
of
true.
justice in these cases. I also apologize to the victims of these crimes and pledge to vigorously pursue justice on their behalf.
Oh, I'm sure you are.
I'd like to take this time to especially thank my Cuyahoga County Prosecutor's Office Criminal Division Chief Greg Mussman and the Public Corruption Unit for their hard work in this case, as well as NIDA from our paralegal staff who has worked very, very hard in this case.
Oh,
I
I'm
also
sure
want
he
to
has.
thank the Cleveland office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Special Agent Greg Nelson and his team of agents who put in countless time and hours pursuing these investigations. I would also like to thank current East Cleveland Police Chief Brian Gerhard for stepping into an impossible situation, managing this department, and for his cooperation in this investigation. I would also like to thank the Cuyahoga County Sheriff's Department, the Ohio Bureau of Taxation, and the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation for their assistance. We are now going to play some videos of incidents that led to these indictments. Some of the content shown here today may be graphic and upsetting to viewers, and their viewer discretion is advised. The videos speak for themselves.
So you heard it here, people. Viewer discretion is advised. Please like, subscribe to channel 5 News in Cleveland. 5 News Cleveland. Like, subscribe, and share. Oh shit.
Face down on your stomach. On your stomach. On your stomach. Stay down. Put your arms out now. Do not move. Do not move.
Oh shit.
Get his ass. Get his ass.
Get his ass.
Get his ass, boy.
Oh shit. Damn. Hey, these are some really nice people here, aren't they? So loving and caring and so, interested in our health and welfare. It just amazes me how much love and concern these fellow officers have for us, general public.
Here, drive over.
Nice little ass whooping.
Nice little ass whooping.
Shouldn't resist him. I'm not waiting until he's fucking.
Shouldn't have resisted. Okay. His hands are close together, laying on his. Oh my God. How dare you lay still on the ground with your hands interlinked with each other? You shouldn't have resisted, damn you. You got what you deserve for laying still and doing what you're supposed to do. How dare you? To the groin, strike three.
Come down the tank. Come down the tank. Turn out! Down now! Face down! Do not move! Turn out! Down now! Face down! Do not move!
Uh, these guys are some really nice people, aren't they? Is anybody going to come up here and join me today? Talk about this video and the loving, caring citizens that these police officers are. I mean, look how much restraint they're using. It's just phenomenal. Ah, 44 minutes, huh? Damn.
Nothing. I didn't see anything.
Hey, Mary.
Hi Larry, good morning.
How are you doing today?
Very, very tired.
Tired? Are we gonna have to slap you around a little bit, wake your ass up, or what?
No, no, we gave 13 puppies new homes this weekend.
Right on. You put a ad in a paper or something?
No, we went to the town north of us with the pups and popped up in a parking lot and sat there for 4.5 hours and then did it again on Sunday.
Oh, right on.
So just exhausted, my throat sore from talking to so many people.
Oh, tell me it's not true.
Yeah. I saw this video come out recently. Sometimes I just can't watch them. The amount of um, inhumanity is literally gut wrenching.
Yeah, well, what gets me though is, this stuff goes on every day of the week, and how do they decide on which ones to basically, you know, uh,
Pay attention to.
yeah,
Um, no, actually, they have to let certain ones out when someone makes a fuss about them. Because, like Larry's saying, this happens so freaking often on a day to day, all over the country, all over the freaking world. But it's the ones like Breonna Taylor. She has family. She's the legit person that wasn't doing anything wrong. All these people have family, and that's when that's the spotlight that they're saying in this video, this pattern of unlawful conduct. I got a big question. Who the fuck is reviewing these body cams, and why the fuck ain't they reporting it?
well, 9 times out of 10, what I see would happen is almost every video or every incident where they're doing wrong, they get reported, but then they go, oh, well, we're going to go ahead, we'll put them on leave because they might have done something wrong, but they're still get paid. We got to make sure they still get paid, even though that they might have done some wrong.
Yep.
And then it's like, well, we found, that they really didn't do nothing wrong because this person resisted or twitched or moved or said a word, or they make some fucking excuse up for basically treating us less than dirt.
Yes, and all their bullshit talk about review it and overseeing, that should be done by an independent person, not by the police themselves.
Yeah, it should be a definitely independent third party, no association with the police or their, you
I
know,
think a third party community rights leader, like that's who needs to do it.
yeah, maybe even like one for every, uh, like county or something. Have each county have their own little citizens review board.
Actually, you know what? We already have an anonymous tip line to social services about abuse of the children, the disabled, and the elderly. So there are already watch groups, basically set up for this very thing. And here's why I think they don't take the social worker on the mental health call, because social workers are what? Required fucking reporters.
Right.
And they would be required to report the behavior of the officer if they saw it. And that is why those two systems are not joined at the hip like they should be.
Yeah, I don't know. Things are getting pretty scary. Now we got all of our damn banks going bankrupt. I knew that was going to happen.
Hey, Larry, I don't profess to know anything fucking smart, but I do have gut instinct. And when I won my Social Security case, my own gut instinct was to acquire land, pay it off, so that there may be a sliver of hope of survival in the future for any of my brethren.
Yeah.
Last January, it got paid off. And we live in a camper, and other people look at it like it sucks. And it does suck, but having your land paid off doesn't suck.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And we just sacrifice. We sacrifice our comfort for what we needed to do. We needed this, not just for us, our special needs son. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, it's kind of like the last, oh, I don't know, 4 or 5 places I've been in, I've gotten evicted. And it's like every one of them, I did nothing wrong. And it's like, oh, here last summer, I had my granddaughter stay with me for, oh, I don't know, not even a week. And I got a letter saying if she didn't, you know, I didn't get her out of here, basically, I was going to get kicked out. But yet we got a tenant here with their yard full of garbage, their yard full of stolen bicycles, their yard full of, it's like every day something else shows up in their yard, and that's okay, They can stay here as long as we want, but if I have one of my grandkids stay here, that's a federal sin, and, you must be dealt with. So a little while ago, she was all like, well, Wolf Lady was all like, I'm going to try to, see what we can do about getting you some dentures. And I'm like, I'd rather have a piece of land and somewhere I could put my head at and not have to worry about getting kicked out or
Yes.
whatever, or playing my music too loud or whatever the case may be, than some
Mhm.
damn teeth right now.
Or some motherfuckers trying to steal shit from you where you got to stop your stream and go out there and beat the hell out of them.
Yeah. And I don't know, it seems like it goes in spurts. And like I said, what's even weirder now is we're having police patrol our neighborhood that aren't even supposed to be in our neighborhood. And they're all like, a couple nights ago, they were flashing their damn spotlight in my damn yard for like 5 minutes.
Holy
But yet,
shit.
but yet we go by you know, when we go by the dope house and the garbage 20 feet high, we just cruise right by that like it's not even there.
They got to make sure those systems are working right. The nefarious little systems they have outside their police work.
Well, the thing that gets me is personally known people that had like, two garbage cans full of garbage or whatever, and their garbage was in the cans. And somebody calls on them, and, people come right out and they get a fine or told that if they don't clean it up, they're going to get kicked out or whatever. But these people, like I said, that pile of garbage is at least 20 feet high by probably 20 feet wide. And, they have no restrooms, so they're shitting and pissing. And that's what they're doing is they're shitting and pissing and then covering it up full of garbage.
Yep.
How can that not be a health hazard? How can that be not a community interest to deal with that problem? It's like it's there, but it isn't there type thing, and I just don't understand it. But then the people that you know might have a dollar here or a dollar there, we gotta check them out and investigate them because they have things and we want those things and we can get those things. So
Yes. Well, I think Erm made a good point. Kind of like how in Ohio, the company at fault for the toxic train is the one in charge of the environmental testing. Conflict, yeah, definite conflicts of interest. More than conflict of interest, they're now in a position they can fudge the details.
oh, that's a conspiracy theory. What the hell are you thinking, girl?
Hmm. I must be all up in my mind, right?
Well, duh.
This is why I decided not to. When I went to college, I didn't just go for learning of myself. I took criminal justice classes, investigation. I wanted to be an investigator. And when push came to shove and it was time to fill out an application for a police department somewhere, what really struck me, this was in Virginia. The application was like pages long, pages. And in the application, you're giving up your rights. Let me boil this down to one simple thing. You were not allowed to drink or smoke cigarettes as a police officer in the state of Virginia.
Okay.
And I was like, wait, not drink, because it even said, like, even on your downtime, we don't want you doing this. And I'm thinking, I'm not giving up any rights. I don't care if it's something as simple as a cigarette or a drink right now. What they're really asking people to do is to give up their rights to be a robot of the system and obey the system. And too bad if you don't like the rules or the laws or what we ask you to do, you're going to do it. And I wasn't willing. I put the application down like, no, I'm not willing to give up my life to be an officer. And that's before you ever put the uniform on.
Yeah. I don't know. It really amazes me because, like, I've told you about all the people that hang out down in the corner. It's kind of like a meat spot. They just hang out there and, tell them where they're going to go or what they're doing or just stay there all day or whatever. But, there's been all kinds of people that have OD'd down there. And
Mm.
basically what happens is like the ambulance will come, they'll give them some Narcan, the people will wake up and they'll, you know, that will be it. They'll just go on their merry way. But like yesterday, Anna was having some real bad stomach pain. She woke up and she says, I feel nauseous. I'm going to go back to bed. I'm like, okay. And she laid there and laid there and laid there. And then pretty soon her stomach started hurting real bad. And we were taking a nap and she wakes me up. She goes, baby, you got to call 911. I'm like, what's wrong? And she's like, I can't handle the pain anymore. So I called
Mm.
the ambulance, 911 or whatever. And first they're trying to tell me my address doesn't exist. And I'm like, what do you mean my address doesn't exist? Well, you gave me an address that doesn't exist. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm like, you guys have been here before, and I'm like, this is my address. I'm like, you need to find it. You need to come here now. And then finally, oh, lo and behold, they found my address. And so anyway, when they get here, I take her outside and stuff so she's ready to, for them to check her out or whatever. And they get here and they're all like, what kind of drugs have you taken? And she's like, I only take my prescription drugs. And they're like, huh. And they're like, well, how much have you had to drink today? And she's like, I don't drink, and they're like, uh-huh, and then so they do all these tests. And the one nurse, there was like 4 or 5 of them. This one nurse was all like, lack of better words, a bitch. Because she's
Uh-huh.
all like asking me, what her and Anna what her medicines is, and she's trying to tell them, but she's in so much pain that she can't even really talk. And
Mm.
she's like, well, there's a list in my wallet. So I go get her wallet and I start looking through it, and the one fire paramedic or whoever in the hell she was is all like, well, let me look, like she could look so much better in my woman's wallet than I can. And I'm thinking, no, you just want to fucking look in there because you don't believe that we're not fucking drug users and you want to try to find something.
Uh-huh.
So she goes and fucking searches through the wallet, and I guess she thought she put this list of her medicines in there, but it wasn't in there. And but anyway, the whole time they were acting like, yeah, she just took too many fucking drugs or whatever. So then they rush her to the hospital, and then they do a whole fucking talk screen of every fucking drug known to man. And then they find she's been taking that ashwagandha stuff, and there was some kind of black tree bark or something in it, and it came up on the test, and they're all like, "What's this for? Where did that come from? What?" And I'm just like, "Oh my god," you know. But
Right.
yet, you
So
know,
I'm on four and it's
but
got to be a drug, right?
but yet, you know, you go and you shoot up some heroin or do some cocaine or crack or whatever. That's okay, you know. But you do some natural herbs, and oh my god, you broke a federal sin.
Right, right. Is she okay?
Yeah, she had gastritis real bad and something going on with her esophagus.
Hmm. No, I'm glad she's okay. And is she
Well,
home
the
now?
thing is she had the same problem like last year, and when the test came back, they put on their note, watch could be possible signs of, you know, heart problems or whatever, but nothing was ever said. Nothing was
Mm,
ever relayed to the doctor. The doctor never said nothing about it. And she's like, she just found this out last night. She's like, what the fuck? They knew a year ago I was having problems, so why hasn't this been dealt with?
right, right. Man. And they wasted so much time just trying to figure out how you're lying about being a drug person.
Well, yeah, they assume, you know, because we live in a bad area and, you know, I'm missing some teeth or whatever, that we got to be drug users.
Gotta be. And if you're not dressed properly, then you gotta be this. And if you don't have your makeup on right, you gotta be that. And you know what I'm saying?
Right. But, you know, if I had a 20,000 square foot house and, you know, with a pool out front, I could have my whole no teeth in my mouth at all. And they'd be going, yes, sir. How can I help greatly assist you, sir?
Yep. Never question those type people, do they?
No. Looks like you got money. You must have money. And I'm going to suck your dick for that money.
When we were out with our pups, um, we in the back of our mind was the okay, an officer's gonna show up, you know,
Yeah.
and
Where's your
people
permit?
think it's huh?
Where's your permit?
Yes, and people think that's weird and we're overreacting. You know, we were at a beach in Louisiana, and the beach closed at a certain time. So an hour before closing, we start getting our stuff ready.
Right.
We have an officer come from the other side of the beach all the way to us, past a whole bunch of people. You're not getting your stuff ready fast enough.
Oh, okay.
And I look up, like my husband knows me. I look up and he's like, you know, like stomp, and because he knows he lived in Louisiana before. He knows, like, let's just get our shit ready and let's get out of here. We couldn't even break down our canopy. Like we just had to like take all of our shit on. We couldn't put it in its own bag, drag it to our car, and then deal with it. This is
Yeah.
what kind of asshole. There's other people still in swimming in the water, not getting their stuff ready, but he targeted us for some reason. So we don't make stuff up. We don't choose to feel this way. So on the second day, yesterday, we had four puppies left. They were little. They were, you know, a lot of people were looking at them, but nobody wanted them, kind of thing. And a dog catcher truck pulls up, and I'm immediately on alert, you know. And she's a really nice lady. Her name was Amy, really beautiful lady. But I had to ask the questions. Okay, did someone call you? You know, she's like, no, no, I just happened upon you. But still in the back of my head, even though that's how it went, and she was a great, great person, we still went home like, you know what I'm saying? Because it won't be the last time we ever deal with some stupid ass shit.
Yeah. Well,
And luckily, go ahead.
like I said, what's really weird is for the last, I'd say maybe 2 weeks, we've been having the police come patrolling, well, looking like they're patrolling our neighborhood. And then the last 2 weeks, we've had animal control here from the same city, and none of these people are supposed to be here anyway. The sheriff is supposed to come out here, and they're patrolling the neighborhood. And I've been here over 2 years and have never once ever seen one animal control vehicle here, let alone an animal control vehicle here that's not supposed to be here.
Hmm.
So it's just kind of weird how all this stuff is just kind of happening. And like I said, the weirdest thing is, oh, we'll go right by the drug houses. We don't even want to pretend like they're there, but we'll scope out all the people that are doing good and doing right. Because I seen them checking a couple other houses out that I know that they're just like elderly people or whatever, and it's just like, but they didn't check them out as hard and as long as mine was. But it just seems
Well,
kind of funny how all this shit's happening all of a sudden.
yes, but we're not supposed to put anything together or feel any kind of way, right?
Oh no, they're just here for our safety.
That's right. They're peacekeepers.
That's the saddest part is I can honestly remember when a peace officer was a peace officer, and when they trained them, they told them, "You do not shoot to kill; you shoot to injure."
Yep.
And you'd always hear about, oh, this person got shot in the leg or this person got shot in the arm. Now it's, oh, this person got shot in the head or the heart or the
Hmm.
chest, or got shot 74 times, or you know
Yes. And well, the sad part is the clue into all of that bullshit happened decades ago, and because their lack of personal policing within their own facility.
Yeah. Morning, Danny. Good to see you.
Good morning, Danny.
And and Moose.
And Manel, I hope you feel better.
I think she left and laid back down.
Man, what the world is coming to, who knows? I'm just glad that Anna's got taken care of. We didn't have no issues because, as you saw with the video you were playing, it's an out of control situation.
Yeah. Well, it's like, like that one guy. He's laying on the ground, face down, and as you can see, his fingers interlocked. But yet, we're gonna go and put a knee in their ribs and
Hmm.
slam their head to the ground, and oh, because they twitched or breathed or what?
Right. And now they're kind of showing that before it seemed like a racial thing, but now it's a everybody thing. Everybody should be worried about a cop that's not in control. Everybody, no matter the color, the sex, the origin, anything. You could be an alien here. You should still worry about that one officer that is not in control of himself.
Yeah, I don't care if I'm green with purple polka dots and pointed ears. I still deserve some.
And I don't mean like walk around in fear. That's
No,
not,
right,
just be perfectly aware of who you're dealing with. That's not fear. That is being a realist. That's accepting things for how they are, not how we want them to be.
right.
We want them to be different. We want our peace officers to actually do that. But this whole country was born on violence, so it's no surprise it continues to happen.
Well, if you think about it, I know when I was a kid, their badge said peace officer. Now they say law officer.
Yep.
When and why did that get changed? You know,
It's
I mean,
you know
I
what bait and
know,
switch is, right, Larry?
yeah, oh yeah, I know when it did get changed, but you know what I'm saying? When did we get a memo or on the news or any kind of information? The
Yeah, like when
society
did we
say,
vote for that, right, Larry? When the hell did we vote for
yeah,
that?
yeah.
Yes.
When did it say, oh, we want our people not to be peace officers anymore. We want them to be law officers, and hold the laws of the land, so we can go out and kill people just because they breathed one day. And
Well, gosh, the one I seen, gentleman was with his family going to get his brother from school. He got in the wrong car. The idiots in the wrong car called the fucking police, and the police in less than 10 minutes, the guy was dead.
yeah,
There were two officers on him, and the officer still pulled his gun and shot the man while he was laying on top of him. And then, if you listen to it, the one officer says to the other, "Did you see where the other bullet went?"
but
One thing in the late '90s when I was in investigation classes, uh, that is one thing they did say. You should not be pulling the trigger if you don't know where your bullet's going.
yeah.
But hey, we're just musings. We're just underling people that they all have to look over, right? They got to police us because we don't know what we're doing.
Well, the biggest problem I believe is they're training these, lack of better words, we'll call them officers. Hey, well, your life's the most important thing. Nobody else's life is important but yours.
Hmm.
You better be prepared to kill your grandmother. You better be prepared to kill your child. You better be
Hmm.
prepared to kill your wife. And if you can't do that, then this isn't the job for you. And it's like, what the fuck?
Exactly. Exactly. And I'll tell you, I bet you at least a third of the people who sign up wish they hadn't signed up for that very reason, because they challenge your moral stances because they don't want you to have one. Like I said, that one application was pages and pages long, and you're giving up your rights, not just cigarettes or smoking, but they literally say in the application, you have no downtime. When you're down, you're just on call. You have no downtime. And I'm thinking, the amount of officers, how can that be true, right?
So then you go from making okay money to shit money because now you're never really off work.
And Danny, you got a point because this really blows my mind. The amount of officers that are overweight or can't run, or you know what I'm saying, huffing and puffing their way through it. Um,
Well, why
they're
else you think they got to kick our ass and shoot us real quick? Because they know they can't last more than 2 minutes.
exactly. That also is in the plan, because remember before, when in the early black and white days, when people used to think of officers, they would think of either these beefy guys or these tall, lanky guys. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But they never pictured obese officers. And there's a standard. So there's a standard in the military that if your body mass index is over a certain amount, they put you in the fat boy club and make you go exercise. Did you know that?
There was even for a while they wouldn't allow anybody even try if you were over a certain amount of weight.
Exactly. And it has nothing to do with the weight itself, but the activity that the job requires.
Right.
And now all of a sudden that job doesn't require that kind of activity. Now there's police chases and cars that kill people instead of, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Well, it's like one of the. It's kind of like that training video I seen of the captain or whatever telling them, oh, you got to be prepared to kill your mom or whatever. It's like somebody can tell you that, that they saw it or whatever, and you kind of go, huh? But then when you see the video for yourself, you kind of go, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like that one kid, that geologist kid. He calls the cops up and he's like, my car's stuck. My car won't start. I'm mentally not doing good and I need some help. And they come there with fucking 10 cops and one of them end up standing on his damn hood of his car with a gun pointed at him because he's got this 2-inch knife in his hand behind locked car and rolled up windows. But he's such a danger that we got to kill him because we saw this knife. And it's just like, what
Mhm.
the fuck? What the fuck could have he done with that knife to begin with? He was going to kill this 2-inch knife. He was going to
Mhm.
be able to break the window and hurt somebody. So
Mhm.
we have to do this, which I don't know. It just, to me, it was so sad, and of course, nothing ever happened about it. It seems like, although kind of make a big deal of, these officers doing wrong or whatever, but not. Oh well, we'll put them on leave for 6 months, or, oh, they did nothing wrong at all. It's one or the other.
Hey, I wanna say something real quick. So, like what you were saying, but during during 2020, during that whole protest thing, people were bringing up to defund the police. And I
Right,
think so many people do not understand those two words together that they're automatically against defunding the police. But what they don't understand is there's private and corporate monies being donated to the police for special favors, and that's what we're freaking talking about. There should be no personal or corporate private funds going to the police when they're already funded by what? Our dollars?
right,
So when we say defund the police, we're saying get the private money out of there so they can stop sucking, you know what, of the you know who gives them money. You know what I'm saying?
right, right,
And people are against defunding the police. No, that takes the police away. No, the fuck it don't. But we can begin somewhere with defunding them from private corporations and people.
right. Well, it's kind of like all the BS with Biden and Trump and all the supposedly wrongdoings they have. They hoot and they holler and they kind of try to make it look like, oh, they're doing the right thing. But does anything ever really happen to those people? Fuck no.
No, back in the day, it was everybody cover up this little tiny ignorant bit of truth, right? Even nobody wanted that dirtiness of politics out there, and now they're picking up the mud and slinging it in front of the public, and they're like, "Well, pick one of us to be your president." Yeah, no, you're both a bunch of mudslinging, corporate playing, taking money from. Nah, there is no belief in the system when all those things are true.
Yeah. What's going on, Moose?
Mary, how did I get in this room?
Oh my God,
Mary,
Moose, were you so high last night or what?
wow. I was soaring. Larry, good morning, sir. Last night I got myself into a panel I've never even been to before.
Oh, yeah. Where was that?
London man.
London, man?
Yeah, he goes around on in chats and stuff. Pretty cool dude. And at first I saw Moose in chat and I'm like, hey dude, what's up? And then we're sitting there and it was before Max started talking. And all of a sudden Moose was up there. I'm like, cool, Moose knows London and Max. It's gonna be a good chat. So then Max is like, Mary, you should come up here. And I'm like, God damn it, I was called out. As soon as I get up there, Moose is gone.
No, I waited. I waited until he started asking that other person if they were there. He's all, "Are you there?" And then she started talking, and I was like, "Oh shit, I'm next." He's gonna be like, "Moose, are you there?" I was like, "I gotta go."
Me and my husband were on the way home yesterday talking after the pups, and we were talking about different smoking vessels. And I'm like, the one time I couldn't drive, the one time I hit all of this 3 foot bong. And I was like, okay, I was supposed to leave, guys, but I think I'm gonna stay here a little bit longer. And my husband's like, for me, it was the gravity bong, man. The gravity bong fucked me up so bad I couldn't drive. So which one was it for you last night, Moose?
Man, well, nah, I was just smoking on my live resin pen.
Mm.
I got like 3 different pens, and then I got some 2 different kinds of herb. But I don't know, dude. I was just on one, and I was in between broadcasts or whatever, and I just happened to like click the homepage and it said live, and then that London man had he had his link open, so I just said why not.
Right, right.
I didn't even know what they were talking about, to be honest.
It
You
was
know,
kind of a kaleidoscope. There wasn't really a topic.
it's weird as I've noticed in the last month or more, they are hiding profiles from us because there's been quite a few times I'll put somebody's name in and nothing will come up, and then I'll search at a different time or whatever, and all of a sudden it appears. And like I just searched for that London man and nothing came up.
They are making it harder. So, um, even when I look, like sometimes my notifications for your video won't come up. So I'll put your name in, and because you're in my subscriptions, your channel should pop up like right there. It never
Yeah,
does. I have to put Larry James, and then I have to go to the filter, then I have to click the channel, and then you might pop up.
yeah. Anna showed me the same thing. She like typed in her thing like 4 different ways. She did Larry space James, and then she
Hmm.
did the Larry James together, and then she did the Larry James 965. And no matter how she put it in, this other person would come up. I would never come up. And then so
Isn't that
I brought my profile up, and I said, "See here, it says right here, Larry James 965." And she type it in again, nothing would come up. So they're
that's
definitely fucking with me.
yes, yes, I absolutely agree. Because that's weird. And other things too. So you know how a lot of people are like, goddamn autocorrect when they're typing and stuff?
Right.
I noticed in the last 6 months that something has changed with the keyboard. And I mean, you know how when you put your finger, you hover your finger over the letter and it'll highlight the letter before you start your word?
Yeah.
I could do that, and the words that they suggest have nothing to do with that beginning letter.
Yeah.
So they're definitely there's something that
There's something stinky in these waters.
yes, yes, Moose, absolutely.
Well, it
Because I
just kind of
really thought it was myself. Okay, so we have our first set of puppies here that we're keeping in training, 8 of them. And the second set. So when the second set came, I'm like, okay, maybe it's me. I'm crazy, right? It's been months, guys, and I took typing not just in high school, but in college. I could do 120 minutes per hour with 5 or less errors.
Oh my god, you're so good. I'm
Not
about to
anymore. I
say,
can't even use one finger and type properly on this stupid YouTube keyboard.
damn it, YouTube. It's the Google. The Google is holding you down.
Yo, my daughter took my phone like I'll fix it for you. And she tried everything from taking off the autocorrect to auto suggest, all of that. And still, when I drag my finger over the keyboard, the words that come up are, I mean, I want to hit someone. And then my daughter's like, it's just, I don't know what to tell you. I fixed everything. And I'm like, I know it's not us. That's when I realized it's really not us. There's so many people I see that say something about the autocorrect or the mistyping, but I don't think we're all that bad, to tell you the truth.
No, I like half the time I put something in the chat and it changes it automatically. Like when I'm trying to say we were there, it's like it'll change it to we are or whatever. It's like I didn't ask you to put an apostrophe in there.
Yes. Or when I write there, THERE,
Yeah.
my phone will put in capital THAYER. I'm like, that is not what I wrote.
Yeah, and every time I try to say the F word, it says I'm instead of bunking, I'm ducking. I'm like I never duck. I never duck.
Or a bunch of stars. They'll do a bunch of stars.
I just don't understand why they got to change our language like that. Messing with us, messing with our minds. They're trying to gaslight us.
Yeah, because it's been a word salad this whole time. All these, all these civilizations with smart people, quote unquote smart people like Plato or Einstein or what have you. All these things, if you think about it, since people started writing words down, it's all been a word salad.
Huh.
Just for confusion. Yeah.
Wah, 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 wah.
That was cool.
Oh my God, I love that. Hey, baby girl. Hey, baby girl, look at you.
Hi.
I see you, little beautiful girl. I see you. You want to see something really cute, little girl? I have this little tiny frog. Turtle, sorry, turtle.
She's running away.
So
She's running away.
You scared her with the turtle frog.
damn it. Damn it, Scotty.
Look at that smile.
You're the
Oh,
baby girl.
she's
Oh
out
my
of here.
gosh. I tried to show Big Boy. He don't want to come with himself.
She's like, I got things I gotta destroy.
I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go, Dad. Yeah, so if I look at my subs, it'll be like 276. And I'll go like the next day, it'll be 287. And I'll go the next day and it'll be 286. And then 285. Then 286. And then 287. And then 286. What the hell is going on? I know that's not a bunch of people interested in me, so why the playing of the games with that? You know, playing with numbers. Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
And I don't do anything for views. Like I'm just me. I've been me for all these years. I'm gonna stay being me, and I don't get any kind of thrill with the numbers game.
I'm
But
an
I
asshole
did
in
notice how
life
they
too,
were
Mary.
messing with it. What's that?
I'm an asshole in real life too, though, Mary. Not just online.
Hey, you
Whatever.
gotta be you. You gotta be you.
Is that
People
what
love
is
me
that?
though.
Is that what I'm smelling? Is your asshole?
It's that big asshole over
Yeah,
there.
I kind of washed up this morning, but you know,
Kinda, sorta, but not really.
Did you do like a little floozy bath, like under the armpits and down the hoo hoo?
I did the little bidet. I went over to Freedom Courthouse and hit the bidet.
There you go. Now you can stand another day on the road. How's
So I just
traveling? Are you running into any of them storms?
do what?
I'm asking Moose how his traveling's been going and these storms that keep blowing across the country.
Life is good. Everything's all right. It's cold though.
I think it's Moose that's causing all the storms.
Moose.
Yeah,
You
have you?
lasso that storm in California and drag it with you.
Right? Did you see that storm I had with Brian O'Shea?
Uh-uh.
Oh no! Did I miss it?
You missed it on Austin's channel.
Oh yeah, I noticed he went live. Actually, didn't wasn't he on last night, same time as London?
I don't know. I don't subscribe to Mr. O'Shea. He's very creepy and he doesn't deserve my attention.
Dude, I didn't even know him the day he came up on your panel, Larry. And all I wanted to do was grab a bucket and go. What he's doing is natural and everything, but it was just so in Danny's face that I was like, what? I never went to bars, guys. I didn't like the whole meat market scene. So it's my own personal reaction. Ain't nothing wrong with that with Brian, but just the seeing that was not my cup of tea.
Well, that's how he treats everyone. He was hitting on
Oh,
this old lady the other day. I think it was on your channel too. Yeah, I've been on so many channels I can't even keep up anymore. So, so yeah, he was hitting on this old lady and she's like inviting him over to her ranch to go ride horses, and he's asking her if she'll have an affair with him and stuff, and she's like, hell no. I mean, dude, it was just funny. But the thing is when I don't trust people. I don't trust what people say because, just like Allie and Jeffrey, like they invited him over and he said like, before he even went over there that he was going over there basically to bang her, and you know, mission accomplished, right, or whatever from what he said. So it's just
you shiver down the back.
you
Well,
know
and then come to find out that she's doing three different guys all at the same time. I mean, that whole situation was kind of weird. And then and
right
the
there.
thing is he went there in the first place thinking, oh, he's going to steal her from him, and they're going to have this fantastic relationship. Well, how can you go to somebody telling them, oh, I just want to fuck you, and expecting to get something out of it besides problems?
Yo, being in a relationship with my old man for almost 20 years now, he could say that to me, and I'd give him the same reaction I'd give a straight man. Get lost, because really, some people don't mind being talked to that way, but you can't make that assumption you can talk to everybody that way.
Well, I just don't understand how you can come to somebody saying, I just want to fuck you, and think you're going to have a relationship from that.
Yeah, for real.
Well, Larry, isn't that how you and Lady Wolf kind of started?
Not really. I mean,
I
we,
mean, you didn't
when
start
we,
not like that. You didn't start like that, but in a way, that's what the whole premise of the relationship was going to be.
well, yeah,
Yeah,
we started off
well,
as fuck buddies, but we knew that there was no,
pretense.
well, there was no, deception. There
Right.
wasn't like, oh, I want to be with you, but yeah, I'm just going to fuck you thing. There was no, we're just going to have sex and start out from there and see what happens. And that's what we did. We just had sex for a while, and we decided, we didn't want to be with anybody else. We wanted to be just with each other. So then we went from there.
Right. But I think Larry's point is when you come to a room, let's not even use YouTube. When you walk into a room uh, of both sexes, it just doesn't seem natural to start walking around like, hey, want to fuck? I mean, usually you tell you what's your name first. You know what I'm saying? Actually, now they start to I don't. I guess I've never had anyone do it to me, so my first reaction is, I have a fuck. fuck off. I've had people hit on me, even with my husband, in front of my husband. And I've never been so irritated in my entire life. And this one guy that it was a holiday at my daughter's, and I really wanted to tell this dude off, like, man, I don't like you. Stay away from me. And I don't know, maybe what's taught in the school through the generations is the tolerance for bad behavior that I just never picked up on because I just don't have a tolerance. That tolerance is phrased as boys will be boys, and if you say that, you're enabling. There's no such thing. There's no excuse for bad behavior. Or girls being girls, right? Yeah, none of that shit. It's stupid. Be accountable. She's still getting over the stress of the pups, guys, but she ain't wrong.
Yep. Yeah, it's kind of funny because me and Wolf Lady were talking a long time ago, and she was telling me, "Oh yeah, I never get hit on in the stores or never get hit on anywhere I go." And I'm like, "Really?" I'm like, "That's hard for me to believe." And then it was like 3 days later, she's at the store or something. Some guy walks up to her, "Nice rack," and she's like, "Beg my, excuse me." And he's like, "Nice rack," and she's like, "Oh yeah, my husband thinks so too." And then just a few days ago, I don't know if she was in the store or outside or whatever, but she dropped something to bend over to pick it up, and this guy's all like, "Oh, nice pair of jeans. Where'd you get those jeans?" Basically telling her she's got a nice ass, but blaming it on the jeans type thing. And I said, "See, you get hit on."
Oh man, I was like 13, 14. I'm walking down the street going home. I didn't see there was a gentleman working, like, must have been in a basement or something. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I hear, I hope you're as cute as those steps make you sound. I'm 5'10", guys. There's nothing small and cute about me. So I was just like, weird. I didn't know what catcalling was then. I was a teenager.
Yeah.
But it was weird because it was almost like, but I'm not cute like my feet make me sound. Whatever, dick. I didn't even have that thought until you put it in my head. Goodbye.
Yeah.
I wear a size freaking 9.5 shoe. There's nothing cute. You know what I mean? I'm a big
That's like
girl.
that's like my mom. She wore the big. I think she was like 12 or 13s in women. She had huge feet, but she was like your height too. She was like 5'11" or something.
And I'm not saying there aren't guys out there that, like my husband thinks that I do cute things sometimes. He's 6'2", but he wouldn't use the term cute to describe me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think you're talking about like a kid or something when you're talking cute, like little Moosey is cute as a button.
Right.
The doggies are cute, yes.
Oh yeah.
Or even, I'm not even saying that men can't talk to women. Like, I've really heard cute things and seen cute stories and stuff. I'm just talking as a whole. We don't live in a meat market. We live in a reality.
What a concept.
Seriously. I'd like to wake people up to it, but I heard tasing people's wrong.
Damn it. Well, it's okay for them to do it, just not us.
Yeah, where does the line I can sign up for the permit? Do I gotta
Yeah.
get permit to tase people? You could just buy one off
You have to
Amazon.
remember your
They what?
your rights are from God. Okay,
Yes.
you don't have privileges. Okay, so you already have the right. So you just go do it.
Like Nike said, just do it.
All right. Next time I get in trouble, I'm going to tell them Moose said I could just do it.
That's a good excuse. But I throw the corporation under the bus. Nike said just do it, so I did it. Was that wrong? It's so quiet here, and it's not even been 24 hours, and I already feel my energy re-energizing after that 3-month long ordeal.
That's how
cool,
long
though.
it
You
takes
got
you
rid
for
of so
the.
many at one time. You got rid of what you said, 15.
We adopted out 13 dogs in the
13.
last 5 days.
Still, that's a good chunk.
We're no longer overstocked on dogs, but if you want one, I'll sell you Mark for $50.
I got enough problem with the 2 big dogs I got in my house. It's like everywhere you step, there's another big dog. It seems like.
Yep.
Sweet, sweet nubbins in the morning.
Good morning, Nubs.
Yeah.
Well, there goes a moose.
Yeah, did you have a
They are
rifle in your
elusive
hand or something?
creatures.
He ran off like you're about to shoot him.
Well,
There he is.
shit could happen, but he's not. He's not really the moose type that I like. He's more of a Maine style moose, whereas I like Minnesota style moose.
They got more meat on them, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're less salty. Less
And they're
salt.
more elusive.
Yes, very much so more elusive. As far as what Larry was saying about Moose's suggestion, that's horse shit. This
What?
guy told me to do it, so I did it. That'd be the same as following the same fucking direction of following the law. That really ain't a law because some guy said to do it.
Some guy named Moose told me.
Yeah, some guy named George Washington told me this.
I was about to say,
Fuck out of
we
here
had a
with
country,
that.
it's just a bunch of guys going, do this. And we did. And now we're here. Can we undo that?
Say hi to the show.
No. Oh, look at the kitty cat.
Whoa.
Oh, look at the
Look at that
kitty.
cat.
Oh.
Oh, look at the kitty. Oh.
Who wants her? She's a bitch.
No, I can't have cats because for some reason cats like to try to eat me. So I can't have cats in my house. But I love cats.
You can have this one in your house. I'll give her to you.
She's gonna try and eat me, Nubs.
She
Well-
probably would. She probably if there's like if I were to die and like just be in the house, the first animal to eat, that's gonna be her.
Yeah, well,
She's going
airship.
after the face.
We'll airship her to you via Dirty Larry's airplane.
Man, oh man, that cat is insane. If she's not in heat, she's just such a fucking bitch. And then when she's in heat, she's all up your ass, like total bipolar.
Damn.
I have one cat that's like that. She doesn't really have anything to do with you until she's in heat. Then she won't fucking leave you alone.
No, it's not that she won't have anything to do with you. It's that she slashes at everybody. She's a bitch. Like she interacts with everybody just in a bitchy way.
She has resting witch face for a cat.
Resting bitch face.
Okay. I was trying to be nice. It's your cat, but okay, we'll go there.
No, she's our mouser, and she's a phenomenal mouser, but she's a bitch.
Yeah,
It's
my
like
husband's dog, we joke about it, but my husband's dog is very much like she's pit bull lab, but primarily like not just looks, but she's very thick-headed. She's very obstinate. Loving dog. But man, I'm like, what? You going back to your camper? Don't forget to take your bitch with you. It's all right though, because Dad doesn't like her dog, the daddy dog. So everybody's mad. It's all balanced. They're mad at each other's dogs. I'm mad at all the dogs. Vince is mad at everybody else. It's fine. It's fine. We're good. We're fine. We've learned from society. We just share the madness. Exactly. Did you ever hear that song?
Just look at this cat's eyes. She looks like a snake.
Oh, she looks like she's getting ready to bite you. She's party.
If she wasn't in heat, there'd be no way I would do that.
Yeah.
I like my nubs, even the ones I still have.
Right? These juvenile puppies have shown us since yesterday how thrilled they are with us adopting the puppies out. They like got a little lilt in their step now. Like it's so quiet here.
Like we got a little more room to roam.
Yes. We don't have to share our mommies and daddies anymore. Not that they're daddy pups. Not to be. That's a dog's life. I looked it up even to see what to expect from, behavior wise from the dogs after having a litter here. And it says, okay, this is what I read. You may think that your dog is very loving and very kind and really wants to be with those puppies. Comma. You're wrong. It's like, what the hell? So it's a very rare and unusual daddy dog that actually participates or has anything to do with the babies because they don't. Like we actually had to place my male dog over at the boys camper because he was not having a good reaction to meeting his babies. He's a deadbeat dad. Yes. Sorry guys, I have one of those. Doesn't even pay child support.
Most animals are deadbeat dads. But that's not really being a deadbeat dad. That's doing what they're supposed to do.
Yes, not bother that mommy while she's raising those pups. I mean, that's exactly his reaction was like, hi, oh, she's in there? Oh, there's babies. Nope, not doing it, not doing it. So we didn't force it. We only tried introducing them as they got older. And no, he is definitely anti-babies. Anti-friends, kind of. He's a loner. Well, him and Daisy just have a love affair, which is why we mated them. They really, we would feed Socks. Socks would sniff his food. He would look at Daisy, look back at his food, and then walk away, which was his sign for saying, Daisy, you eat first. And then he would not touch the bowl until she looked up at him, looked at the bowl, looked up at him, and then walked away. It was the cutest thing I ever seen in my life.
This is our wildcat.
Oh, you have two kitties.
We have lots more. It's like a fucking zoo over here.
But you have no mice, right?
Yes, we do. Yeah, surprisingly.
Shit, really?
She's the newest kitten.
She's a cutie, though. Look, she's adorable.
Well, that used to be the big cat. Pretty soon, she's going to be the big cat. And then this is Cudsy.
Cudsy, you have a cuter name than your daddy professors you are.
Say hi, Cudsy.
Hey, Cudsy.
She's pretty.
Oh, yeah. She's a calico.
Yep.
So pretty.
You've got a bunch of people watching you. Now do something impressive.
Seriously, you're making beads of sweat pop out on Daddy's forehead because
she's bored with you.
Yep, I saw that big yawn.
Yeah, we've got a calico, we've got a tuxedo,
nice.
We've got a either a Mancoon or a Russian wildcat, one of the two, or a combination or something, and then Moo is, what is Moo, baby? Moo's mom was a barn cat, and her dad was probably the spawn of Satan.
Yeah.
The spawn of Satan. Yo, this is what me and my husband use. Oh my God, I don't know about this puppy. I think it's the devil's second cousin sister because wow.
Second cousin's bastard sister.
Yeah. Is she hiding the fair with Cthulhu? Yes. How'd you know? Because I live here. All the dogs.
And then here's our Raggedy Daisy.
You have a Daisy too? Hi, Daisy. She's bored with us too. Damn it. Oh, she's eating. She could care less about us.
And here's their favorite toy, the monkey foot.
The monkey.
The monkey foot.
Yes,
That's a
Monkey
rare
paw.
and unusual gem right there.
it is a monkey foot, and she will choose that toy over most other toys.
That's funny.
And then, as far as the four-legged animals, this is the last one of ours.
Aw.
Oh, oh no, we love you. Oh, you're so beautiful. You look like my moo moo. Oh, hello, beautiful. Oh, thanks for showing us your beautiful pearls.
No, she's bored too.
Yeah, he's gonna lick his dick.
Yeah, we don't have to watch. We can give him some privacy.
Yeah, no
He's a
porn on
tuxedo
Larry's.
too. Is that a purebred?
Yes.
So if you look, I don't know if you can see behind me, there's a dog right here.
Mm-hmm.
He's the only one that came out looking like that of 21 dogs. Has the pit bull stance, the head, the split on the head. I don't know if you noticed that about pit bull. Momo, Momo. Yeah, that's not going. Come here. Come here, baby.
The reason they get that is the way their jaw is designed. And the more they chew on things, the deeper that divot gets.
Oh, really? That's why daisies look like that.
The mommy dog, she chews on bricks to get beefy. And she carries them around like they're normal sticks.
Whole bricks.
Whole bricks.
Yeah, I could see my dog doing that if I offered him a brick. He's about that dumb. Hey, what can I do? He has gotten out of the house twice, attacked neighbor dogs twice, attempting to quote unquote protect our house. Apparently, he doesn't understand that our house ends at the property line. Something about lines and dogs they just don't understand. The first one, he got maced. The guy did not tell me that he maced my dog. I wasn't here. I come in, I'm taking care of my dog. My son's taking care of my dog. My wife is taking care of the dog. Well, we all got some wonderful mace. It was
No.
yeah, it was interesting. And the thing is like he had every opportunity because it happened when I wasn't here. And so I went over immediately, like before I even came in the house, really, I went over and I said, hey, obviously you took your dog to the vet. How much do I owe you for your vet? You know,
Is
like,
anybody
let's
out
get that
there?
part of it situated. Obviously, I owe you something because of my dog. You know, so I went out with money in hand, ready to take care of this guy because it was my problem.
Right.
Well, he didn't say anything about macing my dog. You know, he sure took the money, but he didn't say anything about macing the dog.
So
Why would you
funny how
mace
they
your
have
dog?
that
What
one
the hell's
hand
wrong
out to
with him?
take and
Well, my dog
not
went
eat.
out and attacked his dog. So, I mean,
Right.
it was legit mace. Like, my dog deserved it, but I didn't.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. The only thing you needed was information, which costs nothing.
Yep. And I would have handled the situation very similar, but I would have known why my eyes are burning.
Right. You wouldn't have. You certainly wouldn't have tried to rub your eyes, right?
Right. Nevertheless, I would have taken care of my dog, but I would have also been able to neutralize it on my dog much easier. See, I think
Yes.
that's why he didn't say anything, because he wanted my dog to suffer.
And in turn, then he wanted you guys to suffer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that mean-spirited ways gets me
Well,
every
see,
time.
the thing is like, I live in a community that I don't, well, imagine that. I live in a community I don't really belong in.
Stop it, Knobs.
No, I've got the city attorney lives within a football's throw. I wouldn't say a stone, because I can't throw a stone that far, but a football I could get that far. Especially one of those Nerf footballs with the tails. Yeah, I could get that bastard that far. But basically, I live in a community that has prominently either multimillionaires or elderly that have money.
Wow.
And I'm not saying that they're not multimillionaires. I'm saying they're elderly that have money, because I don't know, because they don't show.
Right.
They just have nice things, and their nice things are very well kept.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not like the guy down the road that's flashy, you know, that wants to show his money. They're like, hey, I've got a 1985 Winnebago that has like pristine, like there's more polish on the bumper than the bumper type deal. Yeah.
Right.
Hey, we got Bruce down there in the chat. Bruce, gas box, something. Welcome
Hi,
back, sir.
Bruce.
Welcome back.
What's
I
up,
thought that
Bruce?
was your daughter for the longest time, Mary.
No.
Right there, that is my daughter.
Hi.
No, I thought, because I didn't know if she had another account with that name. Look at the name. It
Oh,
looks kind of like the
gotcha.
hotboxing name.
Damn, my hair is nice today.
It then is not. Yeah, it's flopping the way it's
It's got the
supposed to.
flop.
Fuck, it's 32
Yeah.
degrees out here.
32. Aren't you south of me?
Um,
Probably
We're
southeast
in-
now.
Did you
Where
say
are we right now?
32 or 40?
We're in Oklahoma City.
72.
Oklahoma. 32 in
32.
Oklahoma,
Good to see you again there, Bruce.
It's 19 here.
huh? Super.
Actually, hang on. Yeah, 19 with a high of 29.
That's just too fucking cold.
That's
Wow,
melting
our high is
temperatures.
supposed to be like 47 today.
With a possible chance of rain. But that's probably not going to happen.
Actually, this is unusual weather, so I'm only a little concerned, but we should be in like 0 temperatures with snow outside from now till May.
It's 50 degrees here, feels like 48 with 90% chance of rain. And guess what?
Give
It's
me
raining.
rain.
I'm praying for snow, to be honest with you.
Me too.
I'm praying for an inch twice a week. 3 times a week I'd be okay with as well. Just an inch.
Once
Because-
That's what she said.
Yeah. Because the thing about it is an
reasonable.
inch requires me to go out. I'm contracted for 4 times a month. So if
Ooh.
I get more than 4 times a month, I make more money, and it's substantial, and it comes in at the end of the year as a bonus check.
Ooh, that's
Yeah,
nice.
I'm
Yeah.
okay with an inch on Monday and Friday every week from here on out.
For us, our fire danger mark is back up to orange again. And the first year we moved here, 2017 March, it snowed and snowed for, from March till May. And then from May until the following, I think we might have got something that following April or May, but we went nearly 12 months without any moisture at all. And that's when
Damn.
we had those fires up outside Denver and stuff. So when
What
it's
do you
March and it's orange, it's very dangerous.
what do you guys have for fire prevention?
Military.
The military is very close to us, but
Okay,
that's why
so
we collected so many water containers so that near every building, if it's made of wood or something, there's going to be a barrel of water.
so fire prevention to me means don't let the fire get near you.
Well, we do already do that. We started cutting down dead trees and pulling dead wood if anyone needed wood. Like my daughter was using a wood stove. We always cut down the dead trees.
How do you store your wood?
We me myself, we're not on wood yet, so we're still contemplating how we want to do that. And we're not in a rush because we are in such a high fire zone that we want to
Right.
make sure we're doing it the right way.
We cut wood when we need it because otherwise rats and mice will go live in the wood piles. So you cut down the wood tree that you need, trim it, you burn it, you go get another one the next day.
That makes
Nothing
sense.
stacked up for more than 3 days.
Yes, and because of rattlesnakes too. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
until we're gonna fence. Okay, so federal law states that if officers are running after someone and they run across your land, they don't need any kind of warrant to run across your land. But if they enter within the living space, the immediate living space, they would need a warrant to come in to look for that person. So, with that being said, and the rattlesnakes, the rats, we can't keep big animals out, but rabbits, rattlesnakes, rats, we're going to put up a fence within our immediate area to keep our dogs in, to keep those pests out, especially rattlesnakes, because we've had dogs bit already and we don't want our son bit, because he's special needs. So, we're going to fence in the immediate area for all those things that I talked about.
I would
Um,
bet that there are some plants out there that rattlesnakes just don't like to be around.
I never really thought about the plants and the rattlesnakes. I'm going to look into that one because
Yeah,
we have.
it just popped into my head. I don't know of any off the top of my head because, well, I don't live in rattlesnake country.
Right.
Our best
Um,
bet would be smells, not entirely plant or
there's
sensory chemicals.
also, you've mentioned the terrain quite often. If I might make a suggestion, some good knee walls. They're labor intensive.
Mhm.
Yes. They're labor intensive as all hell, but it's a marathon, it's not a sprint with knee
Right.
walls.
Right.
Knee walls would definitely be a very good idea because a lot of the time when fire comes in, if it's already above high, your shit's done.
Right.
Yeah, like
Right.
it is what it is.
Yes. Yeah.
But a lot of the time, fire comes to the top of the hill by wind
Yes.
and embers.
Yes.
So the embers blow and roll. So if you have a knee
I see
wall,
what you mean. Okay.
then they blow and they stop at your knee wall. And if you put a ditch in front of your knee wall, then it has a place to valley
Fall.
down and
Yeah.
then have to go up and over, which is
It's like
more
a catchment, a
difficult.
natural air catchment.
Yeah. And so I'm not saying around your whole property, the first knee wall, but
Mhm.
definitely around your immediate property. Yeah. But keep
Right.
in mind that you're building a wall of stone. And, well, if you have rattlesnakes, you're building a wall of stone.
Right.
That's why I say to think about those plants that may exist that prevent rattlesnakes. That way you could plant that all the way around.
Mm-hmm.
You know, hopefully it's a bush and you can go to the local store, grab that one bush and go hack job on it, making cuttings.
Right. I did that in my garden in Michigan, but I used cloves because there were so many rabbits that would just find their way in there that I planted cloves as the barrier all the way around the garden, and I never had an issue after that. So I definitely understand
You're
that
super
concept.
low.
Yeah,
Your
it's
microphone's
definitely a
super low.
great way to
Oh,
do
chives,
it.
I mean. I said chives. Sorry, I
And
meant
then
chives.
another thing that you can also, it's something to think about while you're thinking about building housing and is you can get a lot of quote unquote bricks from recycled glass.
Really?
Yeah, you think about it. If you take 2 bottles of the same size, let's say you go down to the local bar, right?
Hey,
And you say, hey, I need to take all your bottles from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights. I don't want Monday through Friday bottles, but Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I guess I double repeated on Friday. Nevertheless, Thursday through Monday, no. Friday
Hey,
on, sure. So effectively, what you're doing is you're getting the bottle, you cut them in half, get rid of the top. That can be used, so don't throw it away. But what you do is you take a piece of tape and you wrap it around the 2 bottles, joining the 2 bottles. Then you take your building material, whether it be concrete or clay, Adobe works the best.
Mm-hmm.
You put a line on both sides. So basically, you create here. Let me draw it up real quick because I
so
speak in picture.
I just asked Google what plants deter rattlesnakes, and there was a huge list, but marigold is one of them.
I love marigolds. They're so wonderful for everything.
You're
I was
muted,
gonna
man.
say, that is already a useful plant, so to find that out makes it twice as useful.
Yeah, actually, like I said, the list is pretty long. I couldn't remember all of them, but I did know marigold was the top one.
So definitely, I'm definitely gonna look into that because I for some reason I don't know why I didn't think of scents and snakes and plants and stuff.
Yeah, I'd say there's probably, I don't know, a good 20 different plants they listed off.
Wow. Good morning, Linda. I see you down there, girl. Are you gonna turn them garden lights on tonight? She put
Yeah,
a
that
video
was
up there
cool.
yesterday and showed us
I,
her garden lights.
yeah, I saw that. That was cool. That looked so beautiful. Are
Yes.
those solar powered? Powered?
I want to say that's what she was looking for was solar powered ones. Yes, she said yes. Cool. So no cords
Okay.
or nothing. It's snowing
Homestead.
outside, you guys.
So
We were
you
supposed
take
to
the
get
2
rain, but I'll
bottles.
take the snow. Go ahead. Go ahead, Nabs. I'm listening.
You take your 2 bottles. You cut them like that, right? So you take the neck off.
Okay, I can see that. Yeah.
You
And
attach them. You can use clear tape or duct tape works very well. It is what it is for your joining. You're not, once it's set, it's never going to move again. so it doesn't really matter, if that makes sense.
Yep. Yep.
Then it goes into your wall like that.
Yes. Yes.
So you make the bricks and then you put your adobe in between, and you can cover them or you can accent them as a light source.
Mm.
And then as far as the bottlenecks that you're going to have 2 of, because you've got 2 bottles, you can break those up and use them as an aggregate. You smash them up, use them in aggregate for your concrete countertops. You buff that shit down. You shine it up with some, oh man, it's fucking gorgeous because you can dye your concrete.
Right. Right.
So if you have black concrete and you have clear and brown and, you know, all sorts of different colored glass, that's, or what I would love to see is like a blue, like a cobalt blue glass, like a Sky vodka bottle shattered into a black, black concrete with LEDs underneath.
Mm. Oh my God, that would look so cool.
I can picture that.
Yes. Actually, I was thinking about doing that. Like one wall of maybe the apothecary building. I was thinking about doing that to let in a diffused light. You know what I'm saying? So it's not intense sunlight, but you're getting that light in with the diffusion through the bottles.
Yeah, and the thing about it is like you're saying you're far away from building and this and that and the other thing, but I don't think you're as far as what you're only as far as your brain has taken you.
Well, no, I'm just I saying it better would be we're still in the collecting process of gathering materials for certain projects.
I don't know, like I'm not trying to be pushy. It's your house by all means. I'm just looking at it where I see that you're in a trailer right now, and I'd like to see that you would be not in a trailer tomorrow. If
Oh,
that makes sense.
absolutely. The summer before last, we started treating 2x8s for all of this. So we have like areas of wood stacked up that we've prepared. So this year is the go year. So we figured
So
that we're gonna get like the 4x4s, the wood we need in bulk from the lumber yard
Guys, we
itself.
are in the Potawatomi County. Potawatomi.
the Potawatomi natives they're an interesting group.
I want
They're
to
a
say
really
I've heard
interesting
of
group.
them, but I don't remember what I've heard about them.
Sorry, Mary, continue. I yield.
So, Mary, the reason that I'm saying what I'm saying is I'm assuming you're going to build traditional.
No, we're putting up a 40x40 deck. Our yurt is 27 feet around, and off of that deck towards the east, we're probably going to extend it after the yurt gets put on it so we can judge it properly. But we'll extend it to add kitchen, bathroom. If we need more bedrooms, like a loft over the kitchen, bathroom, something along those lines is what we're shooting for.
That sounds like a whole hell of a lot of work and very cumbersome.
Well, my husband is trying to find different alternatives to actually um, having to create a brand new building for the bathroom and kitchen. And we.
Are you ready? I'm about to slam you with some knowledge.
Okay, hold on.
And take it for what it is.
Okay, I'm ready.
If you want to use it, use it. If not, don't. You're not going to hurt my feelings.
Gotcha.
You're only going to hurt your pocketbook.
Okay, now you make that clear.
So, you know what a form is, right?
A form like
a concrete form?
Okay, yes. Okay, yes.
Okay. A form and a frame. A frame will hold the form. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So you're in a high wind area, right?
Yes.
Okay. And materials such as shingles would probably fly off if they were hit with, you know, some high winds, right?
Yeah, a lot of people use corrugated metal.
Okay. Okay. So now we have razor blades flying through the air as that happens. So that's a wonderful, not so great idea.
Yeah, yeah. Now you see why we've been dragging our feet with some of what we're
No, I
doing
really
because
don't. I really don't. But nevertheless, that's my perception. I'm not in it. So my perception matters not in the grand scheme of things. However, what I would do if I were you is I would seriously look into forms and frames, because you can buy maybe 15 pieces of plywood and build your entire house. Every expansion, every with that amount of material. Now, what you would have to do is you would have to build a form out of that material and then move your form and move your frame from one place to another. And my personal suggestion, the easiest suggestion, would be to do a dome style, a high arch dome, because that means that the wind flies over your house. And in fact, you can utilize the structure and shape of your house to be modified towards your land. So if your land has drop, you do a dome that starts here and goes up and over and then drops further on the other side, creating a second story with your dome on the inside. And then as far as your interior structure, you can definitely, you have rock. You have all the fucking building material you ever needed. You have rock. Now, how do you get that rock from the ground to the house? Well, that's probably going to
hammer
be a
drill.
good day with a backhoe.
If we had the money to get a backhoe up here, that would change the entire plan.
One day with a backhoe is not going to, don't get me wrong, it will affect the bank. I understand these things. Will it break the bank if you prepare for it? Absolutely not. It's part of building your house in my plan. Keep that in mind. It's my plan and take it for what it is. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm not telling you how to build your house.
Yeah.
I'm telling you what I would do. You have stone on site. Use it. Use the shit out of that. And if you take, you've got the drill. Now go grab some, say, half-inch rebar. Now you can drill into stone and pin with that rebar, creating a grid. Then you can backfill that grid. I mean, there are so many things that you can do, but I would definitely build domes, because you can use that. You figure for each monolithic 4x8 section of your dome, you're probably going to use less than a fourth. I would, and don't quote me on this, but I would say you're going to use a fourth of a 90-pound bag of mortar, and then lots of styrofoam that you've collected for free. You get what, like, there's different building methods if you put your mind to it. Building conventionally in a homesteading, to me, makes no fucking sense. Do you have an inspector that's going to come out and inspect your home?
Yes, my husband works with them. Yes, we have.
Oh, your
to,
husband works for the inspectors?
No, he works with them, not for them.
Okay, you've got inspectors out there?
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
As rural as you are?
Yeah, because I'm 2 acres away from the military base, which was not disclosed by my realtor, but moving on. And they fly over every time someone new moves here. Like, the military's got a hard on for where I live because they lost it in a court of law. And they could not take it by eminent domain. So now they work with the county to do flyovers and to keep an eye on this area because it's an area the police don't like to go to.
Well, in that case, now you're talking my language. In that case, I would build down. I would
I
go out there
can't.
with a shovel. I would not go out there with a piece of equipment, because a piece of equipment and a shovel, you can see a difference in the amount of work
Yes.
that's being done. So,
Yes.
with my little shovel, I would be out there with my shovel, my pickaxe, and every time I hear a plane of any kind, I would find a place of shelter to go under. And
Hmm.
I would continue to dig, and that means that all of my rocks and stones would be stacked up weirdly, and this, that, the other thing. I would continue to do weird things, but I would build underground so nobody saw my structure underground. But that's me. I'm
We
just a fucking rebel.
we actually were looking at. We have a couple different valleys on the land, and we were actually looking at. Wow, you could actually build up within this valley, or level even level with the ground. But when it did rain, when we had heavy monsoon rains, I learned really quickly how dangerous this land can be, and how
No
the
worries.
water.
No worries. You've just got to build the culvert to run it out.
We can't live in our valley because it was a 40-foot wide river just washing through the land. So we realized there was a portion of our land we couldn't live in. We could probably live near it, but
Well,
it's
that's
that we're on a
how deep
downslope.
is it?
You know what? We were just here when that happened, and there was no way I was going to venture down there to find out. That water was moving swiftly. I've lived next to a river, and there was no way I was going near that water while it drained. There was no way.
The,
I told the whole family, note to self. It's a 40-foot river in the valley, so nobody can build a house, all the way down there. It's beautiful down there, but you're
I
taking the
think you
risk with
could.
your life.
I think you could. I have
If
an
we were
example that I want to
millionaires,
show
let's
you.
put it this way. If we were millionaires and we had everything at our disposal, but we live frugally, and that's not where we want to be. We want to be up here on the top of the hill.
Fair
And
enough. Check this out, though. Are you looking?
I'm looking.
This is how I would do it.
All greenhouses?
Do you see how that thing is suspended across the pond with some 2x4s?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Okay, do you see how the water is underneath all of that?
Yes.
Okay, so what I would do is I would take my river and let it run. You're not going to stop nature. You can
Right.
divert nature, but you're not going to stop nature.
Hmm.
But if you put a proverbial, obviously they would not be 2x4s, but if you
Right.
put one across from one side to the other and then built a platform on top of those, you get what
See,
I'm
I wish I
saying?
knew how deep the water was, because that could work depending on how
Just
deep
dig
the
it
water
deeper.
got.
Dig your valley deeper.
Dig my valley deeper. uh, it goes through, and it's created its own, like, that's where a water source of mine is. It's through that water going through the valley. It's made a hole, and the hole is now, and it's gotten deeper since I got here. So the hole is now probably, oh man, like 15 deep to the water top, and then it's only like 3 to 4 feet after that. And so we're just hoping Mother Nature continues to do its thing. It's already built up the other side of where the water exits. So the water goes all the way down, then it's got to jump up and exit this area. So it leaves a certain amount of water
Wait,
in the hole.
wait. So you're telling me you got a natural catch for gold and you don't have a gold pan?
Yeah.
No, the times we've gone in there, when it was dry, we got super excited when we hit pea gravel.
You don't
And
look
then
for
the
the pea
water stayed.
gravel. That's just gravels. Look for your black sands.
I don't know if we're that deep yet.
Hang on one second.
Check after this year's. Yeah, we could check after this year's. Well, we
Hang
could
on,
check
hang on.
now,
I
but
can't hear a damn thing.
there's no one else. It's kind of silver.
All right. You want to find your black sands.
I think we need to go deeper, but then the rains came that year, so we had to pause that.
If you've got gravels, you just need to go back down to the bottom where it gets hard.
Right.
And then you've got to classify those gravels out. But keep an eye on those gravels. They probably have some precious gems.
Well, that's the point we were at. We're only dealing, like, when we were looking at that, and that hole was dry one year, we probably dug about 2 feet down, but we quickly found out that if we really wanted to explore that, we'd need a lot more time and a lot more shovels. Like, we're not like big equipment people, plus we're far from the city. But we would
Bullshit.
definitely need to have more time to devote to do that.
Bullshit. It's your land. You can go there anytime you want. It is your.
Well,
I would put a claim on it.
Making the trip there for my mom and my little brother, because
What's that?
I could make the trip there and walking, because we can't drive down there, in less than an hour. But with my mom and my brother, we have to take a certain path, otherwise, because it's too steep to just casually walk down into the valley. You have
Okay.
to find one of the waterways to find your way down there if you're going with my mom and my brother. Because my mom has back issues and my brother has special needs. So
let me ask you
like,
this. Let me ask you this. As the person that doesn't have any of those issues, you're kind of the back in the mind to do these kinds of projects.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying it's a challenge for them to go down. Resolve the challenge. Can you swing
I was
a hammer?
thinking about building stairs one day, but
There you go.
I'm
There you
only
go.
19. It's a hard thing to do to just get somewhere in life right now, let alone set aside time for all these different projects and myself and the dogs and the homestead chores. But
It's difficult.
I do.
I'll give you that. It is difficult, and so is life. Yeah, I'm not
Well,
saying
now
this
that
to
we have the
agitate
puppies
you by any
gone,
means.
we
I'm
literally
not.
have hours on our hands now.
Right. And you do it when time allows. You
Right.
don't just go out willy-nilly. I'm saying create a plan. If that's something that you would really enjoy, then do it. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
I'm not saying you should jump out there and just start making things. The reality that I see is a down tree offers lots of material.
Yes.
I see a creative individual in your daughter that has every potentiality to go take and use that down tree to create those stairs.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And that way she can make something that you can enjoy, her brother can enjoy, and she can enjoy, as well as the dad. Everybody can enjoy it, and create a villa down there and a little place to go, a little campsite, so that you can devote that time in leisure. I'm not saying you're going to go out and find $1 billion worth of gold. I'm saying there's probably gold there, and it would be fun to find as a family.
Well, we kind of was that year we started inspecting it and hitting gravel because we hit a lot of muck above that. We started getting excited to have like a weekend fun time.
There are black sands down there.
Of course there are.
Hold on.
When I used to take Vinci down there for hikes for like 3 or 4 hours, we hiked down that way. I don't know what direction it
North.
is.
That's
We
north.
hiked north down the valley into the sand dunes that are down there, which are big giant piles of dirt that I just realized are black. I always thought they looked weird. I didn't know why. I thought it was different clay deposits or something like that, but
Right.
it's black sand down there, and I didn't know the reason for it. Now I know, so we don't have to dig. There's black sand. Just
Right, we can go explore right in the sands at the end of our property. So,
Do you guys have a gold pan?
no, we need to get one, and
They're
that's what.
cheap.
Listen, this is where we get stuck, Nubs, because we are developing a self-sustaining system, which puts a lot of work on our shoulders. And then we're so focused on, okay, don't forget this, don't forget that. You got to go here, you got to go there. That there's always something, and it's usually the fun stuff. It's usually the leisure stuff that gets like dropped by the wayside because we always have to get all these other things done. We have three different animals on the land, so
Right.
we're not just providing for ourselves, we're providing for them. And then we get home, we're like, oh shit, you know what? We were supposed to pick up that one thing. And we went to Gunnison, Colorado. And what did we come home with? We didn't get a gold pan, even though we talked about it three freaking times.
A what?
So, you know, a gold pan.
Oh,
So
let me
we're
ask you
still
this.
trying to get rid of the social way of one track mind. You know what I'm
That's
saying? Like,
that's the thing that I see that I keep on stabbing at. If you haven't noticed, like my conversations with you, that is the one thing because if you notice, I keep on coming back to the self-reliancy.
yes.
I'll take what you have to say, I'll consider it, and then I'll say, okay, let's put this back on you. Because ultimately, the way I look at it, you're homesteading. You only
Mhm.
have you.
Yes.
That's it. So I'm
And I
going
can't
within
put
the
it on my
realm.
husband at this point because he works full time.
Right, right. At some point in time, you have him. So make sure that it's done to the point where he can be utilized. You don't have
Right.
things like weekends. Weekends don't exist till the house exists.
Right. He's the one
However,
that made us take a vacation because we had already been here 4 years and had never explored the state because we were just balls to the wall that we already have some ponds dug and gardens and by
right,
this
right.
point we had really done stuff. And he's like, stop. Just stop. I brought up finding salmon in Colorado and he's like, we're going. We have to go. We've been working so hard that we're losing that shine that we came here with. So part of the reason why we're
So
not as further along too is because we literally had to stop for our own like mental break.
absolutely, absolutely. And I don't discredit that. And I don't discredit any of the work that you have done. You have your attaboys that are all around you, those ponds and those things. You have them. I don't.
Yes. Right.
I am looking to acquire them. Yeah, not
Right.
yours, but my own.
No, I understand. Yeah.
And so that's really why I look to encourage you with your endeavors and like things like I see you as very capable of doing certain things, even with your back. And styrofoam, that styrofoam building method that I was talking about, where you put foam and concrete,
Yeah, man,
the
that's cool
reason
as shit. Yes.
the reason that I specifically tell you about that, specifically you, is because it is something that you can do.
Yes. Yes.
Even with your back, you can do it.
Hmm.
So, in other words, what my thought is like, for instance, hang on. You take something like this. It's just a 5-gallon bucket. That's it.
Yeah.
Right?
I got one
And
of
you
those.
take 50 of them. You take 50 of them. You take 5 of them. You take one of them. It doesn't matter. However many you have, utilize as many as you have. It's a pre-formed cast.
Yes. I like that
You
styrofoam method because you're not stuck with making, like when you do concrete, you make a big batch, to get the job done. But what I noticed with what you showed me is you could just do what you need to do in that moment, clean up, and then go back to it. You're not stuck with a bunch of material you're forced to use in that moment.
And not only that, but you can figure out a batch and you can build a frame. Let's say you wanted the frame to be able to handle instead of one 5-gallon bucket, let's say you wanted it to be able to handle 15 5-gallon buckets in one big square. It's the square itself will weigh probably about 115 pounds, but it's going to be a massive fucking piece. So you build 25 of those, and then on the weekend, you and your husband go in and build the frame on the inside with 2x4s. And when I say build, this is something that you build once and then uninstall and reinstall. Make it easy. So it's literally it's a you go in, you hand him the pieces, he puts them into place, and then you're set. Then between the two of you, you guys each grab one of the ends of those pieces of styrofoam and put them up in your dome. You get what I'm saying? That way you literally build your house and he puts it together.
There you go. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And it's something that you could find the styrofoam to build one, build it, and cover it. When you get enough, then you do the next step.
Right.
But it's something that you could literally do today. You could go online today and find your shipping companies and say, hey, do you have any styrofoam?
Right.
I'd like to schedule a pickup of your styrofoam. I'll get rid of it at no cost, and they're going to ask you what you're doing with it, and you explain to them, and they'll be like, oh, absolutely, as much as you need, because they have to pay to get rid of it.
Right. Well, that's
And maybe
where
they'll
I
even
did
drop
make
it
a
off.
mistake. That's where I did make a mistake that continues to hurt. And when we came here, what we should have done first was secure storage, and we didn't do that. And that has been we have now, of course, but that has been something that has held us back and caused us costly errors. We've made
You
costly errors because of that.
You want
You know,
some
and
easy, cheap storage?
what's easy, cheap storage? A
Easy,
garbage bag.
cheap storage. Huh?
A garbage bag.
No. Easy, long-term, cheap storage. You've got
Long-term
2
cheap.
trailers,
Okay.
right?
Our campers, yeah.
Okay. Build a grid across them, connecting the two, that's 15 feet long.
Mm.
Make sure it can handle a snow load if you get a snow load. Put an A-frame up there so it weeps. But right there, that's all you need to build 2 more fucking walls. You can find a farmer that's got straw that'll sell you for dollars on the bale. I mean, it's not going to be the best of storage, but it's dry.
Right.
It's a workshop. It's an open area. It's what you have, or close to what you have. If your husband needs to fix the truck, he can move the bales of hay and pull the truck in and be dried out.
Yeah.
That's valuable. If you want to go to the next step, you go buy 2 shipping containers that are 40 foot long. You put them about 15 feet apart, and you do the same damn thing.
We've thought about that, but those are some costly things to get out here.
You're looking at $2,000 to $3,000 per shipping container,
not
plus
here.
material, plus delivery.
Not here.
Delivery is normally about $3,000.
When I
So
was
that's
looking into
12 grand.
shipping containers here, because we were going by the numbers that you just told me, Nub. So the research when we did in Michigan, we come up with the numbers that you just told me. But
Buy
when we
them
got
from the
to
military.
Colorado, there's a lot of people that utilize shipping containers. So now the cost is doubled. And if that was before CV-19. So now I haven't even checked after CV-19 to see what the costs were. We're looking, when I asked, we were thinking the one we wanted was, which, like you said, was $2,000. $7,000 to $10,000.
Okay,
And that
so
was
here's
just
an option.
way out of our league.
What you said you're a couple miles from the military base. Have you ever looked at their surplus?
No,
If you're
it's
right
not
there,
that
you're
kind of
right there.
military base. It's just training and it's just military.
Just this and just that. It's the military. Think about it. If you eliminate it off of your list of opportunities, then you never have that as an opportunity. But if you find something, if you find a website and it tells you no, then at least you know you've dug there.
Right.
It's kind of like digging for gold. If you think about it, it's really the same thing because you mark every place you find gold, but you sure do also mark the places that you did not find gold.
Well, from my understanding, when we got here and looked, because we're at the training part of Fort Carson in Colorado Springs. We're at the training part, so I'm not near Colorado Springs. All the surplus goes up there. And
I
it
know. I
goes to
understand how the surplus works.
yeah.
I
That's
also
3.5
understand.
hours away.
I also understand that sometimes shit happens and it works out for you, and if you don't look for it, you'll never find it.
Oh shit.
That's what
Me
I'm
and my
saying.
husband are definite opportunists and always
That's
keeping
what
our
I'm saying.
eyeballs out. Yes.
That's what
I
I'm
mean,
saying. And
when we
that is a
first moved
military
here,
base.
we got 20 railroad ties before we ever even got comfortable. We're like, we got 20 railroad ties. We don't know what we're doing yet, but we got 20 railroad ties. So we're that kind of people. And my hilltop is not filled, but is getting filled with the supplies we've been gathering for the last, well, the CV-19 threw us off, but right before CV-19, there was a local auction, and they auctioned like everything at that ranch. It was like probably 100-acre ranch, and we got things we could have never afforded otherwise. And that's how we collect. We go to secondhand stores. I found a stand-up potbelly pig, old school kind, for $275 at a secondhand store. That if I were to go anywhere else around me, even my county seat, the price would have been doubled. So we just try to live frugally, and what that takes away is the time. It's not as quick as people would like it to be. Of course, I want my house up yesterday, right? But when you live frugally, you also are bound by waiting or utilizing that one opportunity of a sale or somebody getting rid of stuff. We've tried that a couple of times. We almost had our whole wood floor for inside the year. The lady redid her whole house. She knew my husband by working in town. We're gonna bring this wood to you. You don't have to come out for it. So we're like, all right, cool. We can stop looking for deals on that. Yeah, that fell through. So these are the ebbs and flows of creating something. Is you could be right up to getting ready to put the nails in the board
Good
and
to
something will
see
fall
you.
through. Good morning, bud. Is it snowing outside? Yeah. Hey, you, get ready. Oh, yeah, darn. You think there's going to be a lot of snow? Yeah. Do you want to show Mr. Larry and Mr. Nubbs your new haircut? Yeah, dude. Because you've been working on, he's been practicing with trimmers, guys. Dad's teaching him.
There you go, buddy.
Wow, look
He
at
did all
that.
that by
Good
himself and all
job.
that by himself, and then Dad helped him a little, right, Vincey? Yeah. High five. Good boy.
Good.
Vincey's got that steady hand.
Yeah.
Yes, I think the first time he used it, he kind of scared himself because you and then your hair falls off.
Hey, Vincey, pretty soon you'll be looking like this.
Ooh.
Oh my God! Want to show him? Him and his dad shaved his beard last week. He did have a beard. All this, and it's probably about a half an inch long. but him and his dad shaved it, so now he's learning how to do man things. Right, Vinci? Yeah.
Hey, Vinci, eventually, after you get to the point where you're good, you'll have to try what I use.
I wonder what he uses. You want to ask him? Say, what do you use? You want me to ask for you? Yeah. Okay, Nubs, what do you use?
I use one of these.
Hold on, Larry's got to put you back up there because all we see is ourselves. What
Straight
is
razor.
that? Oh my gosh, look at that. Look at that, bud. That's an old-fashioned razor. Oh. Do you see that? Back in the old days, they put all that white stuff on their face and then they go like this with that kind. Okay. Yeah? I don't know. No, somebody will have to show him without mom present because you're talking about putting a razor blade in my boy's hand, and I don't know. I'm a mom. I'm like, I can't watch.
Hey, guess what? He's a man. He can do it.
He is. I mean, one of the reasons we're out here, Nubs, is so that we can give him every opportunity to
Mhm.
grow and explore and be a man without the prying eyes of ignorant ass people that make me want to reach out and touch them really bad. Sorry, I'm acting out. Yes, come on, come on,
See,
come on, come
I didn't start
on.
with that. I did not start with that. I started with this guy. When I first started into straight razors,
Yeah.
I started with one of these.
Okay.
And
Dad might try that with him, especially if he gets a thicker beard.
you set it in just like this, and you close that. And now you have a nice razor's edge.
I see.
Flip
Wow.
over. That can give you these nice clean edges. Then I learned how to use. Where is it? Oh, there's my. This is the one I actually use.
Oh. That looks so sharp. Like, I don't even trust myself with that, Nubs. Does that have a razor that goes? Oh, I was just about to ask you that. Ah.
I have a brand new, clean, sharp titanium, or excuse me, platinum. They're covered in platinum. Platinum and stainless surgical, or not stainless surgical. It's surgical steel covered in platinum.
That sucker's sharp.
Oh, yeah. And then
I think that's where Dad intends to go, so he could experience that. Like we've already
go
started
to a
teaching
barber.
Vinci.
Have him go to a barber and experience getting a clean shave. And after you get it a couple of times, you have another person have that barber do that work. After you do that, then you start. And you don't start on the neck. Never start on the neck. The neck is the most difficult one. I still have troubles with my neck.
Oh,
So use the other razor for the neck. You know, do
right.
what you need to do, but get this experience.
Uh-huh.
Nothing like it. It is the cleanest, smoothest. Oh, I'm telling you. And even my wife can take and get the back of my neck. You just got to have tight skin, but the thing is you've got to go to the barber because the barber will tell you how to hold your face.
Mm.
He'll say, go like this, go like this, go like this, you know. So
Oh,
you can.
that's a great idea. No, I see what you mean. That's a great idea because, especially
And
for when you're shaving or something, especially with men, because it's a visual on the face. We
Yep.
could tell him to make that faces all day long, and he thinks we're his parents, and he's being a goofball, and you know what I'm saying? Because he
Right.
does have special needs. But if we took him to get it professionally done, and the
Yep.
professional says, "Do this, do that, do the other," no, that's a good idea. We thought we had one, but after the CV thing, that place never opened back up. So a lot of times, especially when you're dealing with a special needs person and you're looking for someone, it's really like a needle in a haystack because you can find a good professional person, but they're not good with special needs, or you can find them good with special needs, but not as
Go to a
great with.
training school. Go to a
I don't
barber's
know.
training school.
I don't know if we
For
got one
one, it's
around here.
cheaper. For one, it's cheaper. Oh, I guarantee you do. You have a military base.
Oh shit, you're right too. And my daughter just said there's cosmetology at the local college.
Yeah, if they're always looking for people. And that way you get a trainer that is
Mm-hmm.
showing somebody. You think about what you would do for that person's career. Now they know how to deal with special needs as a
Joe,
hairstylist.
you're so right. I feel like an idiot never coming to that conclusion. Damn.
You have an opportunity to help others help other special needs in the future.
Yeah. See,
It's
when
an
he was little,
opportunity.
I got frustrated. I got frustrated with professional cosmetologists that I don't know. I hate to say they were never trained because I don't know that, but just there was a lack of understanding. Like Vincey's biggest problem isn't always his Down syndrome. Sometimes it's the autism, his inability to sit still or hold his head still. So after like 3 years, I said, screw it, I'm gonna learn how to cut his hair. Because I, as his mom, at least have the patience and understanding. If it takes an hour, which it did, then it takes an hour, it got done. I
I
think
would simply call your local cosmetology places and say, hey, this is the situation that I have. I have a son that is blah, 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 and I'm looking to see if you guys provide services or would like to have a special training class as to how to do this. I would expect nothing but professionalism, as this is a training opportunity for you. You get what I'm saying?
yes.
And don't necessarily charge for it or anything, but change the tables on it. You're not there for the service. You're there to give the service, just as they're there to give the service.
No, that's a
You're,
great suggestion because I happen to move in an area that has such minimal care. That's the nicest way to put it for special needs that most of us have to drive 3 hours, maybe two, to see a specialist. So I already know I'm in an area that could use um, a little knowledge, a little sharing to show them a different way. Because I don't want to say they're wrong, just a different way and how to help these guys, these special needs people.
how many acres do you have?
40.
Oh, well, maybe that could be a place where you could learn things like that and be a facilitation of knowledge for people with special needs and different industries. Maybe that would be a good idea for maybe 5 or 6 of that acres. I'm just saying, like, if you have a passion, you have a passion, and to be able to provide a facility for learning these things and then bringing people in from different industries, such as the cosmetology area that is drastically lacking in people that are professional enough to be able to comprehend even how to do these things, much less anything else. I think you would be able to facilitate a lot in a even a 5-acre plot, a camp per se, a
Right.
training facility. You know what is needed. And if you've been if you've taken this experience and that experience, let's say you've had a bad experience in this industry or that industry or that industry or this industry, take your experience and say, okay, how can we better this? Here's the facility to learn how to better this. And then let the companies come to you and promote yourself, obviously, promote what you're doing. And also in the community of people with special needs, say, hey, look, we're looking to facilitate these kinds of things. Bring your children out.
Right.
You know,
Well,
and
that's
that
where
way,
I'm having an inner conflict because I'm not gonna lie, Nubs. We've done a lot of activism, a lot of boots
this
on
isn't
ground, but
activism.
we've been waiting. No, no, listen. We've been waiting for this moment, October 30th, for 18 years, because that's the moment where we can take a breath of relief as parents. That society gonna have to work harder to try and get them out of our hands because we've had to fight for our kids before. So
Right.
we're on a precipice of actually finally clocking out, saying we don't have to answer to you guys anymore. We're going about our own business. We don't want to talk to you. We don't want to be around you. Like, we have to fight this. This is the active inner battle constantly. So if I were 20 years younger, if my son were 15 years younger, I'd be down with exactly what you're saying. But now, I don't know if it's bitterness. I don't know if it's just wear and tear, or, looking at my son and being like, yeah, we're absolutely done with the bullshit in society. Like, we have a lot of thinking to do in the next few months. And I've told this to professionals around us. Like, you don't understand. We've been through the ringer. We've tried to be nice. We've tried to even establish our own group to help other special needs in Michigan. And
I'm not
this was,
talking about, I'm talking about for adult children. Because there's a whole different, you're talking about one struggle being over, and I applaud you. I understand what you're saying because they can't come snooping around for a minor.
right, 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 right.
However, you're still facing challenges. You're still having to
Hmm.
go through industries. And because you have an adult son, that's the key. That is the key, because now it's at their consent and they're coming out saying, hey, we realize there's this issue between us and industry as a whole. And
Hmm.
it's a money opportunity. I'm not talking about a go get them. No, this is
Right.
not activism. This is realism. This is bringing the gifts that you have to fruition. You have 40 fucking acres next to a military base. Use it. Grow with it. Put that money into a trust for your son so he never has to worry about a goddamn thing.
Those
Teach
are our
people how
goals.
to do these things.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is when you have to make them choices, Nubs, which we have made those hard choices, and made the sacrifices that come with those choices. We've done that at the sake of our own selves, at the sake of building our house. At times, we've had to make those choices. So, I think the first year or two of him being an adult, we're gonna try to be as hands off as possible, because he is becoming an adult. We want him to feel like he has the space to make his decisions. He tells us quite often, that's where my house is going to be, and I'm going to put my TV there, and I'm going to put my snacks here, and I'm going to chain my dog out there. And while we're listening to that, we don't give him input. We tell him what a wonderful idea that is, and as soon that his house, like our house, is on a list of things to do, right? And we take one step at a time. And so now we're gonna go into an area where we're like, don't go that way, you're gonna fall, don't do that, or don't eat that thing, that's spicy, that's gonna burn you. Now we're gonna have to take a step back and allow him to experiment, which we've done in the last couple of years. Like I said, we've had him behind the driver's seat. We have gates to go through. So we've
Right.
taught him to be able to get into the driver's seat, put it in drive.
Functionality. Absolutely. And that's really what I'm talking about. You already are doing these things.
Yes.
However, bringing that, I guess, and take it for what it is. It might be a great idea. It might be a go for you in 5 years. It might not, but I just see that you probably face and have said. So I would take your word for it. You face challenges that most people have not, and if you
Mhm.
take that, tell me you have not met other people in support groups that have not faced the same challenges.
Well, that's the funny thing about special needs family as a whole. Um, they're way more private because they believe that the behaviors of the child would be shunned. So we've tried going to support groups, and they wind up
No,
turning into like a tea party thing. So very little is shared. So
right.
it
I
turns
understand
into
what
an
you're saying.
individual journey.
I I grew up in special needs, like not to the extent of your son by any means, but definitely in that community. So I understand what you're saying from a
Hmm.
personal firsthand experience. And I know the struggles that my mom faced with my small amounts of difficulties sound very similar to what you talk about. So
Hmm.
there's similarities between these things. I was nowhere, I was very low on the spectrum. Mine was because of my near SIDS and because of the brain damage as a
Yeah.
child. I've
Yeah.
been able to grow out of that. So
Yes. Yes.
the special is no longer I'm just needy. um, but obviously that's not necessarily the case for your son. I was a rare situation, and there's still places that
Right.
I struggle. I
Well,
the
let me
reason
just
that I
tell
have
you
the
one little
attitude.
incident. Let me tell you one little incident that happened over the weekend that works to enforce me and my husband and my daughters need to protect and put a barrier. So we had signs up, right? Free puppies and stuff. The first day was rather smooth, no weird behavior, but the second day it was a little cold. I have to sit inside the truck and stay warm because my body would like really wig out in the cold standing because of my back. And so I'm standing there watching all the people. And my son's like 15 feet away with the signs. He wanted to do that. And this older lady, all white hair, pulls up like in a cockeyed, didn't go straight like down the aisle of cars. She kind of went cockeyed, but looked directly at my son. Now there's a free puppy sign in front of me, so people are not understanding that I'm watching them. So I'm looking at this old lady, and she looked at my son, and I looked back over, make sure nothing's happening, like okay, my son's still there. I look back, and it's just look on her face. I jump out of the truck because I'm not just a bear, man. I'm a froggy, and I'll freaking leap. So I leap out of that truck, and I make eye contact with this old lady, and you could see her start like she thought he was alone or something. You could see her start, and then she pulled through the parking spaces super, super slow, and then into the next parking space that would be in front of the strip mall, and just sit there for a minute. Boy, that internal fuck around and find out attitude, I mean, was like right there. Like, come on, you're a lady. Husband's not going to do anything. Come on. Thinking my son's alone. What were you going to do? What, like, my son's 200 pounds. So I'm looking at this little woman like, what were you going to do? Were you going to
And
try and, like, here's a candy, little boy, and my son's going to be 18 years old. These are things I'm still facing. Makes me want to go into my bathroom and just vomit.
So if you're going to do something, really do it then. Change something. Obviously, you're not going to change somebody's viewpoint, but you sure
Right.
can change an industry. And in that situation, they're coming to you. They're saying, "All right, we see these problems from your end, so much so that our school is coming out to learn from you." That's all I'm saying. Because you can take your experience,
I
absolutely,
mean,
you're
like I
fucking
said,
mama
the
bear.
younger me, the younger me, like inside in what's happening in my brain right now, as you're saying that, the part of my brain that made the decisions while I was younger, before my body broke down. I mean, I'm always ready for things like that. But at
You
52
have
years
land
old,
though.
mm, yeah, but I
At
mean,
52, you're telling somebody that's 40 that at 52 I'm going to be broken?
no, that's not what I'm saying. At 52,
No, no,
you're
no,
at a
no.
precipice where you're making a decision
I
on yeah,
understand, but
whether you want to be in public, whether you want to give any more of yourself. So
I'm not
understand I've
saying go
already
out and
given,
do.
listen, I've
I'm
already
saying
given
make the
40
facility.
years. I've already given 40 years of doing these things, of having my
Right,
son,
right.
with my family, my own, standing up, trying to change things. I'm at the point in my life where I have to take the time to decide if that's what I really want to do.
Right, right,
Because
right.
I
You're
do have
missing.
other goals in my life, and building a sustainable homestead from absolutely ground up,
It's
it wasn't a task I planned to have. This is not the dream I had for 30 years. I only dreamt about getting to Colorado. I didn't know it was going to happen when I got here, but then it happened. And that I can't, I won't put that job aside for another job. Let's say it that way. That is the core. This is the reason, the raison d'etre. You know what I'm saying? That I'm
right,
not,
right.
that's number one after my children and stuff.
You're missing what I'm saying. I'm not saying be involved in the actual running of it. I'm saying you have the place for the facility.
Right, but you're saying, in a
That's
sense, is inviting people out here. And one of the reasons why we're out here is because we've had prying eyes do damage to
okay.
us. So that's where I'm having the stickler is like,
I got you.
yeah,
I
I
got you.
want to help. Hell yeah. If I had property outside of my property and
I'm
I had
not
the means to do so, I would do that. But
I'm
to
not
invite
looking at it as a
people,
help situation. That's the thing. I'm looking at it as you're paying me to come onto my property and do this. I am facilitating the means in which to do so because I have a
right.
passion for my son and those that do have special needs, and I want to facilitate ease of those things. Now I will frequent your businesses personally and I will tell all of my friends about these things, but they gain the benefit of learning how to deal with people. I'm just saying the facility itself, not
Oh,
the internal
sure.
workings.
Well,
But if you
I
don't want
think
people
my
on your
husband's
land,
trying to do that without inviting them. So when my son turned right before he turned 17, my husband started hosting a kickball game at the local park. And he did so because my son was losing social skills because we had no choice but to take him out of the school for many reasons, but we had no choice. So he
mhm,
was losing social skills, and this is how my husband decided to deal with it. Because getting people to join my son on his own turf was very, very difficult. And it didn't matter where we lived, it didn't matter how far away we lived. Getting people to join my son as a friend on his own turf was near impossible. So this is
you're
what
preaching to the choir
so
on that one.
you know.
I know.
So my husband's like, you're my friend at work. Show me how much of my friend you are, because this is what my son needs, and this is where we're gonna be. And if you want to be there, you know what?
Let's
We'll
go
have
play some
drinks
kickball.
like pop or water. Right? Let's go play some kickball. And they had met, I think, 3 or 4 times. and he plans on doing it this year. And I think that's my husband's way of doing what you're saying, but keeping our life private because we've been threatened. Like, we had a family member say, if you don't blah, 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 I'll use my authority where I am to fuck with your life where you are. So we don't just have a castle with a moat around it, like around our son. Like we take our job seriously, and we've come up against such threats where I am thrilled with how my husband is handling it. Our son gets socialization. People get to experience and understand what it's like to be around a special needs adult because he's not going to be a child anymore, right?
That's the thing that I'm saying is and that's where my heart is coming from. So please take it for what it is. I mean, do as you feel
Absolutely.
you need to. I just see that is a great opportunity, and I, like yourself, my heart is there to a certain degree in different application, definitely, because
Hmm.
my needs
Hmm.
were definitely different. You know, finding people
Okay.
that were at my level of play was very difficult because I was very much so a child up till I was about 15.
Yep, yep, yep.
And then the world took me and um and so when I was living in Southside Minneapolis, I was of that mental level that was below average. So I wanted to fit in and would go to any extent. So my needs were definitely very, very different altogether. And I don't
Right.
think that my needs are the same by any means. So, keep that in mind. We all have our bag of tricks and or problems. What
And
I
we'll
have
all
done with
struggle with
that.
things with what, like you're talking about. We're all going to struggle with socialization.
Right.
Even if the society didn't even exist and we're all in our own little huts, we would still need to adapt to socialization and doing things
Yep.
other people's way, especially when you want to, groups of people, whether indigenous or not, tend to help each other. Hey, we're putting a barn up, all hands on deck kind of attitude. Um,
Well, see, on that one, I grew up when I moved out to Western Pennsylvania. The environment that I grew up in, my grandfather was he was Brethren, or Church of the Brethren rather, and Church of the Brethren, it from distance away from like ideology and stuff. There's like a couple steps away from Amish, so it goes
mhm,
Church of the Brethren, Mennonite, then Amish. So we're
mhm.
like a step or two away. Like we lived in the same community that it was not out of the norm for me to see an Amish buggy riding down the road.
Yep, 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 yep.
And that's the kind of community. I mean, you crash an entire fucking plane in the back of somebody's property and one person sees that shit go down and it's a national attack on the world. You get what, like, very rural but very non-rural at the same time. You're from out east, and so the mentality. It's Western Pennsylvania, like that
I
Pittsburgh
yes,
area.
I lived New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, tri-state area, and there is an Amish community there as well. They really that upper northern Pennsylvania from east to west. They really like that area of living. I noticed.
Yep. And also Ohio, a lot of land in Ohio is Amish.
Oh,
Nevertheless,
okay.
I don't say that to say, oh, this, that, or the other thing. What I'm saying is I grew up in a very brotherly, like you were
Yes,
saying, there's a barn to be raised, let's go raise it.
yes,
um
yes.
and especially being the pastor's grandchild, my role was odd to say the least. It was very
I think that
odd
was the best word to use.
because I didn't fit that role by any means.
Hmm.
Like I
By the sounds
was
of it, yeah.
I was very much so a troubled child, and for that to, because I didn't grow up there. I didn't grow up in that community. I didn't, so there was things that I just didn't know. Mainly how to be white. Like that was a big problem for me. I did not grow up in that community. So when trouble would, well, for instance, my first day at school, there was a young man that had said something that I did not necessarily agree with. He referred to the story. Allegedly, he referred to me as something, a derogatory name that's normally referred to Black people by white people that don't understand that they are just simply people. If you understand what I'm saying.
I do. I'm picking
And
up what you're laying
he
down.
went all the way with it. And mind you, this is like not even like first full day. I got into school at the end of the period before lunch, like 5 minutes. So I was in class for 5 minutes. The bell rang. We went to lunch. I had my lunch tray and I was walking past and I heard this young man say what I just inferred to.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I grew up in South Minneapolis and that was not an okay situation.
Did you drop the lunch pan like right then and there?
You would hope.
Dang.
No, see, I grew up in South Minneapolis and I knew I had a weapon in my hand
Uh,
and I used it. And then I proceeded to jump on him. And he got a couple of decent shots and I got many more decent shots. And
mm-hmm.
then I felt that hand on my shoulder, so I thought it was one of his friends. My elbow goes back 3 times instinctually. I grew up in South Minneapolis. There's more than one person trying to attack me at any given time. Didn't feel that hand after the 3rd time, so I proceeded to continue. And all of a sudden, I felt myself being dragged off of him, not grabbed on the shoulder. The individual that I had hit in the face 3 times had then proceeded to grab my ankles and rip me off of said individual. He was the gym teacher.
Oh.
I had gym next.
Oh. Oh. That was a very long hour.
That was many, 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 many very long hours. Because what I failed to tell you is the gym teacher the reason that the gym teacher was able to take 3 hits to the face and then proceed to drag me off rapidly is because the gym teacher happened to be in the military.
Yep, I whispered that under my breath.
Prior to being in the education system, he was an active duty Marine.
Oh gosh, no, not just military Marine. Oh man,
it was many.
What came first, the end of the
hours.
punishment or the end of the year?
I bet you he would still be after me. I would bet he did not like me.
A freaking Marine in the face 3 times before he could get him. Oh my God, dude!
I was quick with it.
I'm sure he tells the story another way, but damn.
Yeah.
Damn, I mean,
like I said, I was a disturbed child. I was a bad child.
I don't ever use those 2 words together.
No, I do in personal reference. And it wasn't my parents. It really wasn't my parents. My parents tried everything they could do. My parents did what they did, when they did, how they did, the best that they could. And the reason I say it so confusingly is as a parent, sometimes you don't know what the fuck to do.
Yeah,
And so you don't
yeah.
do anything or you do something.
Or you go the
And
wrong way, or you go,
yeah,
yeah, go backwards
yeah,
even.
right. And that's why I say what they did, when they did, how they did, the best that they did, because they couldn't do it any better. Otherwise, they would have. And they couldn't do it any
Hmm.
worse because otherwise they would have.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
and it's not to excuse my parents' behavior, it's to accept it for what it was. It was their
Right.
behavior. And
Hmm.
if I live based off of their behavior and their standards, then how am I able to better their standards? And isn't
Right.
that the job of a parent, is to better our children than ourselves? I don't want my son to ever
Mhm.
have to pick up a hammer. He's sure going to know how,
Right. Right.
but I don't
So
want him to.
I
And
just
if he wants to, and if he wants to, I support that. You know, like,
right.
do you get what I'm saying? You know, I am not
Yes.
bringing
Yes.
him up to
Yeah.
be the best that I think he should be. I'm bringing him up to be
Right.
the best that he can be. That's
Yes.
two
Yes.
different
Yes.
things.
Yes. And like I've told my children, they know bullet points of how I grew up. They don't know details. And when they've complained about such things, uh, it's to me, it's such a simple answer. Number one, it doesn't belong to you to know, or you would have experienced it. Because some things, people, you can't unhear what you shouldn't hear. So I really don't want to be the vessel saying things that others shouldn't hear. That's not within their capability of dealing with, one way or the other, good or bad.
Who are you to judge
So
what their capabilities are, though?
Well, as children, it's my job as a mom. As an adult, when they pose those questions, then that's a different story. That's an adult conversation. But as a child, it's not my job to put anything that I've experienced through the filter of my child's brain.
Okay, that makes sense. I don't give my
I
son
have
all of
a
the
hard
nitty
time
gritty,
dealing with it
but I definitely
myself.
know.
What's that? Start that again.
I said I don't give my son all of the nitty gritty because there's far
Mm-hmm.
too much violence. But
Mm-hmm.
he does know where I
Mm-hmm.
come from, and he does know what I stand
Right.
for. You know, and as
Yeah,
he
those are what I
ages,
call the bullet points. Yes.
right. And as he ages, he does proceed to get more of the details of what makes his father into his father. You know,
Mm-hmm.
why I don't like certain situations, like having the hand on the back of the shoulder. Why was that so important? It's because I grew up in an environment where when that hand was there was somebody with a fist that was coming next.
Right. Right.
Like,
Right. Right. Right.
and that's despite I really think that gym teacher, the reason he rode me so hard is because he did respect me.
Right.
You know, and
Well,
as
real
an adult, I
people
realize that
recognize that shit. When you
real
are a real
recognizes real.
person, no matter
Yep.
what business or job or whatever you got into, a real person recognizes that in another. And that's the grace of the gym teacher that you had.
He
Because
was
they're
not
not
a
all
kind
like
man.
that.
He was not a kind man, but he was a man that loved the children that he worked with, even myself. And the reason that I ran those laps is because he saw something in me that was a wild fucking animal, and he wanted to make sure that I was safe enough to not be around. You know, like you're letting a wolf amongst sheep.
Yes,
It's not that he
actually,
doesn't love wolf, it's that he
uh-huh,
loves the sheep.
exactly. Exactly. He's not going to teach the sheep to turn around and say "bah" in the face of a freaking wolf, right?
Right, right. And I was both the wolf and the sheep at that point in time because I had gone through some trauma that people should not have to, much less children.
Yes, that's why I get so frustrated when it comes to the talk about the system and what the system not only has done to people, but how it is set up for people to be codependent upon it. And then people start berating those people that are codependent on the system. And that really brings the monster out in me because how are you going to blame someone for being a part of something that they were born into? Like, that's not
This
what
is
inspires people to wake up and say, okay, what system are you talking about? That it beats them down into obedience. It doesn't lift them up to fish for truth, so to speak.
I agree there is definitely a better way. I agree there is a better way to approach that than beating
Hmm.
somebody down. Anytime you go in, it's much like calling a police officer. You're calling a man that is bringing weapons of war to a situation that you want peace. It's not going to fucking happen. No, it doesn't work that
Exactly.
way. So I
Hmm.
understand where
Hmm.
you're coming from. I also understand that when, much like creating a homestead, you need to cover every single fucking aspect, and even the five that you forgot, you've got to
Hmm.
cover them too.
Hmm.
And then the other five that are a result of that, you've got to cover each one of those. So that's another 50.
Hmm.
And you didn't know you had the 55.
Hmm.
And so I just look at it in the sense of when we realize that we all live to a certain degree in trauma, and there are some people out there that can't get out of that trauma.
Yeah.
And it's not trauma in the sense of even we were, harmed. It's
Right.
trauma of the mind.
Yes, yes. I mean, I believe my mother has that issue, and she's wanted to be so healthy within her life before while we had a relationship, and we've worked actively to try. I've taken a lot of time with my mother with what I've learned through being a survivor, and it was like she was almost there. And it's really odd you bring it up because I've had this conversation how people get like almost there or they're really wanting and have a goal let's use just be mentally healthy as the topic right now, and they want to be mentally healthy, and they're knee deep in it, and then all of a sudden it stops. So there's something within the trauma, within the mind, that it is almost like a security blanket. Because
It's
uh,
Stockholm
when
syndrome.
you're in survival, well, when you're a survivor, you don't know what's on the other side. Like you've summoned up the courage and the bravery to walk through the fear to see what's on the other side because we don't know what's on the other side. But for other people, that unknown is worse than the evil that they know, or like for this instance, the trauma, the experience. It's so much more comfortable to sit here in something than to go forward and do a leap of faith because that take works, efforts, intention. And since they don't know what's on the other side, they're not willing to risk. They're just not, and we can't fathom it because we're on the other side saying, no, come over. You understand so much more. You can wrap your head around all these things and it won't be a trauma and come on over. Their own fear is stopping them for some reason, even halfway
Absolutely.
through.
Absolutely. We are our own worst enemy. I absolutely, hands down, agree that I myself have defeated myself every single time that I have not put my best foot forward.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And we
Mm-hmm.
always will have people that will tell. I guess I look at this very much so different. Having grown up the way that I did, I grew up with challenges that they told me were never going to be okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was told that I would never be right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a business owner. father.
Mm-hmm.
You can't tell me I'm not right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't make every right decision, but I make a lot more right decisions than wrong decisions.
Mm-hmm.
And that continues to get better and better as time progresses. Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
it's funny because as you say that, what pops into my head is this is what frustrates the other side is we do have a perception that without the right mindset can't be understood. So, as an example, and I know I'm going to glean over this real quick because I think you've heard this story. I'm sitting in a church. The lady next to me asked me about my story because I'm new to the area. The lady in front of me just sits there like she's not even part of it, but was listening the whole time. And after about 15 minutes of this lady questioning me and me giving answers, the lady next to me questioning me, the lady in front of me turns around and looks me dead in the eye and says, "How'd you live through that?" Like without ever seeing me, this woman had an idea within her mind, hearing what she heard, that it was an impossibility. So she didn't ask, how did you get through that out of human curiosity? And I had a hard time not answering her in the way she
And
asked
see,
it. Go ahead.
that's the thing. Like, all right, so my perspective on that. I gave the analogy to Slush Eye a while back. Do you remember? Do you remember in The Lion King when Simba was thrown away and like he was thrown to the Jekylls?
Oh, yes.
Those are the people that I grew up with. I grew up with Scar.
Mm,
You see where I'm coming from?
yeah,
So when
yeah, yeah.
people ask me how did I survive that, I look at them, I say because I'm a fucking lion. I didn't survive, I thrived. It
Right.
was not enjoyable going through it. It was not enjoyable going through it. I'm not saying I had daisies and roses because getting my ass beat on a normal basis was a really shitty thing. But you know what it
Mm-hmm.
taught me to
Mm-hmm.
do? It taught me to throw my elbow 3 times.
Yes.
It taught me to be the person that I am today. And
Yes.
so my perspective when asked these kinds of questions is not what people it's like that YouTube video. This picture is not what you would think.
Yeah. Yeah.
And my story is not any different than anybody else's story. We all face challenges.
Mm-hmm.
The difference is I've come to understand the challenges for what they are. They're challenges, nothing more, nothing less. When somebody is talking about you, I understand that's how they feel about themselves.
Yes. And you know
Because if
what?
they're calling,
Sorry,
like
I didn't
for
mean to
instance,
interrupt you. But
no, you're
if
all
we
good.
could just even simplify it a little bit more, like I like to take the emotional charge out of the conversation because there's sometimes it's really not needed. And when it comes to what we've experienced, I ask people if they've ever had a shitty teacher, and everybody says yes. I said, did you stand up to him? Did you push him around? Or did you get through the class, figure out how to pass the class, and move on? You take the lesson. That doesn't mean you need to take the teacher with you. It's if we stop thinking of our experience on earth as the end all, the beginning and the end, and nothing before, nothing after, then yeah, you're going to put such importance on things that don't deserve importance. Because when you look at a bigger picture than that, because we're assuming here, let's assume on both ends, we're assuming one side thinks there's nothing before and after, and the other side thinks there is definitely more before and after. You figure out the motivations for why people do what they do, but on the other sense, you want to shake them and say, let's think about the other side for a second. What if our human experience here is just a blip in the actual expanse of our existence? And I'm not trying to
Well,
profess to know
absolutely.
either or. Go ahead now.
Absolutely. That's easily proved. That is absolutely easily proved. Can you create energy?
As far as my hand, no.
Alrighty. Can you destroy energy?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you can't create it and you can't destroy it. Okay. What are we?
Energy.
How can you create what you, or how can you destroy what you did not create?
With the mind. That's how what they're doing. It's a mind game to think.
You
No,
can't
listen, there's only one reason why they would have a narrative, Nubs. And there's only one reason they would want to take the power from people's individual mind. So there can be destruction in a sense. How are people driven to take their own lives? Most
It's
of the
not
time, it's what is
destruction.
going on within their minds.
It's not
Some,
destruction. It's transformation. You can only
it's an attempt
transform
at
energy.
destruction, though. So it is the belief that people carry.
It's the destruction. If it's a destruction, it's the destruction of the temporary, but there is no destruction that is permanent.
Well, that's where you and I agree. Absolutely. That's what I'm trying to say is whatever they're experiencing or whatever's going on in the mind makes the now, this temporary vessel, so
You should go get it.
significant they've got to get out of it. They have to destroy it. There's a destruction. You keep saying
What are
the
you
word, but
destroying? What are you destroying, though? You can't destroy what
the
is not yours
vessel,
to create.
just the vessel, because and I'm
You're
talking their
destroying.
minds, not my minds. I'm
I
talking their
I
when.
understand.
Okay,
I understand. I'm just not willing to look at it. It's much like many other arguments. I'm not going to call something a duck that's really a turkey because you say it's a turkey. I'm always going to call it a duck.
okay.
And you cannot destroy energy. You can merely transform it. So all of the pain and everything that goes along
Mhm,
with all of
mhm,
this, you're
mhm,
telling me that your
mhm,
karma doesn't
mhm.
exist? We all have karma. It doesn't matter if
Oh,
you
and
call it
that's not
something
my
else.
belief. That's not what I was saying, Nubs, is that where we're at in life, there always has to be that disclaimer that we're talking with and of the system and the things that created and get destroyed because of it. And you were talking
We
about
are
that
the
created
system,
and
though.
destroyed scenario. Their belief,
We
or they want us to believe, that our power ends at death. And that's where, see, I agree with you. I don't believe that. But
you
that
can
doesn't
want
mean they're not
something.
pushing the narrative.
Well, the thing is, though, is as all right. So if you have a slow drip into a cup, does your cup not get filled?
Hell yeah.
Okay. So if you take, let's say your let's say your cup is empty every time, every cycle, right? But all of the negative you bring with you and all of the positive you bring with you, right? But let's say you're out of balance and you bring it with you cycle after cycle after cycle after cycle, and you never learn. You never learn, you never learn, you never learn. What's going to happen to the good in each one of those cycles?
It
It's
lessens
going to
every
diminish.
time.
It's going to diminish
Hmm.
because it's going to be charged in the opposite pole. We're just talking about electronics.
It's like getting a brand new battery and charging it every time you leave let 5% go. It's eventually going to kill the battery.
Yep. Yep. And then you're going
Yes.
to have nothing but a bad battery with bad connections and bad issues, bad issues, bad issues. And it's not that your device is bad, it's that the battery that's within the device, the very essence, the energy. So you bring energy from one to another. So why wouldn't they want you to destroy yourself? And in the delusion that you're
Yes,
destroying
that's where I
anything.
was going. Yes, Nubs,
But it's
that's
in a
exactly where I was going.
delusion. It's the delusion that you're even destroying anything because it just keeps on cycling through and through and through, but the battery keeps on being bad.
Dude, when I started learning about all the religions in my hometown and I got to Catholicism and I started like getting the dirty details of other freaking human made laws and blah, blah, blah. And I kind of stopped instantly on the admonishment of people who chose suicide or not chose. I don't profess to know. The admonishment of taking that in one's own hand in the Catholic religion just really set me back, on top of the divorce stuff, on top of all the other stupid little human rules they've created. And that's my opinion. I know other people have their own religious practices and I respect them, but in my head, in my vessel, is a place I don't have to. And that made me
So
crazy
there's no
because
respect.
I
I
don't.
don't
I have
respect
a
other
hard time
religions.
respecting
I
something
don't.
that takes. Listen, I have a hard time respecting something, an entity, a corporation, a person who has to take this negative admonishment. That's a mental violence. This admonishing way of trying to push another into a behavior that they think is right. That's where I disagree. I'm not
You
talking
said it
about
right.
religion. I'm not talking about their book. I'm talking about how.
I am. I'm talking
Say
about
that again.
all of it. I'm talking to all of it. And here's why. Because if you look at back in the annals of history, there is a difference between religion and faith.
Oh yes, absolutely.
So anytime that you come to me with religion, I'm going to ask you why. Because I have faith.
Yes, I
Do you,
100%
do you
agree with you.
understand what I'm saying? So
Yes,
I'm going to disagree with every religion, even if it's claimed to be my own.
right. I'm just trying to be respectful of our audience because I'm not trying to sway people. I'm just giving my own opinion about things as we
Everybody
converse.
everybody has the right to their opinion, and
Right,
everybody has the right to say, "Oh, well, I believe in this," and that's all well and good. I have no respect for it.
right, right.
Because
Well,
unless you come to me because the thing about it is in all of those religions it talks about faith versus works in some manner
yes,
or another,
yes, yes,
and
yes,
that's what I
yes,
throw
yes.
back at it
But I
because
used
it's
to
a
do
matter
that,
it's your
Nubs.
measure.
I used to do that, and I never won anyone over doing that. And I realized that I was just feeding in to the same stupid game, and I was not allowing basic human respect to flow through me because it's
Mary, can you
not up
fix
to,
stupid?
huh?
If you had a leak of stupid, can you fix that?
No, that's why sometimes I don't even attempt to try to talk to some brick walls. That's what I'm trying to say, but I still show basic human respect.
I'll say they have a right to their own opinion, and they absolutely do.
Yes,
It's their experience that has gotten to that point that they have came up with that opinion. And
yes, for themselves. Yes,
that is
yes.
their end all be all. For me, that is not my end all and that is not my be all. I am my end all and I am my be all.
Absolutely. And when people try to get me into the philosophical discussion about where all this shit started, I don't even get into the details. I speak so plain like one human so another human do something they didn't like and they wrote it down and they made it a law and here the fuck we are. Like I'm not getting into those details. We all find ourselves here, whether through struggle, blessing, or grace, arguing
It's
about
always
each
through
other's
struggle.
journey to me is a foolish venture.
Blessing and grace are a myth. It is only through struggle that one grows.
Yesterday, I have to disagree due to recent experiences now, because we saw a lot of grace through the community in which we were in. And the blessing came towards the end when there were 4 puppies left. Sorry, give me a second.
You planted yourself
No,
there.
wait.
If
Not
it
let me
weren't for
finish.
the struggles, hang on, hear me out.
Mm.
Before I understand where you're coming from, and I'm being rude. If you were not there, struggling to be there through the struggle of what you have experienced so far, you would not have been able to grow to the point where the environment could accept. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
To
I'm
me,
rude.
it's deeper than that. We committed. You're right. We put intention. You're absolutely right. We put all of our cards on the table. And yesterday at 11:30, at 12 o'clock, we all have to think about swallowing that jagged pill of having to take puppies home. And this was a traumatic thought for us. And we accepted it. We were dog lovers, we're animal lovers. We accepted it. But in a moment we needed it, grace did come. A blessing did come. A blessing in the
But
way
that
we
was a
needed
seed
it,
that you
not
put in
in.
somewhere else.
I have a different belief. And it
Fair
didn't
enough.
have to work that way. That woman could have gone the other direction,
Fair
which
enough.
she even told me straight up, I normally don't even come this way. And when questioned about the standards, they weren't standards where we compromised to let the puppies go. They were our standards, like we gave them to her.
Because
So,
you
yeah, the
had a
blessing.
standard. You had a standard. And see, I'll give you an example from my life, and then I got to run because I've got my son here and he is my important priority. So let me make this quick.
Amen.
So yesterday I was out plowing or out shoveling, right? And I had dropped Tom off, and Tom lives in St. Paul. I live about 45 minutes away from St. Paul. Okay. So, and that's on the highway, it's 70 miles per hour, just to give you context of space. Okay.
Yep.
When Tom got out of the truck, I pulled forward about 3 feet and my gas light came on.
Ooh.
Okay. And I said, I'm going home. I didn't have any cash in my pocket. I didn't have my wallet or anything like that. I said, I'm going home. I had one stop. So I drove to my stop. My stop was completed. So it was a waste of time and gas that I didn't have. I said, you know what? I am going home. So I proceeded to drive. And I drove. And I got to a place where there were 3 red lights in a row. And I said, all right, I'm going to make it if I get all 3 of these lights green. I'm not if I'm not. But this is my determination. Once you know, the first light, it wasn't quite green. The second light sure wasn't quite green. It was definitely a whole shade of yellow. It was yellow, not red. Yellow. So 2 yellows, and then the last one was green. Well, green means go, baby. I drove all the way fucking home because there was a seed that I planted. And I don't know how the fuck I drove 30 miles on 10 miles worth of gas. I have no fucking clue. But I know that I did it, and there was a seed that I planted. And through that struggle of not knowing whether or not it was my faith that was overcoming, and that faith comes in to a lot of people interpreted as grace. I see it the effect of the seed that I planted. So you can call it grace. You can call it what you will, but if you didn't plant a seed, you'll never get the fruit to fruition. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
If you didn't have
But
those
I
puppies,
guess I accept that there are other factors that I could put stuff out there, but I do accept that there are factors beyond my control. And
what is
that's
beyond the
what,
planter's control? The planter plants a seed and they let it to harvest. And they wait till it harvests. And if it doesn't plant or if it doesn't harvest, a good planter already knows that there are 5 other seeds to replace that one seed. Right? I don't plant just one seed and hope for the best.
right,
Right? I mean,
right.
it's not just one thing you're doing, it's many things you're doing. That way, if one thing fails, well, you sure do have a backup and then a backup on your backup. It's preparedness.
Well, in my own personal situation, we were the only backup and it was starting to fail. That's just the plain truth of it. It was starting to fail and we knew it. So it,
I would
in our
say your
mind, we
faith is
needed a
being
factor
questioned.
to happen. We needed the openness of other people to accept what we were putting out there. If that factor
Exactly.
wasn't there, then it wouldn't fucking matter what my intention was, right? So I have to accept and I have to make my choices wisely to hope that those factors are in place. If we'd have gone south instead of north, then none of my intention would have mattered. We all knew that as a family. We cannot go south with these puppies because it wouldn't matter our intention. We have to go north with these puppies. And that
And
means
that's
we're taking an outside factor into consideration with our intention. That's
but
where,
your
to me, the
intention was to
blessing
do
comes in.
something. And I understand what you're saying. We're just calling the same thing a different name.
Right.
I see it as intention, you see it as blessing. Blessing to me is things like the sunshine. Blessing to me is clean water. Blessing to me is finding a feather on the ground and knowing you're going the right way or seeing the green light. Blessing is the visualization of the fruition of my intention.
Uh-huh.
That to me is what I see as blessing.
Right, but we don't always get that. So we
Because we
have
don't
to,
look for it. We don't look
well,
for it. The fact that you
and
knew to go
sometimes it's
north
not
instead
meant
of
to
south,
happen. And sometimes it's not meant to happen.
then
Absolutely.
it's
Like,
not meant to happen. And
exactly.
it
So,
doesn't matter how much intention you have. It's much like if I were to intend to move Mount Rushmore. It ain't fucking happening. Not by
well, that's
myself.
what it felt like to us because we've experienced our city south to us. So we knew that evil. So when we went north, it was by that blind faith of being led to a place where the factors are added to our intention because our intention doesn't matter without the factor. That's what I keep saying. There's more than one thing at play. That's where the blessing comes into place, is when all those things are in play at the same time. And as a human being who is faulty, I don't even profess to think to say, okay, the factors are in place in this area at this time, right? I don't. I do have to walk in a sense of having that blind faith that I am being led in the right area because I did put intention out there. But my intention is added to something else. And that something else is the factor I can't control.
Yes, there is a greater intention per se. I, I don't know. I there must be a block in what I'm looking to express to you because what we're saying is so very similar that it
Very
almost
close.
appears to be the same jacket, but it is very different at the same time.
Exactly. And that's where people get frustrated and luckily we're both talking to equal human beings and accept that. So there is no frustration in trying to understand the little part that makes it different. But in a lot of people, how fast paced this society is, they have no time to stop and say, okay, this is calls for a deeper conversation. You know what I'm saying? We need to go on a different level, maybe use different words, maybe take time to think about it and then come back and converse about it. It goes into immediate frustration because the goal is to change someone's mind for some reason where we're that's not our goal. Our goal is to pull the bushes out of the way so that we can see where we're talking similarities and where the differences are.
You know why it goes to immediate frustration? I can tell you. I can tell you exactly why it goes
I'd
to
like to
immediate
hear
frustration.
yours because mine becomes chaotic. So I would like to hear yours.
The reason most people go to frustration is they do not love themselves, so therefore they cannot love another. And because they are in an internal state of chaos, they look to bring you into that very same chaos so they can relate to you on their level as opposed to lifted up to yours. The issue with that is when you are standing above somebody and they are reaching up for help, 9 times out of 10, they're going to jerk and you're going to fall.
Yes, yes, yes,
We
yes,
we
because people
think,
are not standing firm.
well, it's because we've gone to a higher level that we think we cannot be brought back down. But doesn't it
Mm.
say pride goeth before the fall?
Holy shit, you're absolutely right. I'm glad I didn't spit my coffee out. You're absolutely right because, and that's why pride is one of those double-edged swords
It's not a
where,
double-edged sword. It's a that's the thing. People give that credit with double-edged sword, right? They say, "Oh, it's a double-edged sword." What is a double-edged sword but a sword that's turned upon you?
well, that's kind of what I mean because pride has such a fine line from being proud of things you've done to now overselling what you've done. So with a fine line like that, the trip is so freaking easy to fall into the category of over proud, of wrongful pride, misplaced pride. It can
I
be a
think
double-edged sword because
appreciation.
yeah, but listen,
I
it can
think
be a double-edged sword because they're not doing what you're saying. Exactly what you're saying is they're not loving themselves. They're not recognizing these things. So they're wielding something they think is righteous, but has no righteousness at all in place where that feeling is.
what they're doing, the thing about it here, I'll give you an example. I have my
Hmm.
knife right here. Okay, hypothetically, my knife is a sword, right?
Mm-hmm.
A sword is normally meant to be facing this way, and you boom, boom, right?
Mm-hmm.
This, now, this is the way you're supposed to hold this knife, but this is the way they're holding it. So every
Mm-hmm.
time they stab, they're not stabbing with anything.
Right, right, right. But
And every time
when they're
they're
coming
stabbing
back,
themselves.
every freaking time, yes, yes. And they wonder why that even though they think they won the war, they wonder
They didn't
why
win
they're
the war.
feeling like nursing, they're nursing
They
themselves, you
never,
know, like they like
that's the thing. They never, this is all they had. They never stabbed anything. So there
What
that's what I'm
is no
about
yes.
war. There is no war. It is merely going up for self sabotage. Because if I come at you like an asshole, you're not going to hear a goddamn thing that I'm saying. You're going to shut down the moment I react the way that your dad did or the way that your mom did. You're going to shut down right there and then. And my point of view is never going to be heard because it was shut out. Even if the words that I am saying are the best words, my presentation is wrong and therefore
Yes,
not heard.
absolutely. And even if they're not hearing is due to another reason, if you can't recognize that as the speaker, then that's a speaker problem, not a listener problem. So,
I'll
like, I
close
was
with
talking to
this.
my cousin about something, and she had a real social paradigm way of thinking about it. And she got very frustrated with me. She wanted me to explain it, but she got frustrated. And instead of fighting her frustration, I was just really simple. If you can't hear what I'm saying, I can just simply stop saying it. And because we love each other, it was the moment of love. I didn't yell at her, you know, I just said it very plain so that we could come together in unity of love and understand, okay, we're coming at this from two different directions and we almost butted heads. And we don't want to butt heads because we love each other. So, you know, I can stop saying it if that makes you comfortable, or you can reach beyond your
There's
understanding. I mean, that situation is like the perfect place to plant a seed because it's an openness from both sides of that equation.
I've got to get going, so I'm going to close with this thought, at least for my part of the broadcast here. Think of it this way: there was a great story once said where a man was planting seeds, and he planted some in rocky soil, and he planted some in fertile soil, and he planted in many different soils. And sometimes some things happened because of the soil that he put his seeds in. And sometimes those seeds caught and they rose up quickly, but then died off quickly. You don't pay attention to that shit. You don't pay attention to seeds that are not going to produce. Your job is to throw the seeds. And it's also to find the soil that is worth planting. If you don't plant in soil that is fertile, then you're wasting your seeds, and your seeds are what is truly valuable. You know, and that's why I look to, you know, even have conversations with you as far as what I personally would do if I were in your shoes as a homesteader. You know, I'm planting those seeds. Like I've said before, if you come up with something and it works really well, then I know that that's going to be a rock solid. I know that it's not just something that I saw on YouTube, but Homestead herself did this, and I know her. You get, and so those seeds that I'm planting for you to better yourself then in turn come full fruition to come back. And I'm planting, even though your ground is rocky, I am transforming it through the alchemy of language to you, and having you then in turn learn yourself, so that you can then say, oh, well, when it does this, watch out for that. So when I'm building my shit, you can do the same for me.
And the
If
only
that
way
makes
that
sense.
can be ruined is throwing ignorant rocks on top of it all.
You just don't get me wrong, there's lots of fucking rocks, and people throw rocks on my fucking piles all the time. You just got to learn how to move a rock. Even the biggest of rocks. Do you know how many massive fucking boulders I have pulled out? I'm not much over 160 pounds, if that. If that. Do you know how many 300 to 400 pound boulders that I have pulled out of holes because I needed to put a fence post there? You think I'm going to let a boulder get in my fucking way? No, I'm going to move that shit.
Absolutely.
You know,
Absolutely.
that's why I'm doubting, you know, your daughter from being able to dig 4 equally spaced 10-foot apart holes in the ground approximately 12 inches around and 20 or 42 inches deep. I don't think she could do it.
She's
Have a
funny
great day
because she
now.
walked in like from another planet. Like, what? Huh? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the ability to dig a hole.
I want to talk about taking holes.
All she thinks about are them holes we've already like. There's already 20 holes prepped for what the your area. So there, we have a lot of things already started.
Well,
And
4 more to go.
and our first line, because it's all in a line, you know, where the supports go. And our first line are practically at depth. I think it's like 36 inches here. So but every time you say that, all she thinks of are them holes. We didn't have a hammer drill. We only had a rock bar a little hand trowel, like a gardening shovel, because the holes are only this big. So only a gardening trowel would really fit down there to pick up any, small pebbles and stuff. So we did it the hard way. And
Do
yeah,
yourself a favor. Do you have a post hole digger?
yeah, that won't work here.
Not for digging. A post hole digger is not for digging.
It'll pick the rocks up. We used it to pick the rocks as the hole got deeper. Yeah, we
That's
used
what
it
it's
as a
for.
picker.
It's for removing debris.
Yeah,
The rock bar is for
right, right.
digging.
Well, it won't
And then
pick up
the
the
other
little
shovel,
pebbles though. It only goes close so far. You know
get
what
it
I'm
wet.
saying?
Get it wet.
Oh shit! You hear that, Nadia? That's a great idea. Get the
If you
post
get it
hole
wet,
digger
or
wet and put it in the
the other
hole.
thing that you can do, if that does not work, is have a 50-pound bag of cement and use it sparingly and use it repeatedly. Mix up as much as you need, drop the cement down there, and then pull the debris out using the cement to bond to
That's a
your debris because
freaking
you're dealing with a
fabulous
small rock.
idea.
I dig for
Yes.
a living. I dig
Holy
for a
crap.
living. You're talking about my line of work. If you holes, that's why I'm saying holes are easy to dig if you learn how to dig them.
Well, they were hard at first. When we got the right tool, which is the hammer drill, is the right tool for the job. For me, I'm disabled. If I want to do work, I cannot do it the way a man can do it. I have to do it the way my body lets me do it.
But if I wasn't disagreeing, then I wouldn't be me. Anyways, I need to get
I
going. I'll
know,
catch
that's
you later.
nubs.
I'll
Hey,
catch you
listen,
later.
you have a blessed day.
Always.
Sunshine and rainbows, but love makes all that better.
I'll catch you guys later. Peace.
Peace.
Good.
Linda, thanks for hanging in there.
It's all good. I can see when there's gravy. Like I said, I didn't mean to throw a fork in there, but we had somebody in the chat that dropped a good nugget, and I guess it just
Ooh, can you read it for me?
Oh, it's a while back.
I think it's gone by now.
No, I got it. This is let me get my. I don't have my glasses. No excuse. Ugh. I was an adult child for 51 years. I didn't step into my real, unscrewed free will easily. I had to drop a lot of wasn't me and didn't serve me. Prayer hand with a heart. Collective soul. Hey, I was heavenly programmed. I know I chopped it up, but that's what he said. That's heavy, ain't it?
Yes, yes. And see, here's the thing about that. I think all of us have to come to that conclusion of how much, how deep, what it was. Like we all are all in different areas when this is like you grew up. You're in Arizona. You've been there your whole life, right?
Nope.
No, where are you from?
I was born in Idaho. Then we traveled to New Mexico. Then we landed in Arizona when I was 3. Then we left again. I was in Texas around. We traveled a lot. I mean, I've been raised in Texas, Shreveport, Louisiana, Colbert,
So you got to
Oklahoma.
see the differences that I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, that's why I can resonate.
Right. And so when everyone wakes up within their own period in their lifetime, um, those are all the filters that we have to dismantle because, what we have, what society has put in are not different. So they're all filters. So normally, like, let's say in the Chinese culture, they would be heritage filters, things that have been passed down from generation to generation to generation. So society's replaced the heritage filter to what society thinks the type of filter we should have in our head. So We're
Well,
gonna
that's
use a hot topic, but one of the filters was race, and to
yeah.
judge by race, and to judge by color, and to judge by ethnicity or language, right? And then the
Well,
next filter is like the social class filter, where you
okay.
look at people and the kind of clothes they dress, the kind of music they listen to, the makeup they wear, the haircut they have. So I give those examples to say like we're supposed to have filters in the things we think and experiences we have, but I don't think they should be social filters. Like intuition, there is no social replacing that. So people know what intuition and the gut instinct is, and that's what I'm saying. Like that's something that society couldn't replace that filter on. But
I don't like filters. Common sense and courtesy.
well, those should be the filters we should go through. Is that's what I'm saying, and they've renamed them. So
Filter that I have filters, but I mean, as far as this, I find myself all the time being told, you should censor more what you say. You should slow down and think of more what you say. I do think about what I say.
hmm who were the ones saying that, Linda? Like
You
not
pick it,
not what their title is, but
just any
what
Joe off the road. I mean, family members. I mean, just people in general. No one particular. Just saying in general, people do that. Like you were just saying. I'm just saying it in a different way.
right.
And that's where we need to be more open that there are other ways of expressing ourselves or seeing, receiving something.
Right,
There's
right,
all
right.
there is not just two sides to anything. There's not two sides of a quarter. There's also an outside of a rim.
Yep. And
So
that
there's
rim has edges, and
well,
all those
if you
little
want to
edges
keep
now have different edges.
trying to keep it simple, everyone says there's two sides to a quarter. You know what I'm getting to an argument and all that, but there is the right way, her way, or the right way, A's way, and B's way.
hmm
Like their version. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
What I'm
And
trying to
people
say.
get stuck on arguing about that instead of ultimately looking for the truth between the two.
It's like going and controlling, trying to control the narrative of what is being discussed.
Yes.
Annie, break
Hey,
it down for me.
man. Good to see you, girl.
Danny, sweetheart, thank you for coming up.
I think she wasn't ready yet.
Okay, that's okay. You interrupt when you are ready. Well, you know
Oh,
what, Linda?
save me! I'm drowning over here in my thoughts.
These are things we should be conversing about. Like, I feel late to the game having to wait so long to find people to have these conversations with.
Okay, I was giving that some thought last night. I really, really like indulged into that thought. I'm actually, I say it a lot of times that I wish I knew what I knew now late before, but now I'm mature enough to receive these lessons where I could have, I wasn't mature enough to receive these lessons to slow down and receive the perception, perceive other people's perceptions of things. I was really thinking about that
Right,
hardcore
right.
last night. I was like, there's no way I could
Well,
have.
we're taught not to. And that's the part of when you're aware of something happening like a narrative, it takes a long
Mhm.
time to see all the incidental areas of our brain where that narrative has affected. And just like we would cleanse from eating something poisonous, why aren't we cleansing from all these things that were instilled in us and reframing like what Nubs is helping me do, reframing the way we think. Like I'm so glad to talk. Oh my God. And now he's gone. I was so glad that Nubs pointed that out before the weekend. Because had I maintained the negativity in my verbiage, then this weekend would not have had the blessings it did.
By
And I
seeing
still,
someone else's
what's
perspective.
that, Linda?
Sorry, the roosters. I said by seeing someone else's perspective. By putting the stop sign on yourself and let
Yep.
somebody have the road. That's what I was doing this morning. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there, which I could give a rat's ass, but I'm just making a statement that may say I don't let people talk. That I am whatever.
No, you're
I want
not whatever, girl. I'll never consider you whatever.
I know, but I wanted to prove it to myself that I could let other people grow here.
Yeah,
That's a lot. That's a lot, Linda. You know.
that's what I was about to
I
say. Like, that
don't
is
know what's
enormous.
coming. I'm sorry. I don't know what's coming right now. Whether it's from the moon, the sun, or both. But I'm like a sponge. I'm sucking it all in.
But you feel the energy, Linda, huh?
Everyone's looking at me going, "Are you doing energy drinks? Nope. Are you increasing your caffeine? Nope.
No.
I'm
Chris.
just receiving and letting it overflow."
As it should be.
And
Like
I
I said
find,
before,
sorry, what was that, Larry?
I was going to say, like I said before, listening to everybody share their knowledge and wisdom and strengths and weaknesses has helped me in so many ways. And I try to, or I said I should reword that. I have applied some of them in my life and it's helped me out tremendously.
Same here, Larry.
And that's the beautiful thing is when, we can all grow and learn and
Well,
help
you
each
know
other.
what, guys?
That's the true community.
Yes. And I put myself in therapy because I could not build with my own intention. I could not create these people to be around me. So when I moved to Colorado and we had such culture shock, environmental shock, like it was enormous coming here, I went to therapy. I have PTSD among other things. So I went to therapy not because I needed therapy, guys. I went to therapy to remind myself of the tools I have in my own toolbox already that I allowed cobwebs to grow over because I wasn't using them. That's what I went for. But I didn't want therapy. Like, I love this community where we can tell each other these things. We don't have to have a bill with taxes tacked on it at the end because none of us are trying to make money. We're trying to make a love that this world needs.
It's the energy, Mary. Energy is the currency that nobody can see. And it doesn't have anything to do with fucking bid on coins and all that bullshit.
Absolutely.
If the work is there, the work is there. If it's not there, it's not there. That means it's somewhere else. It's when the work has made its work and the seeds are planted or the demonstration has been demoed and all is good. If you can't see the results at the end of the day within your own foundation, I got it. Then it is what it is.
Yes, yes. And I had to learn that phrase too, Danny, late in life. My husband's taught me so much, but he was in Louisiana on job training. I was still in Michigan and just struggling. It's hard to be away from someone you're meant to be with, right? And it was going on a year. And he's like, "You're just letting it bother you too much. You're just letting it bother you too much." Mind you, I had had my 12th surgery right before he left. So this is when I didn't know PTSD was making its ugly face known. So he was just trying to figure out ways of saying things that weren't hurtful, but getting me to sit up to pay attention. So one day he used that phrase on me. Listen, listen, I know you're upset, but it is what it is. And at first I'm like, oh my God, how dare you? But he made me sit in a moment of thought. And I was ignoring one of my own rules of life, which is if your two hands can't do anything about it, then you cannot let your brain stress about it, which then affects your mind, your body, your soul. So I wasn't going by my own philosophies, and I had to have him point out by that one phrase. You know what? Sometimes it is what it is. What are you going to do about it?
Right, Mary? Because if there's two sides to every story, then every one of my fucking family members has multi-personality disorders, and that's a lot. So what aspect or angle are people coming at me with? Because I got all kinds of dimensions.
Thank you. I think that's what I was trying to get at about the two-sided coin that's actually three-sided.
Hey, but I'm just speaking from experience, because not only do I have a family like that, I've also worked in the medical field with people who have families like that, whose family asked me to take care of their family members and be their mouthpiece.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah.
Hey,
Because
I was
when they
always
see you, when they see Linda, when they see you, Danny, when they see me, it's hard. This is where pride becomes a real problem, because people like that definitely gravitate towards strong people, and they act like they want to learn how to do it, but it's so costly to them that they would rather either beg you to help them, pay you to help them, or something, but beg on your
Yes, or
heartstrings
act
to
like
help
a
them.
major asshole for you to think that they're more than something they're not, to cut you down to a certain size, to lower your pocketbook just so you can tip it low. Why they get all
yep.
the hype?
Yes, yes, these are the all the modus operandi of the people who can't find it within them to inspire their own strength. Like, I'm sure people, they didn't go through life. We've all gone through life having shit happen, but
Right.
we haven't all been ignored all the time, is what I'm
But
saying.
that's what, yeah, I understand that. But here's the thing: we all have all been accused of being just like the people that are accusing us.
Mm-hmm.
But that's
Mm-hmm.
because we're having side effects from their reactions to their medications and their life aspects, you know?
Yes, yes, yes. But we're shamed. We're somehow publicly shamed for having reaction to people having a reaction. It becomes a sick cycle of you do as I say and not what you want to do, not what you feel. Not, you know what I'm saying? Like, sign up. Here's your jagged little pill next.
Right.
That's not being
Well, here's
human.
the thing. These people should know that if you're a nurse or working in healthcare or working in Navy or airfield or anything like that, when it comes to these worlds and departments and these avenues, the thing about it is you're always going to have a radiated glow to you. You're
Yeah,
always going to have some form of radiation that's pumping off of these people's bodies because of the places they were at and where it led them to down their life avenues. Don't
yeah.
you think that we all have had some kind of side effect from that too? Yes, you have. Aaron, you couldn't even put Aaron Brockovich on this fucking case. It's too late. It's so late. It's so big. It's so ego. You
Ego,
couldn't
yes,
even drop a 50. You couldn't even tell me that $1 trillion is going to drop it like it's hot for you. No.
right, right, right.
Beyond that, motherfuckers. You know? That's
And
like you take care of everybody on this planet or you're fucking done.
And now we have to watch a pass the buck scenario happen with people's lives being held in sacrifice.
That was saucy.
What's that, Linda?
I said that was saucy. I got lost in your sauce.
Saucy? Oh,
Am I
yeah.
getting your coop house going? Am I getting your coop house going?
Love it.
Got them roosters crowing, girl. And I'm
Uh-huh.
not I'm not no Frankie either.
You
And
know,
Yeah,
I
but
was at a
I'm not
gentleman's.
part of a rat pack either.
the funniest thing, Danny, is Linda tries to blame the crows crowing on us. She says every time we talk, they'll speak up or whatever. So she's
Oh, they're
trying to
all
blame it on us.
They were
we,
going off earlier. I was so glad the mic wasn't on. They were right up. Well, it was
hey,
Compound.
last time I
Compound was
had crows calling, Linda, last time I had crows calling at me, I had another friend supposedly pass away. Hey, baby.
oh,
And supposedly nobody knows if it was a murder with intention or if it wasn't. But we're bound to find out somehow.
is it a coincidence that there are so many mysteries
On
in
YouTube?
these deaths? Did I pull a string?
You might.
Am I trying?
No, no.
String? No.
Um, I think
Are
every
you trying
time,
to
I think every
Are
time
you
people
trying to
like
take my job?
us. Go ahead, Larry.
I was gonna say, are you trying to take my job away from me, Linda, being the puppet master?
Hey, hi. That should be
That's
a
inside
compliment.
information. No trading inside information.
That's a compliment, damn it.
That's what we keep you around for, Mary. That's what we keep you around for.
So, you know. Some people got hoods that you can't see, even when they unhood.
Oh, that's so
For
true.
real, yes.
Uh-huh.
Well, we live in a world now where that is a socially acceptable thing.
Well, I've always heard my parents speak of things. I've heard from so many elderly people speak of things. But to experience of these things that have been spoken are very interesting.
Puts more
Very.
solitude. Makes it more solid, I mean.
Well, it does if you look at the human body and its solitude. If it gets confined in itself, it just starts backing up, and there's a septic system that overflows, and that's what happens to most people. They drowned in their own fluids, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a whole thing on that.
And everybody wonders where this, the ka. But
Yeah.
if you ever heard the death rattle, somebody with a death rattle,
Oh, yep.
it's this rattly rattle,
Mm-hmm.
and then their breath gets longer and drawn out, and then it's no more. But sometimes people say the darndest things right before they die.
I have a question. Do they really reach out?
Huh?
I saw a thing that I saw somewhere where it said that when people are dying, they have a tendency to reach their arms out like they're reaching out to something.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, confirmation.
it's just like this dude. He came in and he was a funny character, but he was a sweet old guy. But he had just gotten surgery where his like the middle thigh, his legs were cut off and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I had went to lunch right across from where he was laying down because that was those little restroom that nobody ever bothered you in.
Mm-hmm.
But this dude, uh, he was dreaming and he answered a phone call in his dream because it was just funny because he's like all amped up on medication and shit. And the next thing you hear is him yelling something and this hard boof and another yell out. And I like drop my lunch and I'm like going up and down the rooms because I don't know where this cry is coming from and freaking go back and I hear him and he's like laid on the floor, rolled over, and hit his head really hard on the floor heater. And he was laughing, and I told him, "How did you get there? Why are you laughing?" And he's like, "Honey, I forgot when I answered the phone call and I was gonna go get my keys so we can go fishing that I don't have any legs."
Oh,
And he was just having phantom pains.
yeah.
I
Wow.
think most of our life is a phantom pain.
Before, and I agree. I have to agree. I've
Yeah.
experienced.
Yeah. And I think that's why you could relate, Linda, to so many things on Larry and Homestead Mary, and even your children, they kind of get it already.
Yeah, I'm not even having to drop nuggets for the most
Right.
part. Dropping nuggets, so I'm
Well,
just
they
receiving.
finally dropping nuggets to you. At least you got them coming and dropping off your weed for you.
Yeah. One of the things in my life that was a hard thing to accept was things not passed down. So I didn't learn any cooking from my grandparents or my parents. I learned how to cut up all their vegetables so they could cook.
You were
But
the
I,
prepper.
right. Or like when my father took a job to dig a ditch somewhere, we were the ditch diggers.
Yeah.
So we learned things that weren't entirely useful in the moment we needed tools. So we had to learn like literally by fire and making mistakes and being
You mean you have to
socially
be the
inept.
jack of all trades and the Jill?
Yes, but people don't believe a jack of all trades. People,
I
that
do.
people consider like modern society. People think a jack of all trades is someone who couldn't excel in one specific thing, and I thought that was just a shitty way of
It
Everyone
is
looking
does
at
it.
the
life.
shittiest way, because you wouldn't have MacGyver and you wouldn't have the Knight Rider. You wouldn't have so many different things over there if you didn't have a jack of all fucking trades.
You gotta have them.
Exactly.
My dad was a jack of all trades. I can tell you how many hats he wore. I mean,
That's
I love
why.
it.
That's why. I mean, my immediate reaction to seeing society
Right?
was to try and run away.
It's like I might not be the jack of your trades, but I'm the jack of my trades.
Well, that should be honored, right? If you can fix your own shit in the way you can, it should be honored.
Right?
My no, sorry, yours not.
If it's all about the spiritual mentality of a person, then a person that is spiritually minded to communicate the necessary needs of an individual level,
Hmm.
and that's just the basics of God's ways.
Yeah.
Hmm. You
Come on,
wouldn't think that would have been uplifted, right?
right?
I didn't mean to talk over you.
I mean, I know someone who has I know many someones. So my son's needed tubes in his ears since the day he was born.
Mm-hmm.
So I've dealt with audiologists. Um, what's the ear, nose, and throat? The technical term, otolaryngologist.
Mm-hmm.
His whole life,
Yep.
and so that would be like an audiological test. Either when he was younger, it was every 6 months, and as he got older, it was once a year, and
Yeah.
it still is once a year. And I've met many, shaken the hands of many audiologists using their first name. Because I would see MD at the end of their name, but not, sometimes I would go to call them doctor and use my first name.
Yeah.
Somebody used the ignorance of what I just told you about audiologists and whether they're doctors or not
Mm-hmm.
as a diving board. So I was like, I took in some details. I'm like, oh, that's what you are? And the evidence that was coming out of his mouth didn't support it. So when the truth came out, I was like, wait, what? Here we go again with
Right.
another bait and switch. done on an individual level just for something like attention or numbers or what have you.
Right.
But another damn bait and switch. Like I told my husband when we met, we went on our first date, and after a few times of just hanging out, we realized that what we were heading for was very serious, very cool, and we needed to talk about it. So we talked about it, and there were things we said to each other. These are places I wouldn't wish you to push me on because I stand firm in my stance. These are behaviors I wouldn't tolerate because I stand firm. And we really did have it out like that because we understood the importance of where we were going. And if we didn't talk about it, then we were already creating problems in the future by not communicating. It was a lot to accept, but we did it alone because many people in society, our families, our friends wouldn't accept the way we went about it and did it. But we're celebrating 20 years in a couple weeks. And to this day, communication, accepting each other for who we are, and then being honest.
Yeah.
That should be the building bricks of a great society, right? But it's not taught that way. And for me, like you guys were saying, like with the jack of all trades, like my one, not just one effort, but one of my efforts through my life is to stop these cycles, these familial cycles that keep putting people in a position to be codependent.
Yes.
And I was not about to have that for myself or set my children up
Well, the
to be
world's
that.
codependent on you because they need your children, Mary. They need your children, Mary. They need your children so that they can use them as guinea pigs in a scientific experiments. So they keep them away from you so you can't teach them the fucking real hard, heavy truths that we're a fucking family and we got to work this fucking land if we want to
Mhm.
survive, no
Yep.
matter how we have to. And we could look at it with all the disgust we have, or we could look at it to be like, damn, this is going to be awesome. It's already amazing.
Mhm.
And all we want is so much more than that.
I think that's where the butt hurt feelings come in. So after we had a special needs child, um, and going to specialists, we were approached about genetic testing for our son. And we were just so disgusted by that. They're approaching us. We didn't seek them out. They approached us about it. And I'm
Right?
telling
Like
you,
like they already told you you can't do that job. You
yes.
can't do that. It's okay that you're the mom. That's great, but you can't do that job. How dare
Yeah,
you
and
want
we're
to do
gonna
that?
we're gonna do tests on your son to prove it, right?
Right?
And I was not about that. I'm like, get the hell out of here with that bullshit, man. No, absolutely not. It's not
What?
gonna
My kid
happen.
needs to be vaccinated for chicken pox? All right, sister, your kid has chicken pox. Come on over. Everybody in the swimming pool. We're
Yeah,
vaccinated.
yeah. I like how they think they can change his genetics. He has Down syndrome. That is
Right?
within the core of who he is. By which way, I don't know how, but I'm certainly not going to give any kind of scientist slash doctor slash Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde kind of bullshit free passage to my son.
Right. I mean, good Lord, who knows if the way they put in those ear tubes that it could be possibly hitting his ears a certain way where your son could possibly hear just fine any other way. But we had to put those in there just to give you some more Hail Mary.
Well, if I didn't see the physical side effect of not having tubes, he wouldn't have tubes. You know what I'm saying? But because he has Down syndrome, he has very, very narrow canals behind the nose and behind the ears.
Yeah.
That the fluid would stay in his head, and every month it would kind of become infected. So that it would make him. This is before I found elderberry and stuff.
He has some kind of inflammation in his body. There's some kind of inflammation in there.
Right. Right. Well, at that point, I was thinking about curing things one at a time because when doctors talk down to you and use words they think you don't understand,
Mm-hmm.
it takes hours of thought to unravel the word puzzle. Because that's all that doctors do is give you a freaking word puzzle to try to, confuse you and lead you down a certain path.
Yeah, some doctors. Not all. Some.
Well, I'm gonna say after our recent, experience, that I doubt more than I used to, and that's right. I should, and I'm gonna keep that doubt, and I don't think I'm ever gonna let it go because they're a part of the system.
Yeah.
When they had that homeopathic mental health hospital in one of the towns I lived in back in New York, that didn't go across the nation, even though it worked, even though there was success after success after success doing it homeopathically. When that place went under, the system went, phew, now we can go about our business.
Right. See, where I'm from, we always got those commercials that if you just heard the word New York City, you got to get a rope, girl.
Yep. Conditioning. Yes. I went out of New York when I decided to leave New York. I went on a job interview in Virginia. And this was at a dental office because I'd worked bookkeeping dental in New York. So I went down there, put my office wear on. He's looking at my resume. And I don't know if it was my accent or something triggered this dentist. And he went off on me. What is it with you New Yorkers thinking you can leave New York? You have this Pollyanna way of thinking. Your reputation won't follow you. I can't stand these Yankees. That he went off, dude. Absolutely went off. I'm looking at this man like somebody pissing your freaking cornflakes today. So 2 weeks later, like I went about my life. All right, next application. I'm not going to work for someone that already speaks to me that way, a stranger. I come back from New York and there's a message on my answering machine from the dentist. I hope I didn't scare you away. I checked all your credentials. They were great. We still have an opening here. I almost pissed my pants laughing. That we're now in a state where, and this was in 2001, we're now in a state where people think they can walk around shitting and there's no consequence to that. And I'm befuddled. This is even before internet become an actual thing. So I noticed this right on the way home from the interview with the dentist, was on the radio, Hillary Clinton talking about, I was part of making internet access available all across the country, blah, blah, blah. Man, I laughed even harder because I'm thinking of what I just experienced in Virginia with this dentist. And now you're putting a platform like the internet out with, she just spoke of no regulations, no kind of standards of any kind. I just laughed my ass off all the way back to New York. Like I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. And now 22 years later, we're talking about that dental person that I was interviewed with. These are all these people that are on an internet, no matter what social platform, screaming at everybody else, I got it right. I'm the one doing it right. Everybody listen to me. Bow down. It's septic almost through the entire population of the world, where this internet thing is in all these houses, just like they said in the Bible. It's in all the houses. It's infecting everybody. Even if you don't want it, it's there, and we're at that time now.
The nothingness is consuming us.
Yes, absolutely. Because what do you get when anyone interacts with people like I just talked about? You walk away not only
Valpor!
you're actually walking away minus part of yourself too, because you have to give a part of yourself to be a part of that nonsense, right? I thought I was
Yep.
just observing, guys. When I heard about nonsense going on and being pretty young in interaction in on YouTube just itself, not on Facebook,
Hey, when you
I
split your body, Mary, from your physical form to a fucking, you're not sure if it's a computer program or if it's spiritual broadcasting. It's kind of
Mhm.
weird, Mary.
Yes, and you know what? Just pulled up on my phone Women's History Month collection.
It's called
Um,
a period on a periodical lunar time wave.
mhm.
Yes, this is a microsecond.
Yes,
That and like the fucking weirdest way. It's a microsecond.
like a micro millisecond, like blink and it's gone, right?
Like a milla,
Yes, a millisecond. Yes.
a camilla, chameleon.
Mhm.
Yes, it's
And the
like that.
deeper we go into these subjects, like let's just take time with what you're alluding to. The depth manipulation, ulterior motives. I don't think we'll ever get to the depth of it, and I don't think we should. I think this is an acceptance for us to understand.
Well,
Um,
some people don't know what that word actually means. What kind of depth are you talking about? Because if you're talking about depth into something that is bottomless and empty, what is that?
that's a freaking rabbit hole you'll never get out of, is what that is. If you look for a bottom, like you said, of a bottomless hole, there is no halfway point, right? When someone says, "Hey, how far into the woods do you have to walk before you start walking out of it?" And so many people are befuddled by that word puzzle. And it's funny, the middle. The middle is the point where you begin walking out of something you've walked into. But when there's a bottomless pit, there is no middle. There's no bottom. There's no U-turn sign.
So what you have is you have a free falling.
That's a great word because I made a mistake recently, Danny, of not a mistake per se. I needed to observe some things, so I went into observation investigation mode, but I stayed too long. And that's what it started feeling like, that if I don't gain my bearings back, that it was a free fall, one that has no edges for you to claw onto or a safety rope for you to bounce off of and climb back out of.
Well, see, what I got was a pixelated 369 rotation and back again.
Mm, mm. Oh my goodness.
And that was with light codes.
Think about that. That's mhm. And if that is in fact like maybe not in a physical matter type of happening, but in the spiritual and emotional, mental health of it all, try to wrap your head around. The deeper you go, the more pixelated you get. That's a really good reference. I think in our human mind, when we research stuff, we're trying to clear up the picture like you would with a camera. But what happens is what Danny's saying, and the deeper you go, the more you try to shift the focus on that camera lens, the more it does become pixelated because it's darker, has less light in the deep hole, right?
Yeah, and some people, when I was younger, like I remember, I remember these cassettes. You remember cassette players and the tape
Uh-huh.
cassette players? Okay. I remember looking through a thin film on a
Mm,
cassette. I can't remember which one, but when I was a kid, and I put it up to the light, and I asked my grams, I'm like, "Is there supposed to be a picture in this? Does the music play picture?" And she's
mm,
like, "What?" I'm like, "Grim, there's picture in this strip of cassette player tape."
mm.
I remember this very vividly and clearly, but I haven't talked about that since just now. Isn't that funny?
What did Grandma say?
Yeah, what did she say?
Oh shit, she dropped out. I'll have a minute of silence just to wait for that answer. Notice how she dropped out just when that was going on.
Yeah. Well, I think I just discovered where Lucy's been laying her eggs, so I
Ah,
couldn't believe she actually found a way to get into the compost. Now I'm seeing all the different ways. It's very
hey,
intelligent of her. It was very intelligent of her.
hey, Linda.
Yeah.
So I told you I switched my chicken's food, right?
Mhm.
And so I've been waiting for like, the egg laying to start.
Right.
So in the meantime, I need to buy some eggs. I go to town south of me, zero eggs in the container, zero for 2 days in a row, 3 days in a row. So I went to the town north of me and I found 18 eggs and I'm like, 18 count. And I'm like, all
Yeah.
right, this should get me to the point because we're having warmer days to the point of egg laying. So we get home, we put all of our groceries away and stuff. We got our big freezer plugged in and ready to go. And my daughter knocks on the window and she hands me a container. And the chicken started laying eggs. There were 13 eggs in that container. And all of
Awesome.
them,
You know what to do with those other ones, right?
uh, cook them for the dogs. Pigs
No,
really
I
like.
mean, that was my point. You can still use them.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is where like, well, we got to get ready for spring. So it's a last push, because a little bit of winter is still ahead of us.
Hmm.
So, we'll eat our natural eggs, but utilize those other eggs for pigs, dogs, shells of. We don't use the shells of store eggs, so only our natural shells go in the garden area.
Uh huh. Lucy, relax. Good
What's that
grief.
noise? Did
That's
you hear a chicken inside? The doggy's looking at the phone like, what is going on?
what is that doing in the house?
Hmm. Did
Where's
you
it
hear
at?
that, Coco? What was that noise, Coco? Was it a chicken? And I'm not even yelling at you because when I first started training the pups, we would walk around the chicken pen, and anyone who showed attention, I'd be like, "Tsk, that's not yours."
Right.
So they're used to hearing them, but now she's like, "That's not supposed to be in here. Why is that found in here?"
She's badly discovered her spot, and she had 3 eggs there. She had went in a corner and cleared out the part in an area in the compost, and I immediately went and tested them. Of course, they were no good.
Cool. Okay,
And
cool,
I
cool. They were.
water, and it's in compost, so I mean, it was already trying to.
That's what you needed to do, though. You needed to see where everybody was comfortable.
Yeah, well, with all the way I'm running the show right now until this evening, um, I have the 2 other roosters in the chicken coop, and then I pulled out the hen box, and they're having a hard time adapting. So they're all complaining. They want to lay eggs. I,
Mm,
I'm at the point where you lay it where you lay it. We'll assess later. So now I'm all walking around. Ooh, that's a big horsefly. Walking around hunting eggs, getting my It's funny because they kept telling me, my son and them were, Joy was telling me that their chickens will lay eggs throughout the yard, and I was like, well, we ain't having that. But
Yo, I thought the same thing. I am not doing no egg hunt. Like this is a big land. I'm not. No,
Arizona, I
no.
don't need no rotten eggs. That
For
was my view
real.
on
Well, can
it.
you imagine one of your dogs finding it or something like that? No,
I
I'm not
wouldn't
down for
worry
those
about that so
surprises.
much. They do that sometimes. I would be more worried of just the wrench and smell. And
I don't.
well,
I'm
the egg
very
is
wary of
not grown.
attracting the wild animals in.
Turn into this little air bomb, stink bomb. If
Yeah,
it broke and then when it makes a pop too, and a whole.
like those mushrooms back in the day. Do you remember those mushrooms back in the day? Like big, airy, smoke, puffy things.
Oh yeah, the not smell. Yeah, not the kind of have a cone on them, correct?
Something, yeah. You step on them and you get some kind of like poof of mushroom pollen, but it stunk like with sulfur.
Four.
Spores, yeah. Mushroom spores.
That's how they make children. Four.
So this is the cliffhanger of the day, what Grandma said.
I know. I'm waiting. I'm trying to do some filler here, and
And I really want to get up and do stuff, guys. Like I have so much energy from the positivity of the weekend. Like I want to get up and do stuff. Don't do it. You're hurting from the weekend. Like don't do it. But I want to get up and do stuff.
mm, I just realized the little ding-a-lingy on the bell is missing on this one. Damn it! I just bought these.
The
Oh, that's
ding-a-ling
fine.
on the bell is missing.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. You guys want to see my ding-a-ling? That was appropriate.
Oh, okay, I see.
But this guy don't got no ding-a-ling.
No
I can create
ding-a-ling.
a ding-a-ling. I ain't worried about it, but yeah, I thought those were cute, and it kind of goes with the bird box.
Yeah, yeah. Did you put your lights out last night?
Sure did.
How was it? Did you walk through? Were you able to walk through and have enough light to see where you're going?
I mean, uh, it wasn't a. It illuminated where I wanted it to illuminate. It
Mm,
only kicks out like maybe a foot past, but I like the fact that I can still look at the plants.
yes, yes.
Camera was still on. I can look at the
We
plants, the video. Plus,
we saw it
they.
last night on your video, and it came out really good.
Oh, thank you. That wasn't even a full charge, so we're getting lots of sun right now. So keep our fingers crossed. Did you notice that one? That one's being a dutter. I don't like that. I put him in direct sun
Yo,
this
you
morning.
called that though. If Nubs were here, he would say, "You put that out there, Linda." Because remember when
Yes,
you were
I did.
talking about
I
buying a
sure
whole
did.
bunch at a time, and you're like, there's some dutters in there, and I'm like, oh shit.
That's so funny because when I got up there, I had the whole flat of them. I think there was like they sold them in like 24 flats, which doesn't make any sense to me. But or was it 25? It was 25. Anyway, I digress. Um, I got up there and I said, "Okay, how are we gonna do this? You're gonna let me pull all these tabs, and if there's a dutter, you're gonna let me go over there and place it." She just looked at me, cocked her head like a Rottweiler. And I went, "Oh shit, I'm sorry." She says, "Just bring the dutters back with your receipt." And I said, "That is much better." And she just started laughing and she goes, "Thank you. I needed that." And I said, "You're welcome."
I always pulled the tags on mine. Always.
I straight. It was funny because we went through them all and there were no dutters. I mean, he wasn't as strong. I mean, when I did it, I cut, right then because I
Right.
was ready to take it back. I knew there, by the grace of God, he was going to teach me a lesson. So
Don't put that
Yeah.
shit out there, and there won't be no shit. That's what he said.
Yep. That's what that was.
Right.
Oh, that's hysterical, isn't it? But I'm glad that you were able to embrace that and find humor. You know what I'm saying? Like these are you kind of knew it was coming. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
Yep.
yeah, I totally lined myself up for it. My eyes were on the road. I just needed glasses. I didn't see it. What does the mirror say? Things are closer than they are. One of those.
Things are closer
That's
than they
funny,
appear.
Linda. Hi,
Yeah.
Anna.
Hi, good
Hi.
morning.
Good morning. How are you feeling, sweetie?
I got a minor headache. I'm pretty sure that's hangover part.
Mm-hmm.
And my stomach started again, but it's not my stomach. I have gastritis and and esophagitis.
So is that where like they get the fluids in your stomach from being sick and indigestion like made them raw and stuff?
I do not know why they were inflamed. We think it's because I might have eaten too much chocolate.
Mm.
And it was late in the afternoon. And I did know that I could get, or that I do get, heartburn if I go lay down after I eat chocolate. Even like a little Hershey's Kiss.
Oh,
Seriously.
no kidding.
Yeah. So, I started thinking about it. I'm like, oh, I had chocolate. I was greedy. I I ate a cookies and cream Hershey bar, and then it went on to another Hershey bar. Then after dinner, it was another Hershey bar,
No.
and then we had ice cream cake, which had chocolate cake with vanilla ice cream. I don't know why. I do not eat like that.
Talk
It's like
about
one of
gluttony.
those
Like
days,
that.
right?
So I think it just pissed off all my stuff. So
With my son, they told me very young in his life that I had to make sure that he sat up for at least 2 hours after every meal because he
yeah.
can't tell us. He doesn't feel the pain like we do. To
Oh,
him,
okay.
heartburn's like a regular burp, so he won't tell us when something's going on. We found out because the dentist is like, "Hey, there's evidence of heartburn type thing going on." So that's when we, delve into that. And now we have to eat between 4 and 6 and try not to eat any later so that he has that 2 hours of sitting up for
Yep.
his body to go through the digestional, because them acids are needed so that it can break down all the foods and stuff.
Yeah. But I'm on high antacids anyways because of my ulcers.
Oh, okay.
I take 40 of omeprazole in the morning and 20 at night, but um yeah, I'm supposed to wait a couple of hours as well. And that might have been it too because um I don't know. But I'm thinking might have been a combination of a lot of things. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just gonna try and keep it mellow. I have to go get my son's phone taken care of today with Cricket on that Affordability Act thing.
Mm.
Um, and then that's it. That's all that's on my mission for today.
Yeah, and then
And
rest.
then I get my teeth pulled tomorrow for as long as everything is okay.
Right.
So that noise is Larry outside doing something. Shithead.
Larry's outside again.
Yeah, he is. So he said he needs to do one of those things where, okay, I'm handing over the mic.
Yeah, because none of us knew he did.
I know, right? I didn't either. Oh,
I like
shit.
it.
He's my shithead, but I love him. He's mine.
Yep.
Yep.
But
Yep. And my dad always told me growing up, he called me shithead too. And he said, I said, Dad, why do you give me so much shit all the time? And he goes, well, if I can't, nobody can. I'm like,
mhm,
fair enough. Well, see, when I was little, I was allowed to say the word shit when my mother wasn't around.
mm,
Um, but since I got Larry, I told Larry, I said, if you can't give me shit, then nobody can either.
mhm.
So, but if he's not doing his job and giving me shit, well, then somebody's got to. So that means either I gotta have you guys give me shit, or I gotta call my dad and have him give me shit. So,
Somebody's got to take care of this shit because a stranger can't do it.
right.
That's
So
funny.
yeah. Oh, there he goes. He's turning it up for me. So I'm wearing a white wife beater, so I'm not turning the camera on.
That's all good. That's
Hey.
all good.
So,
Yeah,
Oh,
we would say things to our kids as they were growing up, like, teenage time is usually the time for experimenting. And
right.
we'd have a cigarette, and one of our kids would be looking at us like, "Want one?" And they're like, "No. Why are you asking me? If you can say no to me, you can say no to anyone."
Exactly.
And that's all I wanted my kid to understand is
I wish.
I'm a strong-willed
Wow.
mom, and if they can say no and stand up to me, then I can feel safe that they can say no in any situation that they are not comfortable.
Damn. I wish somebody would have said that to me. But
Danny's waiting to come in.
oh, hi, Danny. Hold on. I've been slacking.
And welcome back, Drop Knot.
welcome
Yes,
back.
Danny's back. We can get an answer to the cliffhanger.
What's the cliffhanger?
Grandma.
Grandma, she was telling us a story about what she saw on the cassette tape, and she was at the point where she says, "Grandma, why are there pictures on this?" And we went to ask what did Grandma say, and then we lost Danny.
She said she didn't say anything. We never talked about it after that.
Really?
Why were there pictures on a cassette tape, though?
Yeah, I don't know.
How are
Is
we
that
talking
bizarre?
like VHS, or are we talking cassette
We're
music?
talking Memorex.
What?
Yeah, Memorex. You know the cassette
Oh yeah,
tape
yeah.
where they looked almost
VHS.
clear through them? She was
Mhm.
looking like through that tape.
Oh,
Because I was trying to
gotcha.
fix it.
Oh, is that how you got to that point?
Yeah, I held it up to the mirror because I'm like, what if somebody put a little movie on this or something? What would I see, or if there's the lines or something? How do they put music on this thing?
Right, right. It's got to leave some kind of trace, right?
Right?
Yeah.
But
And
it had people on it.
what?
There were people on it.
Huh?
That's weird, right? So that like begs the question,
We're
what the
talking.
hell were they trying to do?
Right?
So we're
Weird
talking
shit.
about like cassette tapes, not like video VHS tapes, right?
Right.
Ooh, I
Music
never
only,
once did that and looked. Holy shit.
right? That's what I said when she said the story. Like, wait, okay, so what did Grandma say? But Grandma didn't say anything. So it's again one of those things that we learn about society that either people don't feel like they know enough about to say
Right.
something,
You
or
don't talk about your grandparents being from Texas, and you don't talk about them each having their name related to a precinct up and down Texas all the way out to California, do you? You don't think of those things. You don't
and
think
don't
about where
dare
you're
ask questions.
stationed. You don't think about if your parents even knew their grandparents were part of some kind of weird American, you know,
Mm-hmm.
weird American adoption agency.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And it's not a regular school, it's a residential school. You know what I'm saying? Like the
I
mincing
mean,
of
if
words
somebody brought home a baby, nobody would ask questions now, would they?
Nobody questioned it.
for real.
Huh.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That was so prevalent for so many years.
And that's only because I did research, because I had questions.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That couldn't or wouldn't get answered from the people around you, right?
Hmm.
And that's the thing. I think we all kind of get this weird sensation of why do they feel the need to lie about life? This is weird. What is it about life that what are they afraid of? Like it does do that, like what we were talking earlier, Danny. It's almost like you have to do a deep dive, but
Hmm.
if you don't have a rope, if you don't have a safety rope, like I'm saying like spiritually within yourself, then when you go to the deep dive, you may either get lost or go an avenue that doesn't isn't meant for you. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. I've been there.
Mm-hmm.
Done deep dive. I'm like, through the other side of the hole. I'm back again. So you can't tell me it can't be done.
Right, right, right. It's just a matter of how. Is it done in a healthy way? Is it done in a smart way? Like, you know?
Well, there's certain protocols you have to follow when it comes to cleansing your body. There's certain protocols you have to take on because
Mm-hmm.
you listen to your intuitive self to do such a thing. To not just believe and believing, but to trust in that there's only one way that
Mm-hmm.
you can see everybody in that way, but yet they're in their own way. They're not.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, I guess I label that basic human respect to know that we all breathe and we all see and we all hear and there is a perspective. Like I'm not saying take any one person's over another. Like I'm trying to equal the playing field because one is not greater than another in that sense, like in a natural sense, in an organic sense.
Yep.
When people criticize me, when it was face to face, I tend to ask, what measuring tool are you measuring me by?
Right.
And it was
What's in your tool bag? Before I need to know what you're gonna use.
yes, because I
Right.
want to use the equal tool. I don't want you measuring me in a way that you're not measuring yourself by.
Right. Because if I'm a diamond in the fucking rough, you better have a pick in there and an axe, and you better know how to tap lightly, and better know what angle to tap if you want to make me in a fucking arrowhead. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I mean, and other tools like water. Are you confirming what you're pulling out that you think is a diamond in the rough?
Exactly. Because to
Because
somebody else, it might just be a piece of carnilla. And to somebody, that's like what they need. They need that carnilla, or they need that amber, or they need that, that jade stone. They need
hmm
that.
yeah, so I love Bob Marley's song Cornerstone. Have you ever heard it?
I've heard it.
It's about a builder and picking a stone and refusing the stone, and the very stone that you refuse is the cornerstone that you need. And I thought it was pretty prophetic considering, I mean, this was written in the late 70s. So considering,
It's just basic masons and carpenters. It's basic.
and if
Hey.
you're building something in life and you're not using the basic philosophies, you're basically building on a pit of quicksand.
But those philosophies aren't my base. They didn't come from my island.
Right.
My island has people who build differently, whose
Right.
architectural value made what is made here in America today.
Right, but it's not recognized, so they fail to understand and utilize the power of what is in front of their face.
Exactly. So,
And
like I
it's
said
different in
before,
different regions,
it's
like you
not
said.
that it's not my river in denial, but there's a
Right.
river in denial.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And to think that there's a one size fits all for all humans is having narrow thinking instead of wide range thinking.
Well, narrowness is the two hands coming off the cornerstone with the circle around it that always comes back. And this is what they set up in marine time law, a flow of water where the mother and father couldn't see where it's coming from
Hmm.
because they were blinded to their own bodies. But the thing about it is that long time ago, before any of this, there was a moon connected to bloodshed. And all you're seeing is the bloodshed now come to a full halt. And what happens to blood is it dries up. And what happens to dried up blood? It turns into the sands of the seas. It turns into your rocks, your
Hmm.
valleys, your mountains, and all that. And what do people do? They collect it. They say, hey, that's a ruby, that's a diamond. But actually, this is just another part of the body that we broke bread with a long time ago in so
Hmm.
many ways. And yet, in that knowing and the partaking of that body, there's a residence of sound that keeps it at a lower base because not everybody gets to upgrade. Not
Right.
everybody gets to upgrade all at the fucking same time.
Yes.
Some bodies were meant in certain ways to handle the positiveness. Some bodies were made in the way that they have to hold the negative space
Yes.
when positivity comes around. So that in that holding that space counterclockwise, there's creation of a new
Hmm.
heaven and a new earth.
Hmm. And it's the embracing, which is our side of it.
And it has nothing to do with left and right playing fields. It's wingspan. That's a no brainer.
Hmm. Oh my gosh. Leave it to Lubas to make that comment. Can you guys read that?
I couldn't resist. I had to put it up there. Nice one, Lou.
Somebody read it for everybody.
Oh, Lou says, wait, what? One size doesn't fit all people? That's why the extra large condom I bought kept falling off.
Gross.
Ah, shit. Sorry.
You mean you didn't get the ultra slim?
Ultra Slim Jim.
Nice one, Danny.
Hey, I
Very
know all
good.
about my Trojan horses.
Thank you. It might be ultra
Oh,
slim, but that's for feeling. It's the extra short you meant.
And now they come with vibration pulse. They come with vibration rings. Just in case you ain't got it. Just in case you ain't got it.
Come on, Lou. You knew you were gonna walk into something.
And
Saying something
also,
like that.
believe me, I've been in the room. You know why a certain elderly man over the age of 80 had one put in with a push button just for his woman.
Ooh.
Nice.
And we had to help him and her learn how to take care of that.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah,
God,
they
that's a
have those
different
now
sex
where they put in
education.
these pumps in it.
Right? It's the
Yep.
funkiest thing. I had a coworker who didn't know what the fuck she was doing. She's like, "How do I get this thing down?" And she keeps whacking this guy's dinker into the brief, but it's sticking up. I'm like, "Dude, there's a button. You have to push the button so you don't hurt him anymore. It's got to go down."
Oh my God.
I'm like, "Oh my God, please don't touch my patients before I get in the room without instruction. It would piss me off."
Seriously,
Oh,
wow.
this one? Okay, come on. Yeah. But you know, people want that. People do that. It's out there.
Yep.
You know? Does Grandpa really want his kids to know? If that thing gets stuck, can you just press this button? I don't know.
Yeah, for real.
Right?
Oh
Or is
man.
Grandma gonna get stuck and it's too much vibration and it does something to her heart and she falls right over on Pop? I don't know. But people are willing to go there.
In the mid to late afternoon.
Yeah, I had heard about these like a procedure. Yeah, for let's just say it limp dick. And sorry.
I'm
And,
really good at that.
You
and
just say that the men that were listening, Crunch.
they put a pump in there and they
Okay.
pump it up and you pump it where you want it or
So
whatever.
pump up
There
the
you go.
jam means something new now.
You just ruined that song.
One pump too many. Wait, one more.
Right. Silly.
Oh man. But that's just a side effect of this manipulation of society and people being brought down roads of what they think is important, something like the topic of sex, being misled and misinformed about the importance of it, and they're going places that other humans have not thought to go.
It happens. There are freaking sex museums out there in certain foreign countries. Come on.
Yeah, and that's that really is a horse of a different color. That whole topic of where people have been led in regards to it.
Right? Half the time I can't tell if I'm talking to a robot or not,
Uh-huh.
on these things. But it's kind of funny to me.
I mean, I've seen it in the last several weeks of bots making comments that sound almost human.
Hmm.
And then you're like, is that a person? Is that
Hey,
you know?
I swear to God, some of the people that like some dudes that I fucked with,
Hmm.
their whole like when I was watching them as we were doing it, like their faces and their bodies changed in this electronic weird way. I can't even describe to you. And what's interesting is they're all like naval or air force men, and I'm just like, just stop sending me your super soldiers, dudes. No, thank you.
Seriously, absolutely. That's
You
wow.
can't even pay me, people. It's lame.
It's kind of creepy. I mean, it just furthers the notion of how they want their soldiers more robotic.
Yep. Yep.
That's so funny. Hold on one second. That's so funny. As you were telling that story, what kept popping into my brain was my oldest daughter's father, who's what? Navy.
Yep.
Whoa, that's That's not a clue. If that's not a clue, even for others just looking in, if that's not a clue, then
I'm
you ain't
telling
really
you.
looking.
I'm telling you, they're up there, and they're designated to your front door.
And for them to think that we can't tell the difference or get clues into there being a difference, then they're in disregard of the power of being a human themselves, and they're the ones at
But
often
they're
of the
not
narrative.
human. That's what
True. I
not
mean, I guess that's why they
human.
wouldn't get it. Yes, you're right.
I'm
Yeah,
not even a human. Like
yeah.
most of people living now, people, you're all fucking hybrids or some kind of weird shit, like some Crimea shit.
Yes. Some alteration. I don't want to put too many tag words or keywords in there, but def definite obvious alteration. We lost Danny, I think, again. Is there an issue in the chat with some freedom fighter person?
Nope, no problems whatsoever. But oh, freedom fighter, I see that.
Yeah, freedom fighter, you would say that, wouldn't you?
I don't know who that is.
Nobody knows.
No. We only
Okay.
we only detect the behavior and the word salads, and word salads are just that.
Sounds good to me.
You know what? That's funny. It's because that's exactly the kind of life I've had to lead.
Right.
Like I said before, those are my family members. You think I don't know those different
Mhm.
elements? You don't think I don't know that about family, about myself, and how I react to those things? Paranoid? I don't give a fuck.
Seriously.
You know?
You've been through a lot to where I don't think you're necessarily paranoid. I think you're just very cautious and careful. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Actually,
And we don't.
cautious and careful has scared many people. You know?
Oh, yes, it has.
Yes, it has. Because you know what? My give a damn, it's busted a long time ago.
Yes.
All right.
Hmm. And listen, to those who think we have to quantify or qualify anything about ourselves through them as a filter, I don't want to be rude, but fuck off.
All right. It's like this. My whole life has basically been hit below the belt. My whole life.
Yep.
You know, so any talk of, oh, Danny, any kind of sexual innuendo, any kind of sexual bullshit, before I could, you know, I could go there with people. I could go there. I could get dirty nasty with you if you wanted me. But at the end of the day, how I look at it most of the time, you know, before I can even get to a relaxed state of mind, I have to go through all the shitty bullshit.
Yep.
It's hard to clear that. It's hard to clear that.
Yes,
Do you
that's why
think I want to clear that with another fucktard? Fuck no.
for real. For real. And that's why I consider what happened this weekend with finding the homes that I did. That's why I consider it a blessing. It's because of people like that.
Right?
Because there's so much shit that you have to wade through, even for a common goal, just to go to the grocery store. Yeah, sometimes it flows smoothly. and you get the green lights and everybody's fine and dandy and you go home and it was a great day in town. And then you have those days where you seem to find the asshole gene at every fucking person you run into.
Right. Or you notice people's vehicles that we have made goody friends with your ex. You know, their vehicles just somehow keep showing up on your
Yeah.
street. We're
Yeah.
far away from the other person, but they just periodically show up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's creepy. I think that's beyond creepy. To the point where I've had to make calls. To the point that I've had to tell people things.
And I just have a question, not to interrupt, Danny.
Yeah, go ahead.
But people need to be very clear about certain things, and intention is one of them. I'm glad we had that conversation with Nubs earlier. But
Exactly.
we also need to understand the intention of others. And if others' negative attention is that powerful because they have bowed down, we have to, of course, call upon our own, but we have to be aware of that. Not that we can't be overcoming it. We can overcome that. But to not be aware of it is to be ill prepared for the fight.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, in the other years, yes, I was drugged. Not because I said, oh, please fucking drug me up. No.
Yeah.
Okay? No.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're cool, Lou Bass. You're cool.
Well,
Just because I was hushed in my childhood, just because of all that was hushed, doesn't make it right.
right. And we're not talking about Lubaz. We're talking about those other two comments in between that have nefarious origins, no good intent, and are useless.
Do you think I would want that for my own children or for other people? No. I mean, because it happens. Not just to teenagers, not just to young ones. It happens to adults.
Danny, did you hear me earlier saying that the one issue, the one thing that we could not avoid was that one person? I mean, this woman had to be 60, 65 years old, all white hair, looking at my son. We had none of that even crossed our minds. Like, we walk around with protection so much that it's not a conscious thought anymore. It's a natural reaction, like to going out in public and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
It was not my intent to run into someone that gave me pedo vibes. But I had to be ready, right? I had to be ready. I jumped out of that truck. Why? Because that mama in me doesn't clock out. Even if it seems like a safe situation, she don't clock out. It's
No,
at the
never.
ready all the freaking time, right?
Right.
It's not my
Here's the
intention.
thing. If you're living in an abusive family, if you're living like that, then not only are you have to watch out like that for, if you're going to be the only one being beat up on, like, and then going to work. And then on the weekends when you clean up pretty, you got uncles or friends coming over and giving you weird hand suggestions of where they'd like to lead you to. It's sickening. And it makes you barf when you have to actually talk to your spouse about it. And he hands you a card to go see a shrink. There's something wrong with that. Because some of these people have actually done these things. Not with
And
me.
you know what? People say that broken people shouldn't get together, but I do not concede to that.
Label.
Because as parents,
Is that
Vince and
broken?
I,
Does that mean I'm broken? Does that mean you're broken?
well, that was it right there. That's where I was going to go, Danny. Is exactly that. We were taught lessons that meant we weren't broken.
The thing
Like
about it is those lessons, those lessons have shown me some strengths about myself where,
yes,
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
absolutely. And maybe because how I was raised, and I didn't always take all the jackets off, and I say things really bluntly, even that would offend my own husband, who's a loving and kind and forgiving individual. But yeah, my favorite freaking phrase through my late 20s was fuck it, fuck you, fuck them. I don't even give a fuck anymore. It's my life. Like, I felt like I had to push out so hard against the oppression around me, environmental, social, employment wise, that it almost felt like I had to force myself to be a porcupine and keep them at that arm's length, not in like my regular personal.
Well, you put
Uh,
those pinions on your back, or you're walking on eggshells all fucking day.
yes, yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And to apologize for it, I've been called so many names.
That's okay, you and me. I'm sure Larry and Linda do.
Yes.
It's all good. That's why it's so bad, because it's all good, Mary.
Yes. Well, that's our gift. Our gift is
You could kindly bow out whenever you want.
well, we have a capability of transmutation. So I want to go forward a little bit with a conversation I had on London Man yesterday. And Angel Wings, I believe, was it Angel Wings talking about transmutation? I don't remember. I'm sorry if I'm wrong. But that conversation was had, and I've been kind of thinking about it since, like how that kind of fit in. But the way it fits in is our capability of taking the experiences we've had, particularly the negative ones, looking for the lesson, finding out what we could learn outside of a lesson, the innuendos people don't talk about. Well, doing that transmutes the negative into positive, into lessons, into tools, into into gut instinct.
Well,
Right?
you can't actually get that gut instinct unless you actually have negative ions. You don't want positive ions. So you have to look, you have to be willing to receive in all kinds of aspects and dimensions when it comes to that.
I'm
And
so glad you
not
said
many people would even like be like know what that means.
Danny, what that means is when people say, I keep attracting blah blah blah. But they never go in depth into the reason for that. And I think it's what we're talking about. So if you like you were saying about the gut instinct, if you just allowed positive to live there, then you would never recognize the negative of importance in your life.
It would be like living with a benign tumor and then a doctor saying, let's just take a look at that. And it stabs it and stabs it. And now you've got a cancerous substance in your body.
Yep.
And it's kind of like that.
And without awareness, I mean, that's okay. You know how you pick up a book and you're like, oh, that's French, or oh, that's English. Awareness is one of those things that establishes the language of your body. It's almost like the fluid that interconnects the neurons. Because if you intentionally, and I know this because I know a person who intentionally made themselves unaware, like would look away from truth, would look away from news, would look away from all of that. They're not just an unhappy person. They're an absolute miserable one. Why? Because the fluid in which is so important, the name of that fluid right now is awareness. Without the neurons connecting, there's no information passing through. There's no spirit passing through. There's no feelings passing through. and they're standing in their life saying, WTF, how did I get here? I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? They're seeing all the side effects of those decisions and still not comprehending. Awareness, like you said, there's you know of a benign tumor in your body, but awareness without change is bullshit. You know, so you put the responsibility into a doctor's hands to investigate. Instead of investigating your own body, instead of putting your own healing techniques to work, you literally go in there, you sign your freaking life away and put someone else in control of that. And then you're mad on the other end when it doesn't really work.
Right. And then you learn how to heal yourself.
Yes.
And that's when they start coming towards you. That's when they start all coming at you. Because
they absorb the
how dare you
negativity.
fucking be okay with yourself as you are? How
I
dare
mean, when
you
that lady
stoop
turned
that?
around in church, that's the feeling I got, Danny. That's the very freaking feeling I got was, how dare you survive that?
Right.
And I'm looking, and I've had people walk up to me in Walmart in my younger years, like, oh, damn, I thought you died. Or in another situation, like, oh, man, you look just like this chick that just died, like spitting image. I'm walking around this earth saying, what is wrong with these people that think it's okay to utter those words to a perfect stranger? It was like I was doing something that was wrong in the guise of society created a path for me, not God created a path for me. So you know, in my life I sought the God created a path for me, not what people thought I should do. And the more I got towards what God created for me and away from what people thought I would do, it was almost like the punishment got more severe. But if you don't persevere, then who are you living life for? Are you living it for the freaking system, or are you freaking living it for yourself? And I don't know why I'm saying this or went on this freaking tangent, and I feel like I talk too much, but maybe somebody just needed to hear that. Sorry, Linda, Anna, anybody want to talk? Everybody walked away from the mic and they can't unmute them. If you're talking, you're muted. Our channel now.
If you were talking to me, I was talking to Wolf Lady.
Hello, hello, hello. Is anybody?
Hello.
Hello. My freaking thumb keeps hitting the little button.
I did that
So
all the time, Danny.
how far are you from home now?
Who are you talking
Mila,
to?
I'm still waiting for my pickup, Larry. We got icy roads, Larry, so we're being cautious.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Nothing wrong with that.
Safety first.
Yeah. Getting that storm for California, Danny?
You know, it's been actually really nice. I mean, we got some wind the other night, but nothing really big. So.
Nice. So no severity of it. That's cool. The weather keeps saying it's going to rain here, but all we see is sunshine. So
Yeah, we're getting all the rain. So did you guys see my last comment? I'll put it back up.
okay, let me see here. Yes, thank you. Yes. Because we have to have a standard. Like people think that's weird and people think that this is somehow well it is a free speech platform, but the individual channels are not everybody else's free speech. That's the free speech of the channel hosts. So I think there should be a standard. Absolutely. Thank you, Larry, because if we don't maintain a standard, then it is just chaos.
There's, I was the one who put it up and he approved it, lol. But there's what? Such a thing as what, Larry?
I said there's such a thing as free speech, but when it comes to pure negativity, that's not a form of free speech. That's just your negativity, trying to force your negativity upon me, and that's not accepted.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I got something.
Go for it.
There's this whole thing about you can do what you want for as long as it doesn't uh, cause harm, loss, and injury, right?
Hmm.
But that's being, I think, more said about physical. And what I have raised my children, and what I tell the people I know personally, and I'll say it on here, is that yes, do what you will, but harm none in any shape, way, or form.
Yes.
And on other places, in other places, there is extreme mental and emotional harm being done,
Yeah, I agree.
but
Yep.
not recognized as such.
Hmm. Yes, I
With that,
absolutely agree. Yes.
with that, I will say amen to those who say amen, and blessed be to those who say blessed be, and whatever to whoever.
Right, right, right.
Right.
Right?
I just say wing and a prayer and fuck that shit and let it go.
Blessed be.
Yeah.
Because
And
here's
we
the
all
thing.
get caught in
Here's the
it.
thing.
Like,
You either know that you're shooting rubber band guns or you're shooting the real thing. So either way, you have two different perceptions.
The other day, I got to tell you guys this story. What's that story? The other day, I was coming back from my car with some stuff that I had picked up at the store, and
This is gonna be funny.
this is gonna be funny. Okay, and I look up, and there's these two Jehovah's, male Jehovah's, nice guys, um, they were kidding around, joking, everything else like that. Nothing harmful, nothing personal about anybody either. And I said, "Hey," I said, "excuse me, guys." I said, "What unit were you going to?" And they turned around and their demeanor immediately just went, "Oop," and they were just like, "We're just leaving." And I said, "No, I was just wondering what unit you were just coming from." They're like, "We were just leaving." And I said, "All right, that's fine." And I walked away, and it dawned on me that they were coming from my neighbor that's right next to me, that she's already warned all of them that I'm wicked and not to bother me at all. But when I was first in that apartment, I did this in Oklahoma too. Um, I they kept coming to the door and they wouldn't take no for an answer and da 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 da. And I seen them up the street, and I'm like, all right, guys, they should just pass by. They didn't. They knocked. And I'm like, shh, everybody be quiet. I'm like, they won't take no for an answer. And of course, my little son, being, I think he was like 7 or something, opens the door and he goes, hi, guys. And I'm like, oh, fuck, great. I'm like, okay, come on, Aaron. So I looked at him and I said, I've already let, your people know, anybody who's come by, and I have called the local church and let you guys know that I did not want you guys stopping at my door anymore. And he said, well, we'll still, try and,
Encourage you. They wouldn't.
leave a pamphlet or something. And I said, look, you have your religion. I respect that. I have mine. Please respect that. And they said, oh, well, but. And I said, you know what? I'd love to have you guys for dinner. And they go, oh, really? That'd be great. We could talk more. I said, no, dinner is at 6. And I said, me and my family would love to have you for dinner. And all of a sudden it clicked. They're like, oh, shit. They're like, we got to go. Have a great day.
Right.
I'll tell you what, not a single one from any other church ever even entered our block.
Nice.
And I didn't want
Mine's a little more in depth, and I had to get a little more serious. I love your story. I had to get a little more serious. In the state of Michigan, the Jehovah Witnesses follow when you put a forwarding address, when you fill out a forwarding address thing in the post office box, somehow they get a copy of it. I don't know how. I don't know.
Yeah,
How
they follow you everywhere you go, even when you tell them to leave you the fuck alone after
that's illegal.
After you told them
yes,
and wrote
well, it's
letters
all
to the
illegal.
society and told them to leave you the fuck alone.
Oh,
No.
Yes. As
I
soon
the
know.
as
only
you say the
way,
words, leave me alone, and they don't leave you alone, that's against the law.
it is,
Right?
but the only
So,
way that they would have access to your forwarding address is if they sent you, well, see, even then,
no, there's
they
no
sent you
way.
something
Listen, this
that
is the
was first
federal.
class, it should sell, it'll say forwarding address requested. So if they ever sent you something and you put in a forwarding address, it'll be sent to them. It'll be sent to
Yeah,
all of
there's no way.
places
There's
that
no
do
way.
first class.
There's no way. I would have stamped it, do not return to sender. That's who I am. I'll return that shit to sender. Don't send me something I didn't freaking ask for, especially when it comes from a religious facility. So
Yeah.
I couldn't wrap my head around it, right? I couldn't wrap my head around it. So this is how we were trying to deal with it. Me and my husband got a job at that sugar company I told you I work for. My husband worked one shift and I worked the other shift. And there was a worker there that would talk to us. After several weeks, we figure out he's Jehovah's Witness. We were kind of weird about him talking to us because they don't seem like the chatty Cathy type. You know what I'm saying? So he had like an openness that is not indicative of Jehovah's Witness, I guess is what I'm saying.
He was recruiting.
Maybe. So we were trying to talk to him, explain like our own point and our own stance on what about Jehovah's Witness we don't exactly care for. Because I grew up with a father trying to find redemption at Jehovah's Witness. So Vince said, okay, we can agree to maybe sit like in a private situation and talk about it because we were at work, right?
Yeah.
This gentleman took it as okay, called somebody up from his Jehovah's Witness Kingdom Hall. Hey, send someone to such and such address. So he didn't do it. He didn't talk with us. He called their Kingdom Hall and sent someone out. So I'm at home.
Somebody else.
Right. I'm at home with my two younger ones and a teenager. And it was a man and woman who came, and it wasn't like on a Sunday. It was like at a weird time. And they're like, yes, yes, our friend Bill is how they started. Our friend Bill told us you were interested. And I'm like, oh, did he now?
No,
So
God.
like,
Oh boy.
she's like, can we make an appointment? I'm like, sure. Cause I'm like, I'm not gonna let this deter me. Like if this is the battle coming at me, I'm gonna face it, right?
All right.
I'm like, you sure can. And the gentleman says, is the Mr. home? I said, pardon me? Well, you said to make an appointment. So I'm wondering if the Mr. is home so I can make that appointment. And I look at him, I'm like, you're talking to the person who runs this house? My husband runs the job.
Mistress.
So,
They said mistress of the house.
Mister.
Oh, mister of the house.
Mr.
I've heard
Yes.
mistress of the house too, and I went, oh boy, here we go.
No, they asked for him. So I sent them away and I'm like, damn, Bill, serious? You know?
Oh
So
boy.
then I didn't take him seriously. We moved. And mind you, they never sent anything in the mail. We moved to another town, of course, putting forwarding address, and having troubles with my teenager at this point. Me, dad, the teenager, we're sitting down having a family meeting, and we get a knock on the door, and I had sheer curtains so I could see who it was. You know, I
Oh
whipped
yeah.
that door open like, and the people take a step back.
Yeah.
Hi, we're wondering. I'm like, you're interrupting a family crisis right now. And if you're not here to help, then you're here to hurt. And I'm a warrior. What's your choice? So they
Nice.
step off the steps and they get the stepping because I'm mad. Like I'm mad for the interruption. Who the one was the interruption? And I wasn't going to waste any time. So I really cut to the quick there, you know?
Yep.
So here we moved to another town, like 15 miles away.
Yeah.
I'm minding my business. Guys, I mind my business. I swear I do not invite this stuff. We're neither one of us are even in the job anymore that we met this dude from. But we put a forwarding address in. My son's on Social Security. I want to make sure I get all the mail for that. You
Yep.
have to put a forwarding address in.
Yeah.
We're trying to buy this house. And here comes a really old lady and a really young woman.
Oh boy.
And my son, like I was telling you, Danny, he got that fluid buildup because his tubes, his passages were narrowed, right? So once a month he would like get this excess mucus and stuff.
Yep.
So I don't invite anybody in, but he was sick at the moment. So I stepped outside and closed the door. It was a glass door so he could see me and I could see him.
Mm-hmm.
And the old lady turned to my son and said, you don't think God meant for him to live like that, do you? It took every ounce of our great and ever loving spirit within me
Mm-hmm.
to not react. And I didn't want to react in front of the young lady either. Because how dare the old lady? But to do that in front of a young lady, you know what I'm saying? Like that doubles down. That's a double
But
down
that's how they train
I,
them.
I'm
So
speechless.
I'm
this is my
serious. That's how they
response.
train you. It's
Yes, you're
ridiculous and
absolute.
stupid. It's
Yes,
stupid because
yes,
it's
yes.
just a fucking program that means nothing, and they don't care. They don't care.
Right.
Don't care about what you have to go through. They don't want to see your tears at church. They don't
Hmm.
want to know that you're a piece of shit person with all kinds of problems. How dare you have problems? Because they're not about to tell you about what they're doing. They're not about
Exactly.
to tell you. I mean,
Ex-
you must now live so simple that it
yes.
makes their life look easy. Please
Yes.
live
And
simple so that makes their life look easy. Because
Danny,
all these
th-
people have businesses. They're
yeah,
all owners of big
yes,
companies, and
yes, yes.
they will fucking make you Like, you be working
And
2 jobs just to put a plate on the table and be given like $50, $100 to congregation so you can support
yes,
your local congregation. Why
yes.
all you're
So,
doing is paying for the bill so that they could go to the local winery or hit it up at the next bar to
yes.
find
And
some bitch business of minding P's and Q's on your fucking ass and your family. Now we're gonna have a come to Jesus moment because you're gonna feel all comfortable and loving, and now we're gonna turn our backs against you and see if you can handle the pressure. We'll see if you can handle it.
I'll
So,
tell you what, I didn't think I could handle it, Danny. In that moment when she said that about my son, um,
wow.
I, I mean, the rage, dude. I walked inside the house. Okay, I'm going to turn my camera on, and I don't normally do this, but I was walking around the house like,
Yep,
okay, don't do that in front, and then I brought my hands down and I
I've
tried to
done
like
that too.
physically, and then I sat down and I'm like, okay, control the mind. I
Right?
called the Kingdom Hall and I said in the sweetest voice I could muster,
Oh boy.
I just had this wonderful visit from these two beautiful ladies. And I was hoping to speak with the person in charge, and have a longer conversation. And this dude, Danny, you're going to laugh. This dude sat up like a peacock and was like, oh, yeah, look at my colors. Look
Mhm.
at me. I'm
Oh
the
yeah.
gentleman in charge, he says.
Right?
I'm like, oh, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful because I just like to tell you a story. So started at the first time
Mm.
when they wanted to make an appointment with me, and he went to interrupt me. So I said, I know you're not disrespecting me while I'm telling you a story of disrespect.
Right?
And he stopped. Like you could hear his feathers all go down. And now he's in alert peacock mode. Like I could feel the tension rising.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, okay, here's that story. Then here's that story. And I just want to bring you to today to on my visit with these beautiful ladies.
Right?
And I uttered their words to him. And his uncontrollable response was, I said, you're right. I'm so glad that was your reaction
Right? Get
because the
out of my
only, well, I didn't even feed into it. I wouldn't because I didn't want to know spiel. You know how they go into their spiels,
oh,
right?
oh no, Mary.
Yeah.
This You're talking to somebody who lived that life her whole life, basically with parents and all the family. That's what they are. My mom, the rock,
So,
the stone, the rock and the stone of that religion in our house. My mom.
so
When
you
I
know
when I
what's behind their eyes, Danny. When they're looking at you, you know exactly what they're saying to you.
I
Like,
pinpointed to the fucking point where this man was in my house, had the audacity to fucking ask me. So this is about money.
mhm,
Uh,
mhm,
I I wanted my mouth about hit the floor when I looked at my mom and I looked at that man and I'm like, get the fuck out. Get
mhm,
out. Do not come back. Do not come back.
mhm.
Between that religion and my ex's Seventh Day Adventist people,
Oh,
it's like, oh fuck no. I
well, you
know.
know what? It was a
Oh,
little worse
it,
because I
motherfucker.
felt like they were following me.
They do, Mary. They do, and it's not
So,
a schizophrenic thing to say. It's not a paranoid thing to say. It's just you fucking know that road.
yes. So when I called that day, in the end, I was leading him on purpose because in the end was no mercy. In the end, it was like, so, sir. If you
Mhm.
don't have a motherfucking no contest list, you better fucking put my name at the top. Because if I see another motherfucker in my driveway, I'm going to meet him with a bat. And if you think I'm not telling the truth, ask God above. Click.
Right. Click.
And I've not had a problem since. I hope they made a list because you know what? A warrior is not ashamed to stay up. This, you have to be some righteous warrior and come correct. Motherfucker wouldn't know come correct if it slapped you in the face.
Mhm.
And to tell another person, to tell another warrior to come correct, man, you know what? Try that shit in the military because those are the pretend warriors and see how far that goes for you. And then come at me in my face as a real warrior, as a real warrior. I don't need the badges. I don't need the pats on the back. I won't even pat myself on the back because I know my job's not done.
Right.
So, for others to put some social paradigm or enigma on me,
Right.
especially through a platform, like my husband says, meet me on the corner with that shit.
Right.
Because face to face, whether man or woman, you don't have the cojones to actually come up to spirit that way.
No.
Because they know what they're going to get, Danny. They know what they're going to get. What are they
They
going to
think
absorb?
that because they haven't summoned you yet, that you can't summons them
Mm-hmm.
to the oomph,
Uh-huh.
to the aim soft of the tip of the rim,
Yep, 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 yep.
and think you're not gonna get slinged back.
I don't know where their surprise comes in as a factor. Why are you surprised? I said FAFO and you wanted to FA. So you fuck around. I'm going to show you how you find it out. And that's spiritually. I have felt I have felt the power of someone else's curse upon me. I have felt that physically. And after acknowledging that, I had to figure out how to fight it without joining, without embracing the other side's techniques. And
Right?
that's not easy, man. That is so not easy. That in my youth, I was like, fuck that. They want to bring a sword. I'm gonna bring what is that great big thing? Do with the star. What is that thing called? On the game, the big star thing, and it's got the metal thing at the end that flames. I'm not gonna bring a sword. I'm gonna bring that big
star.
huh?
It's a morning star.
A morning star. And they're like, why are you bringing a morning star when it's a sword fight? Well, I don't play by your rules, but I'll show you the rules I play by. And then
Exactly.
they
But
want to
if
have
you
to
don't
fight
know
it.
your Venus and you don't know your Mercury, you don't know your sword or your silver lining.
Exactly. And diminishing another person's tools, you think you're doing that. You think. But you're not actually doing it because all of this is a fake platform of egocentrical people who think they know it all. Shit, I don't carry my toolbox around open, do you, Danny?
No, it would be too damn heavy. I need a fucking cargo truck to carry all the shit that's coming in my fucking tool ship.
But you wouldn't leave it open for your tools to fall out.
No. Sometimes you gotta throw the wrench though, Mary.
Oh, for real? Absolutely. If your engine's going in the wrong direction, pull that goddamn wrench out and throw it in the engine
Well,
because you need to go in a
some men
different direction.
have got offended at me, and then they laughed when I actually knew what it was. But they laughed because I knew what a hammer was. But they also laughed because it was purple, and I'm like, that ain't my fucking tool,
Hmm.
box. But it's the one that I have to comply with here at work.
Right. Right. That one's just taking up space for right now. But you're absolutely right. And some of the social tools that have been used for decades in a different type of environment work, but they're not working anymore because we're no
Right.
longer in that environment.
It's like somebody say, Danny, I got this job for you and I would like you to do this job. You're capable of doing this job. And then handing me their toolbox.
Yeah.
And then when I point out to it that it's not gonna work like that because you gave me your toolbox, but you got 50 other employees that think they have a toolbox.
Yes.
So it's not about whose tools are bigger, whose
Yeah.
are are the best value. It's what's compliant. What's
Yeah.
compliant for the job?
Absolutely. I mean, if my child is crying because they lost their first tooth and that makes them sad, I'm probably not going to take him to the dentist the next day. That would be adding salt to the wound instead of being a soft place to fall and of understanding of knowledge of all of what is required of a mom. Some people do that, take their children to the dentist the very next day. And it's a compliance, it's a social thing, and it's not an understanding thing, and it's not a parent thing. A parent thing would sit there and hug their child, explain to them, number one, the human body, and number two, what it means to the human body to have deciduous teeth as our first teeth. Let's go again. This is like I was telling Anna, to a doctor and hand over our responsibility to a doctor or a dentist or someone else who's quote unquote smarter instead of listening to our intuitive self. To me, it's a no brainer, but it's a no brainer at 52 years old. And I didn't always think like this.
I used to deliver the mail, a rural route, okay? And the Jehovah's would every so often call the post office and ask for how many boxes they had, how many postal boxes, because some were in the office, you know, the rental boxes or whatever. And then you had actual boxes that are, you know, mailboxes that were delivered to. And basically what it is they would fork the money out and send these cards first class. Okay. And when you pay first class for something, what it does is forwarding address requested or required. Okay. Because they paid for that first class. So what's happening is sometime after you move, something is being sent out to the general postal population or general city. Okay. Could be 3 cities that they do at a time because of the population. You know, they can afford to send so many out. Anyway, what happens is once it's tagged as first class, they and on the thing, usually it's a like a little card, you know, like a little postcard type thing, because it's cheaper rate than it is a letter. And what happens is on it, it'll say return service required or requested, or forwarding address requested or required or something. And what happens is it will not necessarily be forwarded to you, but it'll have a new mailing sticker on it with your address on it, and it'll go back to their place. And then they'll make the phone calls to the new post office, or not the new post office, but to your new city.
Mm-hmm.
And that's and or not post office, but to the new Kingdom Hall.
This is
Right.
because just like most religions out there, they're all connected to the Rothschild banking system, where they all have income coming from each kingdom hall, that they put a certain amount of that into manufacturing of war machines, thus
Mm-hmm.
impacting the environment and government, that we're told that we're not allowed to even partake in that. We have to respect them,
Mm-hmm.
but you don't partake in that. You don't have anything to do with those things. How you can't conform to a government. You don't conform, but you have to respect them, but you don't conform.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But that's what's happening. It's not that you're paranoid. It's not that Joe Blow, whatever, said you moved and here's your new address, whatever. No, it's nothing like that.
No.
It's one Kingdom Hall communicating with another Kingdom Hall.
Yeah.
That I
Yes,
will
because
say
they get
resides
you
over
where
your
you
city.
they talk you into buying your land and leaving it when you die with them. That's
Yeah.
how they work it in. And
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that
a lot
beautiful?
of families have bought into this shit.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
it's
what I call
it's
the Jim Jones
fucked.
type.
It's fucked.
I call them the Jim Jones type. And this person that I've had trouble with, the one I recently confronted and didn't want to, he told someone he went into their house as a guest and saw dream catchers on her wall. And his words were, well, get rid of this satanistic stuff and maybe your life will turn around.
Yeah, I heard that one too. It's the only reason why one of the reasons actually I'm still here. I love my dream catchers. I love my spirituality and my ritualistic spiritism and my diving and delving into things that I know
And see,
are better.
because he deemed them not good, he went forth with narrative. You need to sell all your stuff and give it to the church. That's redeeming. Fuck you, it's redeeming. If God gave me something and I sold it, that's horrible. That's spitting in the face of your creator. So, no, like the things I'm hearing are so horrible that it's no doubt that if there were an ounce of truth in the Bible, it would be in Revelations, and here the fuck we are.
If it's so that this is what they do and you have a time stamped card every month, you go out and service an auxiliary pioneer, and you're training your children how to be like this godly life alongside yourself, while you don't know that you're actually like participating in child working bullshit
Mm-hmm.
of your own child yourself, and you don't even get paid for this shit. You
Right.
don't get paid shit. Why behind your back, they're molesting your daughters and your sons and all this other BS bullshit, because you can find trust in the congregation of God.
Exactly. Exactly. Let your barriers down, everybody. You're in a safe place. Huh. Ha, ha, ha. Said no choir boy ever. You know what I'm saying? It's fake safety.
Yeah.
But everybody sign up. What church do you belong to? Wait, what? Put not applicable there, thank you. You know? I'll take care of mine. Even if I'm in a hospital bed, I'm still gonna take care of mine as much as I possibly can until the great creator calls me back.
Anytime somebody asks me what church I go to, I tell them the Church of Nature.
Right. I've had many different
I
answers.
just tell them God does not dwell in hand-made temples. That's why I have a body. This is my temple. You're not welcome here, in it or beside it, if you're gonna be a fucktard.
Yes.
Well, hey, you guys, we got stuff we got to do today, so we're going to probably end this here pretty quick. But I've enjoyed all your company and all your thoughts and wisdom, and it's been another good broadcast.
Yes,
Much
it
love,
has.
Larry and Mary and Linda.
Anna.
Anna.
Much love, everybody. Anna, Larry, Danny, Linda, Chad. Go forward with intentions and be open to blessing. And I love you.
Blessed be.
You guys take care, and we'll talk
You,
to you later.
you too. Linda, bye bye, girl.